Young master, wake up quickly, the engagement banquet is about to start in an hour. A calm voice sounded in his ears. Chu Lingfeng slowly opened his eyes, a little stunned. Is he in a hotel banquet hall? Many people are walking into the hall. Many people will look at Chu Lingfeng when they come in. The eyes are different. An old man stood in front of him, his face puzzled. Engagement banquet. In an instant, Chu Lingfeng's head sank, and huge memories flooded in. After he completely digested the memory, Qingming's eyes were filled with shock. He crossed. Travel back into a world that integrates multiple urban cool texts. As a lover of novels, he had read them all. His identity at this time is the villain in one of the novels Return of Hades. The Return of Hades tells the story of Yifan, the abandoned son of the Yi family in the capital, who was expelled from the Yi family at the age of 18 and was hunted down and exiled overseas. Met his master, a mysterious old man, overseas. The old man taught him kung fu. Then Yifan relied on his own strength to break overseas. 6 years later, he became the owner of the Hades Temple, the largest mercenary group overseas, codenamed Hades. Subsequently, according to the guidance of the master, he came to Yanhuang Guiyang City. Here, he started his career as a pickup girl, and by the way, he made a business empire. Of course, there are some other plots that follow. But it has nothing to do with the current Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng, as the first villain in this book, his daily role is to pull out and be forced to be beaten in the face by Yifan. Then the company's family business was constantly snatched away by Yifan. Until the last bit of usefulness was gone, he was trampled to death by Yifan. Big villain. Joke. A traverser, a proper protagonist, why should he give Yifan an experienced baby? In particular, the author of this book has 3 incorrect views, and the male protagonist he portrays is not good, and he will stop at nothing to achieve the end. Chu Lingfeng refused. We must find a way to trample the male protagonist to death and eliminate harm for the people. Ding, a suitable host is detected and the predatory luck system is bound. At this moment, an electronic sound suddenly appeared in Chu Lingfeng's mind. He nodded in satisfaction. The crosser's necessary golden finger came really fast. He hurriedly communicated with the system. The functionality of the system was quickly developed. In this world, the male protagonists of all novels are children of luck. As long as he can destroy the plot in the plot of the novel, step on the male protagonist, and make the male protagonist unable to complete his goals, you can plunder the opponent's luck and get the luck value. And the amount of luck is related to the degree of destruction of the plot. Of course, if you step on the male protagonist outside the plot, you can still get luck points, but it is relatively small. Gas luck can be used to purchase various things in the system store. Before the male protagonist's luck is plundered, the male protagonist cannot be killed. Chu Lingfeng was stunned for a moment. It's still so troublesome, you can't step on it to death all at once. But that's not a problem. Let these male protagonists get away with it for a while. Thinking about it, he opened the system mall. Antique appreciation, hacking, business and so on, all sorts of magical abilities. There are even abilities about the advancement of the plot and foreknowledge and so on. It's omnipotent. Chu Lingfeng was very satisfied and powerful. System, my plunder of luck will ruin the plot. Will the next plot still happen? The host is assured that after destroying the plot, the system will make corrections and try not to deviate from the main line. Chu Lingfeng nodded. Even if you deviate from the main line, don't be afraid. He also has the system mall. Suddenly, his heart moved. One of the most important questions asked. System, has this novel world ever worked? Is the heroine in this innocent? The host can rest assured that the novel world has not yet operated before the host enters this novel world. The heroine in the book has never been touched, all are complete. Chu Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction. So many heroines, if he has the opportunity, he doesn't mind finding a favorite heroine to kiss Fangza. But if these heroines have been reincarnated for many lifetimes, that kind of boring will be boring. He has a mental hygiene. Distribute the newbie package now. Is the host open now? Open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Vajra technique, which has been automatically cultivated, and now the host's realm is the early stage of the yellow level. Chu Lingfeng felt that he was stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he was very satisfied. Unexpectedly, he came to the early stage of the yellow level. Although Yi Fan is now Hades, he is just an ordinary person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level business acumen, and there will be no disadvantage in the business war in the future. Young master, are you all right? Miss Su Yunbing came. The old man standing in front of Chu Lingfeng saw that Chu Lingfeng was a little in a daze, and said with concern. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. As the only seedling of the Chu family, his own young master is young, golden and handsome. Why do you want to fall in love with Su Yunbing, this woman? For that woman, is it worth it to become the licking dog that Yangcheng is famous for? Hearing the butler's words, Chu Lingfeng came back to his senses. Engagement banquet. That is the first chapter of Hades' return, the divorce. As Su Yunbing's licking dog, Chu Lingfeng is famous in Yangcheng. To this end, Chu Lingfeng's father Chu Tiancheng made great efforts to promote the engagement between Chu Lingfeng and Su Yunbing. Su Yunbing, one of the 3 golden flowers of Yangcheng. Known as the president of Gaolang. In the book, Chu Lingfeng began to pursue her madly since he saw her for the first time. Fortunate won the title of Yangcheng's ultimate licking dog. In an instant, he looked up and saw a beautiful face, with a devil figure and a good temperament. However, his complexion was extremely cold, like ice cubes that had not melted for 10,000 years. Especially looking at Chu Lingfeng's eyes, he was disdainful and impatient. It is the first heroine of the return of Hades, Su Yunbing, president of Anfen Group. Su Yunbing walked straight to Chu Lingfeng, indifferent with impatience. Chu Lingfeng, I didn't expect you to be so shameless and let the elders make a move. I tell you, it's impossible for the two of us, you give up. I won't agree to get engaged to you. Chu Lingfeng frowned deeply, very unhappy. This woman really thought that she was a heavenly immortal. He waved his hand at Su Yunbing casually. You stay on the side, don't disturb me. It's impossible to lick a dog, it's impossible for a lifetime. Don't look good, your face is overwhelming. But you Su Yunbing is a heavenly immortal, and I don't lick it. What's more, you Su Yunbing is still a woman with a cold personality like ice, and she has no interest at all. With a cold face, as if everyone owes you money, what is the use of marrying home? Chu Lingfeng, young and golden, is handsome, what kind of woman do you want to find? Will marry you an ice cube. Thank you for reading this story at novelsnight.com. Your support enables us to keep the site running. Today is the engagement banquet of Su Yunbing, one of the 3 golden flowers of Yangcheng, and Chu Lingfeng, the only heir of the Chu family, a top family in Tianhai province. So every move of the two was watched by everyone present. Seeing that Chu Lingfeng did not offer Su Yunbing as in the past, but looked disgusted. Everyone present was extremely surprised. This boy has changed his sex. Among them, the most surprised was Su Yunbing. What attitude did Chu Lingfeng have towards her before? Be courteous in every way, please in every way. As a result, now Chu Lingfeng was not only impatient with her, but also reprimanded her. Then Chu Lingfeng's voice sounded in her mind. Suddenly, she was furious. Cold personality, no fun ice cube. You Chu Lingfeng chased me for so long, and your thoughtfulness is all pretended. One of the 3 golden flowers of my grand Yangcheng is so unbearable. She was unconvinced. Chu Lingfeng, what do you mean who is ice? Su Yunbing spoke out angrily. However, as soon as she spoke, she was horrified to find that she had lost her voice. Can't you say these words yourself? Suddenly, she was suddenly stunned. Just now, she kept watching Chu Lingfeng coming, and did not see Chu Lingfeng open his mouth to speak. Could it be that the words just now were Chu Lingfeng's heart? Miss Su, it's a very rude thing to disturb people. Chu Lingfeng looked at Su Yunbing, who was dumbfounded at this time, and shook his head. How can this woman look like a fool? I have to quit the marriage. Hear the voice in my head again. Su Yunbing had already determined that this was definitely Chu Lingfeng's voice. Divorce. Hearing these two words, Su Yunbing did not feel the slightest joy. It's unpleasant. Ice, fool. Is this image of himself in this man's heart? It's just abominable. However, Chu Lingfeng no longer paid attention to Su Yunbing in disgust with the system in his heart. System, if there is a female protagonist in the plot, I only step on the male protagonist, is it okay? Yes. However, in this case, the system will determine that the host's degree of destruction of the plot is low, and the luck value of the predatory male protagonist will also be low. Chu Lingfeng was clear. As long as he can get chi luck points, anyway, there are many plots, and he doesn't care about the loss of chi luck. I'd rather just step on Yifan, the son of luck, than be a licking dog. If Su Yunbing was angry just now he is shocked. How could Chu Lingfeng know Yifan? She almost bumped into a small child on her way to the hotel. Yifan stepped forward and saved the child. Then Yifan said that she had a sad face, there must be something, and was willing to help her. She felt that Yifan was a person with a sense of justice, so she said about the engagement. The other party immediately said that he could help her and act as a shield. And she didn't want to burden Yifan at that time, so she refused. But he did have a good impression of Yifan in his heart. She was sure that Chu Lingfeng would never know about this matter. But why would he know Yifan? Soon, she calmed down and decided to wait and see. Yifan has already gained some favor from Su Yunbing by acting to save children and taking the initiative to act as a shield. Su Yunbing, this cold woman, has no good feelings for any man. As long as you have a good impression of Yifan. With Yifan's identity as the son of luck and the invincible means of puffing girls, it was easy to get Su Yunbing. However, Yifan must not be allowed to get Su Yunbing, otherwise his immortal saint body will be opened by 1/5. What kind of shit physique is this? You need to get 5 beautiful women to open. Yifan's master is also quite ruthless, and he has investigated the specific location of these 5 beauties. Su Yunbing's eyes widened sharply, and his small mouth opened slightly. The whole person was stunned. If Chu Lingfeng told her directly, she would definitely not believe it. But this is Chu Lingfeng's heart, and he will definitely not fake. Yifan's master had already investigated himself. Yifan was ordered to come here to get her. Saving people and being a shield were all played by Yifan. In order to get yourself to open this so-called undead holy body. This immortal body doesn't sound like a good thing. Was this world different from the world she knew? Her heart instantly felt cold. The good impression of Yifan disappeared instantly, replaced by a thick disgust. What son of luck? This man is a demon, a demon. At the same time, she looked at Chu Lingfeng with a touch of strangeness in her eyes. Why did Chu Lingfeng know so much? And he really knows himself, and he is indeed a person who has a good impression of people and will lower his guard. At this time, Chu Lingfeng cast a veil of mystery in her eyes. Chu Lingfeng didn't seem to be a gentleman at all. But like a warrior who saved her from danger and fought the devil. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Chu Lingfeng was not ordinary. All these years of squirrels were definitely he deliberately hiding his identity in order to fight against Yifan. Perhaps she didn't find that her attitude towards Chu Lingfeng had changed. How can Yifan's destruction of the engagement be disrupted and plunder the other party's chi luck value? Actually, the best thing to do is to get Su Yunbing to agree to get engaged to me. But with the extent to which this woman hates me, engagement is impossible. And I'm not going to get engaged to Ice. Then you can only step on Yifan. There you have it. Just when Su Yunbing was thinking about it, Chu Lingfeng's eyes suddenly lit up, stood up, and walked outside. He has already thought of ways to ruin today's plot. Su Yunbing looked at Chu Lingfeng without even looking at her, and walked out without thinking about her. I couldn't help but feel a feeling of discomfort, and my expression became complicated. It turns out that this is how it feels to be left out in the cold. It feels bad. No, is it being snubbed by someone you care about? She was immediately taken aback. She cares about Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng came to the door of the hall. Directly called a gangster boss who was messing around in Yangchang. As a villain in the book. It's normal to know some gray area characters. However, through the memory of the predecessor, Chu Lingfeng knew that the predecessor had not used these people to do evil things at all. It can only be said that the author of the novel later designed him, the villain, to use these gangsters because of the needs of the plot. Xu Xiao, why did you contact me all of a sudden? Is there something I need to do? On the other end of the phone, an excited voice came. Chu Lingfeng is the son and brother of the big family. They are such bastards who can't climb this relationship. Huang Mao, help me find some serious injuries. It is best if there are broken bones on the body that do not affect people who walk, the more the better. You immediately take it to the Royal Court Hotel, I have an urgent use. The yellow hair on the other end of the phone seemed a little confused when he heard Chu Lingfeng's words. What is the use of Chu Xiao looking for this kind of sick little brother? There was silence for a moment before he spoke up. Xu Xiao, I fought with people for territory 2 days ago, and I happen to have a brother injured here. 6 or 7 broken bones, I'll bring them right away, and I'll be there in a few minutes. Chu Lingfeng hung up the phone and smiled with satisfaction. Now there are still more than 40 minutes before the engagement banquet begins, which is enough. Then, he got several sets of security suits from the person in charge of the hotel. Soon, Huang Mao rushed over with his little brother. Chu Lingfeng looked at it and made sure that the person Huang Mao was looking for met his requirements. You guys get me all the bandages now. Go and change into security uniforms, wait for me to enter the box with Su Yunbing in a while, and stand at the door of the box as a security guard. A group of gangsters, including Huang Mao, hurriedly did as ordered. Yellow hair, in a moment there is a man wearing washed white tracksuits, ordinary sneakers, and a little messy hair. You are staring outside, meet him, and directly hit the demon spirit. Xu Lingfeng said to Huang Mao. Then, he looked at the yellow-haired little brother again. In a while, this person is going to break into the box, you are responsible for stopping him, how arrogant and how to come and insult him fiercely. Let him do it first, the more injured you are, the better. I will give you 300,000 yuan each, I will reimburse all the medical expenses, and I will give you 500,000 yuan for Huang Mao. When the punks, including Huang Mao, heard this, they were overjoyed. If you are injured, you can get 300,000. Medical expenses can also be reimbursed. They usually fight, they are cut several times, but they only take a few thousand yuan, and they have to pay for their own medical expenses. Even if some brothers are hacked to death, that is, tens of thousands of yuan in settlement expenses. This errand is a huge amount of money. People like them who lick blood on the blade will be injured if they are injured, and they will not die. Working with rich people is cool. One by one, they were eager to try, and they couldn't wait for Yifan to come now. Xu Lingfeng smiled. With Yifan, the character of the protagonist of Long Out Yen. To be stopped and insulted on such occasions, it is strange not to beat people. And there is an important feature in the brainless text. The protagonist will not be caught no matter how he hits someone. If the villain bullies casually, he has to enter the inspection room. However, this is all designed by the author of the cool article. Xu Lingfeng scoffed. Is this a real world where patrol rooms are vegetarian? Master Yifan let Yifan return to Yanhuang Guiyang City to do this bureau for several years. Secretly buried a lot of connections in Yangchang. This time, letting Yifan enter the inspection room would have to eat the favor of an important person in Yangchang. And in the future, these connections will be removed by Chu Lingfeng one by one. Yangchang is his Chu Lingfeng's Yangchang. After a burst of arrangement by Chu Lingfeng. There are less than 10 minutes left before the engagement banquet begins. Only then did Chu Lingfeng enter the hall again. Young master, just now the old master and his wife and Miss Su's parents have entered the private room, they let you go over. At this time, the butler came over and said. Okay, I'll pass. Chu Lingfeng nodded and walked towards the box. When passing by Su Yunbing, he glanced at Su Yunbing obliquely. If you want to plunder Yifan's luck more, you have to find a way to start with Su Yunbing's ice cube. But this ice cube is so disgusting to me that it is impossible to get engaged. I can't say that I have to think of other ways to cut off her connection with Yifan in the future. You ice, your whole family ice. Su Yunbing pouted. You used to see me in my eyes, now when I am a little transparent. Still squinting at me. An indescribable complex mood slowly rose in Su Yunbing's heart. Shu Lingfeng. She gritted her teeth and subconsciously exclaimed. Shu Lingfeng was stunned. Stop your figure. Turned his head to look at Su Yunbing. I'll go, this ice cube really hates me to the bone, look at this gritted teeth. Hate me, in the future, if I break your marriage with Yi Fan, you will hate me even more. He laughed out loud. Miss Su, I didn't do it right before, so I shouldn't pester you. Don't worry, I won't pester you anymore after today. With that, he turned around and walked quickly to the box. I don't hate you anymore. Unable to speak, Su Yunbing could only say it in his heart. Unexpectedly, her expression just now was misunderstood by Chu Lingfeng. She couldn't wait to pump herself. There was some loss in my heart. She forced herself to calm down. His mind kept thinking about Chu Lingfeng's heart. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she looked at the box. Want to quit? Have you asked me? A demon like Yi Fan must be severely sanctioned by him. Meanwhile, a man wearing washed white sportswear, ordinary sneakers, and somewhat messy hair walked into the Royal Court Hotel. Dad, Mom. Shu Lingfeng walked into the box and greeted everyone present. In addition to his parents who participated in the engagement banquet this time, they were Su Yunbing's parents and some relatives of the Su family. Chu Xiao is a talent, polite. Su Yunbing's father, Su Zhenan, barely squeezed out a smile and said. At this time, he was a little helpless. Chu Tiansheng, the big guy, personally came forward to talk to him about the engagement, and he had to accept it. Chu Tiansheng glanced at Chu Lingfeng, a little helpless. Chu Lingfeng was too attached to his children's private affairs, otherwise he would not personally go out to help his son chase women. I only hope that after experiencing this incident, Chu Lingfeng can mature. At this time, Su Yunbing also walked into the box and sat next to her parents. Mr. Su, let's get together today to discuss the matter between Lingfeng and Su Yunbing. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Chu Tiansheng laughed out loud. At the same time, the male protagonist Yi Fan also came to the outside of the box. Gee, the task that master gave me to soak Su Yunbing is too simple, right? This kind of high-cold president is she doesn't like her well, she especially likes some special man. Fortunately, I have experience, and in acting to save a child has gained Su Yunbing's favor. Although she refused to use me as a shield. But I can see that her affection for me has exploded. This time, as long as I stand up and help Su Yunbing get rid of Chu Lingfeng's entanglement, then Su Yunbing won't be able to run out of my palm. I'll take her away in a while, and I'll definitely find a way to take her to the hotel and get her directly. This looks and figure is much better than the woman I soaked overseas, and it will be refreshing for a while. Next, I will go to explore other superb women, this kind of task I like the most. At this time, a voice sounded in Su Yunbing's mind again. With Chu Lingfeng's heart, this time she was much less surprised. This voice is Yi Fan's. It turned out that Chu Lingfeng really knew everything. This Yi Fan and his master were really disgusting. Especially Yi Fan. Get her refreshing. What a demon. Disgusting. Sure enough, Chu Lingfeng is the warrior who slaughters the devil. At the same time, a wave of nausea and anger rose in her heart, as well as fear. Yi Fan is known as the king of Hades, and his strength is absolutely strong. What's more, there is an even more powerful master. They did everything to make a move on her, a woman who was only a group of hundreds of millions. How does she cope? At the end of the day, she's still a woman. In the terrifying environment created by Chu Lingfeng's voice. She is like a little girl who has no power to resist, fragile and longs for strong support. Thinking about it, she once again had a touch of guilt and tenderness in her eyes when she looked at Chu Lingfeng, as well as the feeling of wanting to rely on. Are you blind? This is where you can get in? Dog stuff begging or begging to come here. If you drink uncle's urine, uncle will let you in. If you have diabetes, step back, don't let this kid taste the sweetness, sweets are easy to fill this hungry person who wants food. You can't just drink urine, you have to eat the eye pull to get in. Outside the box, the yellow-haired little brother saw Yifan, like a hungry wolf seeing meat, and his eyes were red.
That's 300,000 walking.
Not only did they swear and didn't want money to rush out, but they also wantonly provoked Yifan with their eyes. It was almost said that Yifan quickly beat them up.
It is better to beat them to serious injuries.
Otherwise, Chu Shao these 300,000 they would not take it steadily.
Yifan was scolded.
I didn't say anything, just standing here. Why did this group of people scold themselves for splitting their heads and covering their faces? Immediately, he was furious. A group of garbage security guards dare to insult me, Hades.
You guys are looking for. Are you looking for you? Look for it, get out.
He may be looking for his mother. Go back and ask your daughter-in-law to see if you have secretly given birth to a child before. Haha, 2 years ago, I had a child with my daughter-in-law and lost it. It is estimated that it is him, so old, quickly call me daddy. This group of gangsters did not wait for Yifan's words to finish, and then scolded again. Mother was a taboo in Yifan's heart, and he couldn't bear it anymore and started directly.
Bang bang bang.
Yifan's strength is strong, almost a one-punch gangster.
Son, didn't you eat this fist has no strength at all.
Son, if you have the ability, you will kill your father today.
Son, use your strength.
A group of gangsters were dying in pain, and they couldn't stop wailing, but their faces were excited, and they still kept saying cruel words.
Chu Shao's 300,000 is stable.
Opening his mouth and closing his mouth was called a son, and Yifan was about to explode in anger. If it weren't for the fact that this was Yanhuan country, he would even want to kill someone. However, even if he did it again, these gangsters would pounce on him like people who were not afraid of death. The security guards of this hotel are different from normal greedy people who are afraid of death.
Yifan was helpless.
Several people hugged his legs and waist and did not let go. These things happen, it looks like a long time, but it is actually very short.
In the box.
After Chu Tianqing's words, he looked at Su Jianan.
Su Jianan looked tangled and looked at Su Yunbing.
At this time, Su Yunbing was angry because of Yifan's words, and did not come to his senses at all.
The box instantly fell into silence.
Chu Lingfeng smiled, too lazy to ink, did not wait for the other party to speak, and directly spoke up. Dad, no need, the twisted melon is not sweet, Miss Su doesn't like me, and it's useless to get engaged. I won't pester her anymore in the future, just be ordinary friends.
Chu Lingfeng's voice fell. Everyone was stunned.
Chu Lingfeng, who was known as the ultimate licking dog, actually decided not to pester Su Yunbing anymore. Chu Tianqing and his wife were stunned.
They know best how much their son likes Su Yunbing. Now you actually let go. Still, it's a good thing for them as parents.
The Chu family has a big business, and the successor is always immersed in the private affairs of his children, which is not a good thing.
Su Jianan and his wife's complexions instantly looked much better. It would be great that Chu Lingfeng could regress. Yunbing, it's okay, it's finally okay. Su Yunbing's mother pushed Su Yunbing and said excitedly in her ear. Su Yunbing finally came to his senses.
She also heard Chu Lingfeng's words just now. She hated it so much that the roots of her teeth itched. She didn't expect Chu Lingfeng's mouth to be so fast. Before the elder could speak, he was in a hurry and simply refused to get engaged.
Am I just making you look at it? If you want to quit marriage, no way.
I must be this shield today, this is a very important step to get Su Yunbing.
Outside the box.
Facing a bunch of gangsters who were not afraid of being injured and could not be killed, Yifan was also a little anxious.
Latest change.
His figure flicked hard, throwing down a few gangsters hanging on his body. Then, he kicked the gangster who was blocking in front of him. This gangster spurted out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out in an instant. Smashed on the door of the box, the door was smashed open in an instant. Yifan took advantage of the rapid shape of the fuselage and rushed into the box. Such a loud noise and destructive power made everyone in the box stunned.
Chu Tianqing's face instantly sank. Today is his Chu family's engagement banquet, and someone dares to come here to make trouble.
This is not to give him Chu Tiancheng face. Who are you? Why did you come to us to make trouble? Chu Tiancheng stood up and said coldly. Who am I? I'm Yunbing's boyfriend. Xu Lingfeng, you can't chase a woman, you let your father use power to overwhelm people and force my woman to get engaged, and the next 3 abuses. And your Su family, is it shameful to exchange a woman for benefits? Yi Fan held his head high and shouted at everyone present. There is quite a kind of domineering attitude that everyone is drunk and wakes up alone, pointing the rivers and mountains. Gee, my momentum and confidence will definitely make Su Yunbing admire me. After all, in Yangshan, who dares to go against this behemoth of the Chu family? Only I, Hades, have this kind of courage. It's her honor to be my woman. Wow. His voice fell, and the crowd outside was in an uproar. Because the box door was broken, everyone in the hall could see the situation in the box. Su Yunbing actually brought her boyfriend on the engagement day, which was also too exciting. A group of people had a thick fire of gossip burning in their eyes. Su Jinan, you have a good daughter. Xiao Feng said that she would no longer pester Su Yunbing in the future. She actually found someone to humiliate our Chu family. Chu Tianqing's face sank, and he looked at Su Jinan coldly. Shhhhhhh. The people outside the box immediately gasped one after another. Chu Lingfeng actually changed his sex, determined not to be Su Yunbing's licking dog. In an instant, many people's gazes towards Chu Lingfeng were different. There was shock, admiration, doubt. Su Jinan trembled. Patriarch Chu, there must be some misunderstanding here. Su Yunbing's whole person is not good. This shit Hades is really narcissistic to the bone, she is really disgusting. Yi Fan, who is your girlfriend now? You get me out. Su Yunbing looked angry. This iceberg president began to swear words. Yunbing, don't be afraid, I'm not afraid of this bullshit Chu family. In my eyes, the Chu family is just a chicken and a dog. Yi Fan thought that Su Yunbing was thinking about him, afraid that the Chu family would retaliate against him, and said with a confident smile. Ha ha ha, this woman really has herself in her heart, and she even acts with me and wants to protect me. Today I'll let you see my domineering. Su Yunbing was going crazy. You must have a disease in your brain, right? What do I want to protect you? Disgusting, really disgusting, I want to vomit. Chu Lingfeng slowly walked in front of Yi Fan. The first time he saw the son of luck, and then abused him, Chu Lingfeng was still slightly excited. This is the son of good luck. Immediately, he glanced at Su Yunbing with a frown. I still underestimated Su Yunbing's good impression of Yi Fan, and his tone and expression were so similar. The ice cubes melt, it's a pity that this woman doesn't act. Ben Xiao is very upset, there will be you this ice cube in the future. Want to be with Yi Fan? Don't think about it in your life. Su Yunbing was about to go crazy. Yi Fan misunderstood her and forget it. Now even Chu Lingfeng misunderstood her. This made her very aggrieved. Intolerable. Unconsciously, she cared about Chu Lingfeng's attitude. After all, in her mind, Chu Lingfeng was a warrior who fought against Yi Fan, a demon. Especially, after hearing Yi Fan's heart. She suddenly felt that she had been treating Chu Lingfeng coldly before, a person who was good to her, and she really didn't know how to be evil. What made her hate herself even more was that Yi Fan just acted for her a scene, and she actually had a good impression. It's so cheap. Fortunately, when she met Chu Lingfeng, she was able to know everything. Now, she recalled how Chu Lingfeng was good to her at the beginning. A touch of happiness and emotion really rose in my heart. Thinking about it, she looked at Chu Lingfeng. Brother Feng, I treat feelings more woodenly, in fact, I can feel your kindness to me. It's just that I've never been in a relationship and can't express my feelings, so I've always been cold to you. Actually, everything you have done has already impressed me, but I guess it's okay to start with a relationship. Or a direct engagement, I can also accept it. As long as I'm with you, whatever you want. Su Yunbing said with a serious and affectionate face. Quiet. The whole scene suddenly fell silent, and the needle could be heard. Everyone present looked at Su Yunbing in unison. Chu Lingfeng decided not to pester Su Yunbing anymore. Su Yunbing, this iceberg golden flower, actually confessed to Chu Lingfeng in public.
Abuse husband for a while, chase husband crematorium.
When you lose him, you know his preciousness.
Lick the dog to the end and have everything. In an instant, countless thoughts filled everyone's hearts. Today's drama is getting better and better.
Chu Lingfeng was also a little confused, and then pouted. I really didn't expect Yifan, the son of luck, to have such a strong influence on women.
Just once we have met, Su Yunbing is so dead set on Yifan.
In order to save him, Su Yunbing was able to bear to confess to me unhappily. How can this woman with thick eyebrows and big eyes be Yifan's licking dog so actively? At the same time, Yifan was first angry, and then shocked.
Su Yunbing is definitely here to protect me.
According to my investigation, her dislike for Chu Lingfeng is heartfelt. How can she confess in public? It's all to blame Chu Lingfeng, this dog thing, bullying people and threatening Su Yunbing. It's simply abominable.
Today I have to teach Chu Lingfeng a good lesson.
Let Su Yunbing know how powerful I am and let her love me more. Chu Lingfeng, are you still not a man? In order to get Yunbing, he actually threatened her. Yunbing, you don't have to be afraid, the Chu family can't help me. Yifan said coldly. Destroy it, hurry tired.
Su Yunbing felt like she was going crazy.
Why do you two enemies agree so much on this matter? At the same time, her heart was full of guilt.
He was indeed too unkind to Chu Lingfeng before. Otherwise, she confessed like this, and Chu Lingfeng didn't believe it.
Today she must completely break off relations with Yifan. With Chu Lingfeng she wanted to know more about this man. Thinking about it, she gritted her teeth, took 2 quick steps, and came directly to Chu Lingfeng. Without waiting for Chu Lingfeng's reaction, she directly opened her hands and grabbed Chu Lingfeng's arm.
Tiptoeing, raising his head, he came to Chu Lingfeng's head.
Shhhhhhh.
Everyone present gasped. The title of Su Yun Iceberg Beauty is resounding throughout Yang City. Unexpectedly took the initiative to kiss in front of everyone.
Was this iceberg beauty melted by Chu Lingfeng to the point of not caring about the image?
It's incredible to the extreme. Chu Lingfeng's eyes widened and he looked confused.
Su Yunbing actually took such an initiative in front of so many people.
Is she acting? I don't understand.
Forget it, the cheap sent to the door does not take advantage of nothing. G in front of Yifan, like this with Su Yunbing, it's above. This is much smarter than the method I thought of plundering Yifan's luck. The women that Hades fancy must be untouched by men. I touched it, what should I do if I see Yifan?
Thinking about it, Chu Lingfeng backhanded and took the initiative.
Seeing this scene, Yifan's whole person exploded directly. Malagobes, the woman Chu Lingfeng valued by my Hades king dares to touch.
Dare to cuckold me. Chu Lingfeng, you are looking for death.
Yifan's eyes widened. With a speed that everyone couldn't react at all, he rushed behind Chu Lingfeng.
The punch was towards Chu Lingfeng's back heart.
Everyone present, especially those who had just witnessed Yifan defeating the gangsters outside the box, all changed their faces. Yifan's strength is very strong. And Chu Lingfeng is just a gentleman. If this punch is Yifan's ruthless, Chu Lingfeng may also be seriously injured. You look for death. Seeing this, Chu Tianshang was immediately angry and hurriedly waved his hand. The bodyguards behind him had long since moved. However, their speed is not as good as Yifan. Just when Yifan was about to hit Chu Lingfeng, Chu Lingfeng sneered. Let go of Su Yunbing, then turned around sharply and punched out the same punch. Click! A sound of bones breaking sounded. Yifan's face turned red, his figure retreated sharply, and cold sweat on his forehead instantly broke out. If it weren't for his tenacity, he would have cried out directly. Why is this waist so hard, fist? I'm Hades, my strength is unmatched.
It must be because I'm careless, I'm invincible.
Yifan thought angrily and attacked Chu Lingfeng again.
Bang bang bang.
Chu Lingfeng was unambiguous, although he had just obtained the Vajra technique, he did not have any martial arts. However, an ancient martial artist is an ancient martial artist, and that is an existence beyond ordinary people. Even though Yifan had already relied on his own ability to exercise his physique close to the limit of ordinary people. But he is still an ordinary person, and his strength is still worse than Chu Lingfeng. Therefore, Yifan has been suppressed and beaten by Chu Lingfeng. Soon his face was blue and swollen, and he was miserable. In the end, Chu Lingfeng even knocked Yifan to the ground and kicked him in the face. "What are you, dare to provoke me?" Being trampled under his feet by a gentleman, Yifanchi's face turned red, and his eyebrows were upside down. "Brother Feng, play well, hit hard." Seeing Yifan being unilaterally crushed, Su Yunbing was extremely happy to see it. "I just think it's the happiest thing in her life." The iceberg goddess had a bright smile on her face. While everyone present was shocked by Chu Lingfeng's strength, they all looked sideways. The iceberg beauty smiled so beautifully. At the same time, Su Yunbing's eyes looking at Chu Lingfeng were even more strange. Yifan is a Hades king, with great strength, and as a result, he was beaten like this by Chu Lingfeng. This young man is really hiding himself. She must understand Chu Lingfeng thoroughly. While Chu Lingfeng beat Yifan violently, he took the time to glance at Su Yunbing strangely. "Is this woman too deep into the play? You protect Yifan in this way." Yifan was even more helpless. "Su Yunbing, this NT woman, what kind of drama have you played so far?" "Oh, this guy turned out to be a master, and the information was wrong. I'll run away first, and I'll take revenge on this waste later." Hearing that Yifan wanted to escape, Su Yunbing was suddenly anxious. "Brother Feng, kill him. You're enough. You're enough." Yifan forcibly endured the pain, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and wanted to get rid of Chu Lingfeng's foot. However, he found that his power could not be shaken off at all. At this moment, a group of uniformed people quickly arrived at the door of the box. "Don't move!" one of the inspectors roared. "Inspectors, you've just arrived. This kid deliberately sabotaged our dinner party, and also injured the security guards and seriously injured me. You must deal with this thug fiercely." Chu Lingtian stepped on Yifan's face fiercely, and then raised his foot and said with an innocent and angry look. When the patrol came to see this scene, his eyelids twitched. "You call this serious injury to you?" Su Yunbing almost laughed out loud. She hadn't found out that Chu Lingtian was so dark and humorous. "Guys, this is a video of everything that just happened, please take a look. There is also a USB flash drive here for you to bring back." At this time, the person in charge of the Royal Court Hotel took a tablet and a USB flash drive and handed it to the inspector at the head. Chu Lingfeng naturally calculated this a long time ago. Let the person in charge get the video as soon as possible. It's about saving time. The video recording on the tablet is very complete, and the situation inside and outside the box is shot from all angles. "Ouch, it hurts me, my bones are broken. My bones are broken. Lord Inspector, he beat us badly, you have to take care of him." At this time, Huang Mao made a look at the little brother, and the group immediately began to grin and wail. Pain is really painful, but being happy is also really happy. 300,000 have arrived. Several patrols looked at Huang Mao and the others, and the corners of their mouths twitched again. "A group of you punks fought and entered the patrol room a few days ago, why did you come here as a security guard now? However, now that the other party is beaten, they will not treat them differently." Several inspectors immediately examined the injuries of these men. "Captain, these people have traces of fractures on their bodies and are seriously injured." "No, I didn't start so hard just now." Yifan, who had just stood up, suddenly felt a jump in his heart. Serious injuries are not the same as ordinary injuries. Except for the person who had just been kicked by him to the door of the box, the others were not that heavy at all. How could all these people be seriously injured by broken bones? However, he never thought that this was a set under Chu Lingfeng. In his opinion, in addition to his miscalculation of Chu Lingfeng's skills, Chu Lingfeng is still that waste. Could it be that my strength has increased recently? Su Yunbing looked at Yifan like a fool. This so-called son of luck is a fool, right? Didn't even see this conspiracy. Only then did the patrol led by the inspector finish watching the video and return the tablet to the person in charge. At the same time, his gaze towards Yifan was full of unkindness. This is the engagement banquet of the Chu family in Yangcheng, and this kid dares to come and make trouble. Boy, you broke into the hotel without permission, seriously injured the security guard, and also intended to hurt Chu Xiao. Now come with us. Chu Xiao, please take this group of security guards and also go to the inspection room with us. We need to understand the situation. The inspection led by Yifan and Chu Lingfeng had two completely different attitudes. This made Yifan very unhappy. As Hades, he had never met such a disrespectful person. He looked at Su Yunbing dissatisfied. What's going on with Su Yunbing? I acted quite well just now, and I deliberately was so close to Chu Lingfeng. Why didn't I speak at this important juncture? I'm here to shield you. With your position in Chu Waste's mind, as soon as you open your mouth to beg him, by the way, with some beauty, he can still let this group of inspectors take me away. Listening to Yifan's heart, Su Yunbing became more and more disgusted. Who is acting with you? You targeted Chu Lingfeng, and then asked me to ask Chu Lingfeng to save you. Are you worthy of being a man? Hypocrisy, disgusting, narcissistic, arrogant, vulgar. Compared with him, Chu Lingfeng is really good. She turned her head to ignore Su Yunbing and looked at Chu Lingfeng. Her eyes were a little out of focus. Hurry up and follow us, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Several inspectors immediately came to Yifan and arrested Yifan. Yifan clenched his fists, and finally decided not to resist. He doesn't have the capital to go against the other side now. What the hell is going on here? By the way, it must be Chu Lingfeng who threatened Su Yunbing too ruthlessly, and Su Yunbing did not dare to intercede in public. I should secretly find a relationship to save me in a while. He looked at Su Yunbing, and seeing that Su Yunbing did not look at him confirmed the conjecture in his heart. She doesn't look at me, this is deliberately to dissociate herself from me. Thinking of this, he sneered. Chu Lingfeng, isn't it just entering the inspection room someone will save me? Chu Lingfeng was stunned and glanced at Su Yunbing. I'll go, I also said that Su Yunbing is wrong today, and he didn't open his mouth to beg me to save Yifan. It turned out to be holding back for a while to secretly save him. Confess and be intimate with me in public, in order to protect Yifan. This book is too big. This woman is also really stubborn, and she will not change it if she is determined. Why are your two opponents so aligned in this regard? I'm going crazy. Su Yunbing was very aggrieved. I did it all, and you still don't trust me. Am I the kind of casual person? Soon, a touch of determination flashed in her eyes. She must let Chu Lingfeng know her intentions. System, the plot is over. Why hasn't the gas luck value been settled yet? When Chu Lingfeng drove to the inspection room, he asked with some doubt. Only when a plot is completely completed, the luck value obtained by the host will be settled. Because the host destroys the plot, the current plot is not completely over, so the gas luck value cannot be settled. Chu Lingfeng knew that it should be over after the inspection of the room. He glanced at the yellow fur in the back seat with a face like a mask of pain. Huang Mao, I am very satisfied with your performance today, and I will call you the money in a moment, including the medical expenses. Thank you, Chu Xiao, thank you, Chu Xiao. Huang Mao hurriedly thanked him, grinning while laughing. When I get to the inspection room in a while, do you know what to do? You know, Chu Xiao, don't worry, we will definitely bite him to death. Very good, this time in addition to the money I gave you, he also had to bleed heavily, maybe more than I gave. It's all up to Chu Xiao to give us a chance, and if there is such a good thing in the future, Chu Xiao will continue to call us, and we will definitely go to the soup and do what we want. Huang Mao said with a firm face. Soon, it was time for the inspection room. Huang Mao and the others directly grabbed Yifan and did not let go. Patrol, I definitely didn't put such a heavy hand, they must have framed me. Yifan said with an angry face. At this time, he also understood that all this revealed that something was wrong. Boy, there are all the human and material evidence, you still want to quibble, wait for the bottom of the prison to be pierced. The inspector said coldly. This time, things were handled quickly. Yifan, now you know the consequences of provoking our Chu family, right? Just because of you, you are also worthy of fighting me.
By the way, what about the person you said you were going to save you?
Chu Lingfeng walked in front of Yifan and said with a mocking face. The reason why he came here and stayed for so long was to stop Su Yunbing from finding someone to save Yifan. What he wanted was for Yifan to go to the connections arranged by his master to make a move. In other words, where did Su Yunbing come from?
Just acted so similarly, why haven't you come to save Yifan?
Su Yunbing, who had already returned home and tossed and turned on Simmons, was mad when he heard this.
I gave my first confession and first kiss, and you still doubt me.
She was very aggrieved and took out her mobile phone and directly sent a text message to Chu Lingfeng. Brother Phone, your posture in beating Yifan today is really handsome. I have nothing to do with Yifan. I misunderstood you before. I want to know you better in the future. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Putting down the phone, she blushed a little.
Today's confession, first kiss, texting. She seemed to be a little impulsive. It's not the same as she used to be.
After leaving the hotel, her parents looked at her strangely and took the initiative to care for her, asking if she was threatened. This made her even more helpless. Even her parents did not believe in herself. Of course, she knew it was too big for her sudden transformation.
However, she was really curious about Chu Lingfeng now.
The head is messy, and the mind is full of Chu Lingfeng. For her, a woman who has never been in love, she simply does not know. When a woman becomes curious about a man, it is the beginning of falling in.
Ding! Soon, the information came to Chu Lingfeng's mobile phone.
He opened his phone and took a look, all stunned. Which woman who has rejected me thousands of times said this? Could it be that she knew that she couldn't find someone who could overwhelm me, so she had to stop coming?
Quite possibly.
Su Yunbing was about to die of grievances, and this feeling of being misunderstood made her crazy. Now she finally understood the sadness of Chu Lingfeng when he pursued her.
Lingfeng, I will let you understand my heart. Su Yunbing secretly gritted his teeth and said. Although Su Yunbing behaved abnormally everywhere, he even forcibly kissed him. But Chu Lingfeng would not think that Su Yunbing had changed through this matter.
After all, the author of Hades' Return portrayed the female protagonist too ruthlessly in order to show the charm of the male protagonist. Whether Yifan is right or not, they will think that Yifan is right, think that Yifan is handsome, and only Yifan in their hearts. People like Su Yunbing, who already had a good impression of Yifan, could not be shaken. In the future, he will have to find a way to break them back. Chu Lingfeng thought in his heart, but there was a playful smile on his face. Shaking the phone screen in front of Yifan. Yifan, are you waiting for Su Yunbing to save you? But it seems that you can't look forward to it. Yifan only glanced at it, but his eyes widened. Su Yunbing's mobile phone number he had already investigated, and this was definitely not fake. This slut did not come to save himself, but sent such an intimate message to Chu Lingfeng. Slut. Today I was beaten, humiliated, framed, and backstabbed by the woman I fancy. For him, who has always had a smooth ride, it is somewhat unbearable. Anger made a trace of blood flow from the corners of his mouth. Humiliated by me, beaten by me, did not vomit blood, read a message and vomited blood. A person who is addicted to women, this kind of person is also worthy of being the son of luck. Ridiculous. Hearing Yifan vomit blood, the aggrieved Su Yunbing finally showed a smile. What a happy feeling! If Chu Lingfeng responds to himself again, it will be complete. Since Su Yunbing didn't come to save people, the next thing was for Yifan to find his master's connections. Chu Lingfeng was too lazy to stay here, instructed Huang Mao and the others, and left. Yifan looked at Chu Lingfeng's departing back, and a thick coldness flashed in his eyes. Immediately, he looked at the inspector. Inspector, I want to make a call. Ding detects that the host destroys the story level extremely perfectly, and obtains a critical hit with luck points. Plunder male protagonist luck value 1200, critical hit reward plus 500. The male protagonist Yifan's luck value was weakened by 3%, and the remaining percentage of Qi luck value was 97%. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Chu Lingfeng finally heard the cold prompt tone of the system. Perfect critical strike reward.
Chu Lingfeng smiled slightly. I didn't expect that this first shot would get a critical hit. But thanks to Su Yunbing's unconscious divine assist, it was really beautiful. The plot of this first heroine is really not a joke. One plot caused Yifan to lose 3% of his luck value. According to this meaning, when Yifan's chi luck value is lost, he can be destroyed. Then he started thinking. The plot he knows. But now he only knows Yifan, the male protagonist. Whether the other male protagonists appeared, he didn't know. If you want the male protagonist to not develop, you must always pay attention to the news of the male protagonist. He thought for a moment and decided on his next step. It is necessary to find someone well informed to help him investigate the information. And this person is also a heroine. Rose. An underground queen who owns a lot of properties in Yangcheng. The opponent's intelligence system is very powerful, not only in Yangcheng. If you want to investigate what news in Yangcheng, it is most suitable to find roses. Chu Lingfeng thought about it and did not rush to find roses. He now has more important things to do. Thinking about it, he directly opened the system mall. I searched and found a top hacking skill. Top black technology ability, let the host have the world's top hacking skills, no one can stop it. Worth 500 gas luck value. Chu Lingfeng pouted, everything is good in this system mall, but things are too expensive. In one plot, he only got 1,700 luck points. He chose to buy directly. In an instant, countless knowledge about hackers entered his mind. He smiled slightly, the reason why he bought this skill was to monitor the male protagonist. Of course, now it's just monitoring Yifan. Let the movements of the male protagonist be in his own control. He then spent another 500 luck to buy something called the True Eye. With this True Eye, he can see the information of people in this world. In this way, he will not miss any important people and lose the first opportunity. Only 700 gas luck remains. Chu Lingfeng thought about it, but kept it first. Although he can use these chi luck points to improve some realms. But not much improvement. Perhaps the ancient martial arts in this world are difficult to cultivate. Therefore, if you want to improve the realm, you will spend a little more luck. After the luck value is more or the male protagonist's realm suddenly goes up, you can consider improving the realm. After finishing these, Chu Lingfeng turned on the computer and began to operate. Remove all the virus, Trojan and other vulnerabilities of the computer to ensure that no one can break into his computer. By the way, crack the background of several favorite websites. Then he began to look for Yifan's mobile phone and other electronic products, invading. It took some time for Chu Lingfeng to finish the set. This is just back at the villa. Looking at the light point on the screen displayed in the Yangcheng East Lake Villa area, Chu Lingfeng smiled. I don't know how Hades, who has been in the patrol room for more than 10 hours, feels. At this moment, his mobile phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Chu Tianchang. Dad, what's the matter? You come to the company, hand it over, and the Lingfeng group will belong to you in the future. You exercise well, don't be stressed, even if the company goes bankrupt. Chu Tianchang said with a smile, listening to it in a very good mood. The tone also carried the pampering of Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng Yile. Go belly up. That's impossible. After getting the Lingfeng group, the next time is for him to show his strength. Okay, Dad, I'll pass. Chu Lingfeng agreed, and left his villa and went to the Lingfeng group. The handover procedure is very simple, that is, to hand over Chu Tiancheng's shares in Lingfeng group to Chu Lingfeng. Then he introduced some shareholders and executives of the company to Chu Lingfeng. East Lake Villa area. Yifan, who returned to the villa, was wrapped in bandages on his hands and looked embarrassed. In the past 10 hours in the inspection room, he did not sleep at all, and he was not even allowed to drink saliva. In order to get rid of the entanglement of Huang Mao and others, he took out 3 million before sending this group of people. And that's not what he's most angry about. The most angry thing is that he has just returned to China, and he used the great favor that Master prepared for him once. And, touching his aching fist, his eyes widened. As the king of Hades, he is unrivaled overseas.
As a result, he just returned to Yanhuan country. Being beaten like this by a piece of waste was tantamount to a great shame for him. Why does this waste have such great strength?
Could it be that he is an ancient martial artist? A series of questions filled his mind.
However, he didn't have time to think about it now, he had to sleep and recover.
In the evening, I have to go to pick up a girl.
After dealing with the company's handover, Chu Lingfeng became familiar with the company's business again.
The main business of Lingfeng Group involves three industries: jewelry, real estate, and finance.
The market value is 45 billion yuan, and Chu Lingfeng alone occupies 67% of the equity. Taking out this kind of company to let his son play is enough to see the strength of the Chu family, as well as Chu Tianqing's high hopes for his son. Lingfeng, do a good job. Your mother and I will go back to the provincial city first, Chu Tianqing said with a smile. You smelly boy has nothing to do to go to the provincial city to see me, don't always want to chase women,
Chu Lingfeng's mother Suzhen said with some reproach.
Don't worry, parents, I'll visit you when I have time, Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Because the focus of the Chu family has been placed in the provincial capital, Chu Tianqing and his wife are generally busy in the provincial capital. After a day, Chu Lingfeng had completely adapted to his role.
Seeing them leave, Chu Lingfeng looked at his watch. It's still early, let's have some food before going to catch up with the script.
The reason why he did not contact Rose directly.
It's because there is a plot of roses tonight.
The day after Yifan returned to China, he went to the bar where Rose often went to hook up with Rose and get Rose's favor. And he naturally wanted to strangle this matter in the cradle. Su Yinbing's affection for Yifan was something before he crossed over, and he couldn't stop it.
This will never happen in the future.
Thinking about it, he ate a meal without hurry, and then walked towards the night bar in Yangcheng. It was only 9 o'clock when he arrived at the night bar, and it was not yet the busiest time for the bar.
The lights are flickering and the music is soft.
The male protagonist and the female protagonist have not yet arrived. Chu Lingfeng sat in the shadow in the corner, waiting for their arrival. Soon after, Yifan, who had a bandage on his hand, came to the bar. He glanced around and saw that there were no beautiful women, so he went to the bar and asked for a drink. The eyes looked at the wine, and the face was deep. It's all like this dog, and you can still pretend to be so forced, obey. Chu Lingtian pouted, looking disdainful. At this moment, a woman with long hair and a shawl and exquisite makeup walked into the bar. The woman has excellent appearance and excellent temperament, of course, the most eye-catching thing is the figure. In an instant, the eyes of countless people were attracted to her. But soon, the men bowed their heads. Chu Lingtian scanned it with his true eyes.
Heroine. Name, Yinchinga, nicknamed Rose. Age, 29.
Identity, ancient family, Yin family, underground queen of Yangcheng.
Appearance, 99. Stature, 100.
Rose's figure is really perfect.
Yifan just doesn't want to complete the task, I'm afraid he will have to attack her.
Look at Yifan's pig brother now, like the two fools who have never seen a woman, saliva is about to come out, right?
However, as the underground queen of Yangcheng, few people dare to provoke her.
But this woman likes to be passive and has serious masochistic tendencies. If Yifan takes the initiative to talk, it will make her interested. Next, Yifan will use his usual words to attract this woman, and then offer to send her home. However, Rose eventually rejected Yifan's offer and left the bar alone. Unexpectedly, in a remote alley, I ran into a group of punks to tease. Then he was saved by Yifan's hero who followed behind, and his feelings were secret. This plot is particularly outrageous, and it is all bridges that the dog author forcibly let them use together. Rose has kung fu in her, and there is always a prefecture-level master of the Yin family by her side to protect her. How is it possible to be afraid of a bunch of punks? As a result, Rose let Yifan make a move. Finally developed a good impression of Yifan. Rose, who was walking gracefully forward, heard this, and her proud smile suddenly froze. Since yesterday, the voice of a person's heart began to ring in her mind, and it lingered. Well informed, she only knew after a moment of analysis that this voice was Chu Lingfeng's.
She made the decision to see what would follow.
Now, hearing Chu Lingfeng's heart again, she was just unhappy in her heart.
Masochistic tendencies. You Chu Lingfeng lacks great virtue. You have masochistic tendencies.
I am the underground queen of Yangcheng, and I am the woman who controls everything.
How can there be that disgusting personality?
Whoever dares to abuse her, she will definitely make the other party live worse than death. However, when he heard Chu Lingfeng's words say about her bodyguard, Gulao, and the Yin family,
she was stunned. Even the people of Yangcheng did not know about Gulao's existence.
I wouldn't even know that she and Gulao were both from the Yin family.
Why would Chu Lingfeng know? Could it be that this man really knows everything?
At the same time, she also had a trace of doubt. Why do you feel that Chu Lingfeng's heart is a little wrong?
Some words are separated by words, as if they are blocked. Countless doubts filled her mind.
Gee, I don't know how this Rose's figure grows, and it's even more domineering than the young women I used to play with overseas marriages. Even if there is no master's task, I have to find a way to get her.
Let a high cold royal sister kneel on the ground, look up at me, please me, how cool. It's just tonight, you must take her.
Hearing Yifan's heart, Rose felt a wave of nausea in her heart. Although she had not seen Yifan. But by guessing, she knew that this was probably Yifan's voice.
A young woman married overseas.
This man really doesn't have any temperance at all.
Even this kind of derailment can be done. It's so disgusting.
Immediately, I was stunned. Could it be that both of them were in the bar?
By the way, it must be so.
Thinking that Yifan was looking at her, she felt uncomfortable.
And Chu Lingfeng got up directly and walked towards the rose.
At the same time, Yifan also got up impatiently and walked towards the rose with a wine glass.
Rose, I'm Chu Lingfeng, I want to talk to you about a business. Chu Lingfeng's speed was a little faster than Yifan, and said,
how can you encounter this waste anywhere?
It actually gave him a head start.
But it's okay, with my charm, even if I am one step behind, I can't lose to him. Besides, I still have his handle.
Beauty, long night, let's talk about life while drinking.
Yifan walked to the other side, smiled evilly, raised his eyebrows, and said, who are these two people who dare to drink with Sister Rose? Sister Rose is a big man in Yangcheng, dare to pick her up, isn't this looking for death? Chu Lingfeng, isn't that the ultimate licking dog of our Yang city? If you don't pursue Su Yunbing, how can you pursue Sister Rose?
Maybe tired of licking, right?
Be quiet, Chu Xiao wants to kill you, a matter of minutes. The Rose was accosted, and countless people were shocked and whispered. Especially one of them, Chu Lingfeng, a Yangcheng figure, shocked everyone present. And Rose has confirmed the identities of both parties through her heart.
Thinking of Yifan's purpose described in Chu Lingfeng's heart,
she naturally refused Yifan. It was Chu Lingfeng, who was known as the ultimate licking dog in Yangcheng. She was full of curiosity. What is the purpose of this so-called gentleman who has endured all these years and even hesitated to bear a bad name?
Can't you just kill Yifan directly? Maybe it's all on the word luck. Business.
Then she really wants to listen. Thinking about this, she smiled coquettishly. I don't know what business Chu Xiao wants to talk to me about. Chu Lingfeng smiled in his heart. It seems that it is right not to let the Rose be the first to contact Yifan. In this way, the influence of Yifan's son of luck will be weakened.
However, roses are worthy of being roses, and every smile is feminine.
It's not very convenient to talk here, let's go to the box upstairs to talk.
Okay, then let's go.
Rose smiled slightly. From beginning to end, Chu Lingfeng and Rose didn't seem to see Yifan, and directly ignored him. Yifan, who was ignored, was already stunned. He didn't expect that Rose would refuse his invitation and choose Chu Lingfeng.
What's going on with your own charm? Talking about business.
Shit. Where do you come to the bar to talk about business?
Well, it seems that I underestimated this waste. In addition to licking, I would even use this way to pick up girls.
But this beauty, Chu Lingfeng's trick is clearly a pickup trick, don't fall for him.
He has been pursuing Su Yunbing, and he is a scumbag. Yi Fan spoke up. The roses all smiled.
This man is really shameless. What you think in your heart is so disgusting, you are even embarrassed to talk about others.
Yi Fan, haven't you been beaten enough? Want to spend the night in the inspection room?
Chu Lingfeng then looked at Yi Fan and said with a sneer. Yi Fan was angry in his heart.
Can't beat Chu Lingfeng, this is the thing he is most angry about.
What are you? Does it matter to you who my roses like? Hurry up, or don't blame me for being unkind.
Rose is worthy of being the queen of the underground, and an indifferent temperament is instantly radiated.
Yi Fan clenched his fists fiercely.
This stinky woman dares to let me go.
Sooner or later, there will be times when you regret it. When the time comes, I will make you kneel down and sing conquest. When Rose heard this, she already had killing intent in her heart. If it weren't for the follow-up development, she would definitely let Gu Lao directly kill Yi Fan.
Xu Xiao, let's go talk about business. Rose Mei smiled and looked at Chu Lingfeng. The speed of changing his face made Chu Lingfeng smack.
It even made Yi Fan's heart burst.
This Chu Lingfeng broke him for 2 days in a row.
This man must die.
Rose, this big sister is good, beautiful and attractive, can be handled.
Look at Yi Fan, the son of luck, who is about to breathe fire, happy.
Rose glanced at Chu Lingfeng. Big sister. Sure enough, men are the same.
However, when these words came out of Chu Lingfeng, she was not disgusted. On the contrary, some feel useful. Thinking about it, she also deliberately straightened her back.
The two turned and walked to the box upstairs. Lu Yifan had a green face in the original subway. Lu's face.
It's not a shame to be rejected for a bar pickup, but it's a shame to be compared to a waste. Eileen, Sister Rose actually wants to go to the private room with Chu Lingfeng.
Chu Lingfeng is going to go directly to the base. Oh goddess of my dreams.
Xu Xiao, who didn't lick the dog properly, actually took down Sister Rose as soon as he made a move.
Nyobi.
In other words, do you look like a dog named Yi Fan? Ha ha ha, it's not scary to be rejected for pickup, I'm afraid that I'll be scolded in my face. Xu Xiao, what business do you want to talk to me about, or did you deliberately lure me in the name of talking about business? In the box, Rose sat elegantly and asked with a coquettish face. There was also a hint of obvious charm in his eyes.
Does this count as hookup? Rose's personality is not like this. Only after liking a person and then unlocking the masochistic physique will it become like this.
Forget it, she is older than she is reasonable.
Chu Lingfeng was a little confused. Something is wrong. Can you stop mentioning masochistic physique? Rose's face froze and said unpleasantly. However, I found that I couldn't make a sound at all.
She instantly understood that she could not express Chu Lingfeng's heart in words. Chu Lingfeng smiled and said, "It's not a big deal, I just want you to help me investigate a few people.
As long as these people appear in Yangcheng, notify me, and then follow their whereabouts. The price is easy to say."
This matter is simple, Xu Xiao said the names of these people.
Rose was stunned for a moment, not understanding Chu Lingfeng's intentions, but still said.
With her strength in Yangcheng, it is not easy to investigate people. Qin Chang, 1 meter 8 meters tall, dressed rustic, white complexion, often wearing black cloth shoes, good at medical skills. Jiang Chen, 1 meter 8 meters tall, a high school student, from Jiangcheng County, came to Yangcheng to study. Chu Lingfeng directly reported the names and characteristics of several male protagonists in this fusion novel world. As long as Rose helps pay attention, then he can grasp the actions of these male protagonists at any time.
Rose was even more confused. Who are these people?
Barefoot doctors, students. Why does it sound less reliable than the other? Suddenly, she was shocked in her heart, remembering what Chu Lingfeng said about the son of luck. Could it be that these people are all children of luck?
If that's the case, that's understandable.
At the same time, even if she was as powerful as her, she suddenly felt a heart palpitation. The world seemed far less peaceful than she had imagined. Especially for her, someone who is familiar with the dark side of this world. Overseas Hades Hall Hades, countless wealth and powerful strength.
Although the remaining few people sound unacceptable, as the children of luck, they must have their own opportunities and strength. Okay, Xu Xiao, this matter is easy to handle. You still send me the information of these people in a while, and I will let my subordinates do it. After a moment of thought, Rose said. Yes, what about the price? Free. Chu Lingfeng was confused again, but he knew that the price of buying news from roses was relatively high. However, the news of roses will be very secure, which is why many people still buy news when the price of roses is high. This was free, and it caught Chu Lingfeng off guard. Miss Rose, are you sure it's free? Chu Lingfeng asked. Of course it's free, but Xu Xiao owes me a favor. How? Rose said with a smile. Human favor. Could it be that I will go back to the Yin family with her in the future and take back everything that belongs to her? Re-entering the Yin family. This is possible. After all, this is also Yifan's plan. It is also the method I plan to plunder luck, and this is easy to do. In this case, it is also my honor to be able to owe such a beautiful woman as Miss Rose. Chu Lingfeng smiled lightly. Rose was horrified and inexplicable. Does Chu Lingfeng already know everything about himself? Who is this man divine? Her eyes looking at Chu Lingfeng became even deeper. It seems that she has to take the initiative. Thinking about it, her expression became more and more charming. Xu Xiao, as Miss Su's suitor, so asked me to come to the box alone, not afraid of being passed on, which makes Miss Su unhappy. Rose asked knowingly. Su Yunbing probably wishes I would like to find another woman. Of course, don't be afraid, I have already talked to her, and I will not pester her in the future. Xu Lingfeng shook his head and said. Is that so? In fact, Xu Xiao is less golden, and according to my news, it is not bad to know that Xu Xiao is strong. A man like you, I don't know how many women like it. Saying that, Rose gave Chu Lingfeng a wink. Sure enough, this woman is called a fairy, and it is not unreasonable. But tempt me, this level is not enough. Chu Lingfeng knew Rose's character too well, and smiled faintly. Miss Rose is right, didn't I figure it out too? Rose suddenly felt a little frustrated. Although there is no her among the 3 golden flowers in Yangchang. However, this is because of the problem of status. She is extremely confident in her appearance and figure. Even compared with Su Yunbing, she was absolutely equal. You know, when she first came to Yanchang, there were countless brothers who pursued her. It's just that after knowing her strength later, no one dared to chase her. As a result, now for the first time, he took the initiative to seduce a man. The other party actually said that his level was not enough. In the future, who dares to say that Chu Lingfeng is a waste? She is the first to not believe it. However, it also aroused her competitiveness and playfulness. Today, she is going to have a good fight with Su Yunbing. Let Chu Lingfeng, an unfathomable person, fall under her pomegranate skirt. Prove her charm. Rose suddenly knelt on the coffee table with one leg, and her body crossed the coffee table and directly faced Chu Lingfeng. The distance between the two is only about 20 centimeters. A charming aroma suddenly came to the face. It was a nice smell of perfume mixed with femininity. Xiao Lingfeng, I am particularly interested in you and want to know you better. Let's get drunk today. Speaking of which, the rose is a wink. In the small box, the atmosphere instantly became different. Xu Lingfeng was speechless. If he hadn't known Rose's character, he would have really been confused by this woman. A superb beauty takes the initiative. That's just too much. He was a man, a powerful man. But he knew the rose was intentional. If he agreed directly, Rose would not have let him succeed. Besides, how can you be anxious when playing with women? Thinking about it, he suddenly lowered his eyebrows. Today Rose wore a crewneck t-shirt. Ahem, this action is a bit of a head, huh? The sun is so big tonight. Fortunately, only I saw it. If others see it, I won't touch it. Rose's face turned slightly red. She was actually very conservative and had never let men see this. This t-shirt actually sees nothing. But if you bend over. She gave Chu Lingfeng a roll of her eyes.
This little man is quite possessive, and he can't even let others see it. However, she didn't know what was going on today, so she made this action from above. Does it look good you're the first man to see me from this angle? A mouthful of rose fragrance blew on Shu Lingfeng's face, and his eyebrows were shy with encouragement.
Can't stand it.
If it wasn't for a while, it would have to be stopped. Yifan heroically saved the beauty. Prevent him from beating up the punks who harass you.
I don't mind getting drunk with you.
I don't even mind going to the hotel to discuss life with you. Wouldn't I be honored then? Actually, I also want to get drunk with Miss Rose. But I still have some things to deal with in a while, so I won't drink.
I drink and don't drive, I'm a law-abiding citizen.
Miss Rose, remember to help me investigate those people, I owe you a favor. Chu Lingfeng raised his eyelids, his face was still very indifferent, and he was not shy at all because of his actions just now.
With that, he got up and walked outside.
There is not the slightest nostalgia.
Rose snorted coldly and pouted.
This man is so annoying that he did it all himself, and he was not moved in the slightest.
But is it really a funny little man, sitting still?
Rose's beautiful eyes flashed. Immediately, he recalled Chu Lingfeng's voice just now. She frowned, and her heart became more and more disgusting. Yifan actually found a group of punks to deliberately harass her, and then came to a hero to save the beauty.
Because Chu Lingtian's heart voice will block some words.
Therefore, the news received by Rose was the punk Yifan was looking for. She snorted coldly. This man really he can do kung fu, and he also has the protection of Gulao. Will you be afraid of a bunch of punks? She thought for a moment, then suddenly smiled.
Directly picked up the phone and called Gulao.
When she finished calling, she suddenly wanted to drink.
Took a solo drink.
She was stunned for a moment. How did she feel that today's glass of wine was down, and the whole person was so drunk? She staggered out of the box. I'll go, Sister Rose's face is so red, she won't have anything to do with Chu Xiao, right? Drunk by Chu Xiao, and then... No, my dream lover, just gave it to Chu Lingfeng so easily.
Chu Lingfeng, how attractive is this? My heart is bleeding.
Because Rose has come to the night bar countless times, many people know her. But this was the first time she had entered the box, still with a man.
Many people present began to think cranky.
And Yifan, who was drinking alcohol on the side, was also looking at the box. Hearing everyone's words, he hurriedly took a closer look. Then, he just let go of his heart. The rose is still finished. It's just that he hates Chu Lingfeng more and more. If he didn't die and couldn't defeat Chu Lingfeng now, he would consider assassinating Chu Lingfeng. Rose left the bar dizzily, her mind beginning to drift up. There is only one way back to her villa from the night bar. And as soon as she left for a moment, Yifan walked out of the bar and followed Rose from afar. Looking at this woman's steps, she obviously drank too much. What a chance! Yifan thought about it, and he quickened his pace. And because of the distance from Yifan, Rose did not hear Yifan's heart. At the same time, Chu Lingfeng had already changed into a set of prepared clothes and waited for the plot point. A dark alley. Seeing the rose swaying over, he smiled slightly. The system is still very reliable, and the plot is not off track. He turned his head to look to the other side, and a group of punks with alcohol walked over. Then, the two conveniently bumped in. Ouch, Big Beauty, accompany your brothers to sing. Groove such a superb woman, ha 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 boss, we're comfortable tonight. Big Beauty, let's go, brothers hurt you. A group of drunken gangsters spoke out without any scruples. The data is extremely poor, please tip.
In the original, Rose is indeed because she drank wine and couldn't do it. She originally wanted to let her protector Gulao make a move. As a result, Yifan appeared first. In the original work, Yifan did not know the existence of Gulao at this time. And Rose had already become a little interested in Yifan, and seeing him come forward, she didn't let Gulao come out. Then Yifan naturally beat up this group of punks violently and pretended to force him in front of Rose. In the darkness, Chu Lingfeng suddenly smiled secretly. Today, young Master Ben not only wants to prevent Yifan from saving the beauty, I'm going to beat him up again.
Then I flicked my sleeves and hid my merit and fame. He got up and walked a few steps, mixing in with the group of punks. This group of punks had already drunk too much, and they didn't find an extra one at all.
No, it should be 2 people. Because at the moment when Chu Lingfeng mixed into this group of punks, another person mixed into this group of punks from another direction. And Chu Lingfeng didn't find out.
The main thing is that it is dark, plus there are many punks.
Chu Lingfeng and that person were tightly wrapped, and they couldn't see their true colors at all.
Encountering this group of gangsters, Rose's drunkenness suddenly sobered up. When she heard Chu Lingfeng's words, she smiled playfully.
Brush your sleeves and hide your merits and fame. Really, what this girl let you see for nothing today?
Seeing that Rose didn't speak, the group of punks thought they were frightened by them, and their faces showed evil colors.
Great beauty, don't be afraid, we are not bad people.
Yes, we are Lei Feng, specially to help you, such a big beauty. Come on, throw yourself into your brother's arms and let your brother hurt you well. A group of people spoke up again, and the language was difficult to hear. A killing intent flashed in Rose's eyes. As the underground queen of Yangchang, she certainly has a temper. Especially in her opinion, this group of punks was found by Yi Fan. It made her hate the house and Wu. I didn't expect this group of people to come in such a timely manner. I'm worried that I can't show my strength. This time, Rose will definitely worship my skills. Yi Fan, who was not far away, was overjoyed when he saw this scene. Really sleepy to send pillows. He was wondering what reason to approach the Rose.
The timing couldn't have been better.
He rushed in front of the group of gangsters in the blink of an eye at a very fast speed, and blocked Rose with an angry face.
You social scum actually molested women on the street and looked for death.
Yi Fan first sang a high note, and then looked at the Rose. Miss Rose, you don't have to be afraid, it's just a bunch of garbage, I can kill them with one hand.
Cool, this time I can finally pretend to be forced in front of Rose. Heroes save beauty, gee, what woman can resist?
Rose sneered in her heart. Sure enough, it was the person he found, and this one was inferior. This kind of person, in order to pick up girls, really do everything to the extreme, and his character is bad to the extreme.
Of course I'm not afraid, it's not me who gets beaten anyway.
Rose said lightly. Seeing Rose's attitude, Yi Fan was slightly stunned. It feels wrong.
It's a little too calm.
And the speech is a little yin and yang strange.
Immediately he didn't want to. Is it because of my appearance that Rose feels secure?
Very good, as long as a woman has a sense of security, then the rest will be easy to do.
Rose, I'm going to decide, God can't stop it.
Rose is a little speechless, this person's brain tonic ability is extremely strong. Boy, how dare you destroy the good deeds of the masters, you are dead.
Kill him.
No, I don't know where Xiao San came from, I must beat him hard. A group of punks were indignant. Brothers, give I'm on. The boss shook his body and stammered and roared. Suddenly, a group of punks rushed towards Yi Fan. However, Chu Lingfeng and the person who mixed in were at the back and did not step forward. Gangsters are also divided into good and bad. This kind of gangster who teases women is not a good thing.
Let Yi Fan clean up first, and then talk about it.
Yi Fan smiled coldly and rushed towards the crowd.
Bang bang bang.
Yi Fan, as the king of Hades, is actually quite good.
Another intact fist, a one-punch punk.
Soon, he beat all the punks in front.
Miss Rose, I said, you don't have to. Bang.
Yi Fan looked at the Rose very stinky, but found that the Rose pointed in front of him. He said as he turned his head to look. Then he saw a fist already coming to his eyes. He didn't even have a chance to dodge before he was hit in the face by this fist.
Blood instantly appeared from the nose. The whole person was stunned.
He hurriedly dodged away, and then fought with Chu Lingfeng and another person.
However, how can he be an opponent?
What followed was a one-sided beating. Directly pressed Yi Fan to the ground with a hammer, and by the way, he also fractured his other fist. Groove, why is there such a master in such a group of gangsters?
This is not normal. Why can't I even beat the punks?
Yi Fan was angry and wanted to vomit blood.
Shu Lingfeng felt that his mind couldn't turn around.
I'm not right, where did this buddy come from? Why is this skill so terrifying?
I think it's better than Yi Fan.
Rose smiled happily, and then there was something surprising to you.
Ha ha ha, good brothers, well done.
Ba why, dog things, dare to stop lousy from finding women and looking for death. The boss behind saw Yi Fan being beaten violently, and immediately laughed very coolly. I'll have to investigate later, who is this person who beat Yi Fan with me?
Something is wrong, there must be something wrong with this person.
Shu Lingfeng hit Yi Fan while looking at the people on the side, thinking in his heart. Although he has real eyes, this thing must see the other party's face. The other party covered it so tightly, he really couldn't use his true eye.
Drip woo drip woo drip woo.
At this moment, a bell of the patrol car suddenly sounded not far away. This is naturally the person who Rose has arranged long ago to beat the demon spirit. The gangster boss was suddenly shocked, people like them were most afraid of patrolling. Not to mention that this time they took the initiative to tease women.
Brothers, the wind is tight.
A group of punks jumped up from the ground like crazy, crowding people and chaotically running after the boss. And Shu Lingfeng just wanted to turn around, and the mask and hat didn't know who directly ripped it off. I'll go, really it's a gangster, there is no public morality at all, actually pulled my mask and hat. Shu Lingfeng scolded, turned around and was about to escape. In fact, he considered staying, so that he could not only abuse Yi Fan, but also heroically save the beauty. However, such a method is too low-end, and he disdains to use it. Even if he is interested in roses, he must conquer this woman by honest means. Therefore, as soon as he turned around, he also had to run with the gangsters.
Shu Lingfeng.
However, as soon as he was about to run, he was recognized by Yi Fan, who was lying right under his feet. He trembled with anger. It's this dead waste again. Dare to spoil my good deeds.
I must kill you.
Xiao Lingfeng, how do you pretend to be a gangster here? It was at this moment that Rose had already walked to Shu Lingfeng's side, and asked in great surprise. Ahem, I just saw that this Yi Fan pretended to be unpleasant, and bumped me again at the bar, wanting to beat him up. Shu Lingfeng quickly regained his calm and said with a smile.
Is that so?
Rose tilted her head and asked curiously.
Shu Lingfeng, you have angered me 3 or 4 times, you are dead.
Yi Fan said in a cold voice unwillingly.
Bang!
Shu Lingfeng directly kicked Yi Fan out for several meters. You are a trash, what else will you do except pretend wanna go against me, you don't deserve it. Treating Yi Fan, Shu Lingfeng naturally had nothing to say, and it was right to fight.
Stop.
At this moment, a bunch of patrols with flashlights rushed over from a distance. I happened to see the scene of Chu Lingtian kicking Yi Fan away. When they arrived at the scene suddenly fell silent. All patrols froze.
That's right, the inspections that came today are still the inspections that came yesterday.
Seeing this scene like yesterday's reproduction, they were all a little confused. Their first reaction was that the two of them made a move to rob the woman. It's just that this time there was a different heroine, and Su Yunbing turned into a Rose. As the queen of the underground, Rose is naturally known to this group of patrols. These two people are quite careful.
Change one a day. Ahem Chu Xiao, this what's going on?
The inspector led by him reacted and asked a little confused.
Groove, there you have it.
Today, I must let Chu Lingfeng also feel the suffering I suffered yesterday.
Let you spend a good night in the patrol room.
Everyone, just now this Chu Lingfeng led a group of gangsters to want to thin Miss Rose. When I saw this situation, I immediately took the initiative to save Miss Rose, but I was beaten like this by Chu Lingfeng. You must punish this scoundrel severely. Yi Fan hurriedly spoke up, for fear that Chu Lingfeng would run away. The patrol led by him suddenly frowned. They really heard that there were gangsters and women who hurried over. Who called the police? What's going on? The inspection headed by Yi Fan originally had no good impression of Yi Fan, and it was naturally impossible to listen to his side of the story.
Inspector, what I said is true, if you don't believe it, you can ask Miss Rose. If you want to shield Chu Lingfeng, I will definitely complain about you. Yi Fan was furious.
Why, these dogs look at people low, they dare not believe my words.
When I develop in Yancheng, I will definitely not let you go. The patrol at the head frowned.
Although he didn't think much of Yi Fan did have some skills. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to get out of the inspection room in one night. He looked at Rose. Miss Rose, is what he said true? Patrol, it was the police I called. I was indeed molested by a group of gangsters. At this time, the Rose finally spoke up.
Ha! In an instant, all the inspectors looked at Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng is so tasteless.
Coming out with gangsters to tease women.
Moreover, who are you teasing badly? Do you have to tease this underground queen, don't want to live? Chu Lingfeng was indifferent. Can I be afraid even if I really tease her? Do you have proof?
Rose smiled, this man is not in trouble. Then she spoke up again, but her words made the scene quiet again. However, it was this person named Yi Fan who brought a group of gangsters to harass me.
Then Chu Lingfeng came over and saved me, Rose said.
Then, she looked at Chu Lingfeng with a coquettish smile. Thank you, Xiao Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng was stunned at first, and then smiled.
Open your eyes and say nonsense, it's pretty. This divine assist is beautiful. Yi Fan is finished this time.
It seems that contacting these women before the children of luck contact them can minimize the influence of the children of luck. In the future, I still have to contact these women early. Rose first snickered in her heart, then pouted.
This kid is really a big turnip. Poof.
Yi Fan, who was lying on the ground, heard this. Ben's anger that had been beaten by Chu Lingfeng again rose again, and his whole head was about to explode.
A mouthful of old blood spurted out. Rose, this. Lao Tzu worked hard to save you, why are you selling me now? Cuckold me in my face, I'll remember it for you. When I get you, I'll abuse you well. Rose sneered. This kind of dead man, before he does, sees himself as his woman, disgusting to death. This girl is the woman you can't get in your life. It's still Chu Lingfeng, sitting still.
The two men compared each other and judged.
Fellow inspectors, Miss Rose is drunk, she must be talking drunk. Besides, you have to show evidence. Yi Fan didn't want to enter the inspection room again.
In particular, if he asked for favors again, he would lose too much. There is a Rose at the bottom, plus Yi Fan committed a crime yesterday. The inspector led by him had basically believed Yi Fan's words. It's just that they do need some facts to get things done. Everyone, I walked here from the night bar, there should be monitoring all the way, right? You can look into it. This Yi Fan was also in the night bar just now, and I suspect that as soon as I come out, he will follow me. Rose said with an indifferent look. Groove you're such I. Rose's voice fell, and Yi Fan quickly glanced at this small alley.
No monitoring. However, there is a lot of monitoring along the way.
Yi Fan was about to go crazy. These surveillances are connected, doesn't that confirm the evidence that he is following the Rose with bad intentions?
He has bitterness in his heart and can't say it. Patrols.
You shut up. The inspection led by Yi Fan interrupted Yi Fan's words. Chu Xiao, Miss Rose, please come with us to the inspection room to help us inquire about this matter.
Come, take the Yi Fan away from me. A group of people came to the inspection room again.
Soon, surveillance from night bars to alleys was brought up. Yi Fan, now that there is human evidence and material evidence, it clearly proves that you have been following Miss Rose with bad intentions. Yesterday I let you out, but I didn't expect you to commit another crime today, and this time you definitely didn't go out so easily. The leading inspector said with a look of disgust. Yi Fan, chasing women actually plays this kind of inferior means, you are really a trash. Chu Lingfeng said sarcastically, then turned around and left the inspection room.
Yi Fan, you'd better stay away from me in the future, don't let me see you, disgusting. Xiao Lingfeng, wait for my sister. Rose also mended the knife, turned around and left with Chu Lingfeng. Yi Fan clenched his fists fiercely, angry. I have been in Yangqing for 2 days and entered the inspection room twice.
They were all backstabbed by women they valued.
This made him, the invincible Hades, angry. Patrol, I'm going to make a call. Outside the patrol room. Xiao Lingfeng, why are you walking so fast? Rose caught up with Chu Lingfeng and asked with a complaining face.
If there is a problem with this Rose, I have to ask her. Chu Lingfeng smiled and said, Miss Rose, why did you frame Yifan today? Of course, I don't like him. If it weren't for this incident, I would have found someone to teach him a lesson. What my Rose hates the most is this kind of ignorant man. Besides, I don't need him to save me at all. Rose said with a thick disgust on her face. Chu Lingfeng took a closer look at the Rose and found that her expression was not fake. It was clearly a disgust that came out of the depths of my heart. It seems that as long as the son of luck is robbed of the first influence on these women, then the mentality of these women will change. Is it that now Rose has imprinted me in her heart? That is, I replaced the son of luck and influenced the Rose. It is possible. Rose was stunned. There were so many things going on tonight, she really hadn't thought about it. But now after Chu Lingfeng's reminder, she was suddenly shocked. This man has carved a mark in his heart. She couldn't tell. But then she stopped thinking about it. She is a free-spirited person, and everything is just fine. Moreover, she felt that Chu Lingfeng, a little man, was very good and interesting. It made her very interested to find out. Rose approached Chu Lingfeng and blew lightly in his ear. His tone was extremely charming. Xiao Lingfeng, don't talk about Yifan's discouraged person. You haven't told me yet. Why are you pretending to be a gangster?
Are you trying to harass me? Actually, you want to harass me, you don't need to secretly, or else, go to my house today.
Hemp. Ears are numb, heads are numb, and the whole body is numb.
Chu Lingfeng's goosebumps all came out, and he gave a chill. Leprechaun, this is definitely a leprechaun. But really, when I am an ignorant teenager. This little trick, the level is not enough.
Miss Rose, don't joke, I still have something to do and leave first.
Chu Lingfeng smiled slightly and said.
You can joke and tease with women, but you can't mess with your mind. When the mind is confused, it is easy to enter the control of the woman. The man falls into passivity.
To be passive means to lick. That's not his style. Rose pouted. Somewhat unpleasant.
She broke through her usual attitude towards men this time, and as a result, this man was unmoved. Even the voice of the heart has not been shaken.
This man is really annoying, can't you perfunctory me?
This made her feel a little frustrated. Competitive, she decided to continue to work hard and make sure that this little man fell in love with her, and then she taught him a good lesson. Dare to say that I have a masochistic constitution, see how I abused you then. However, the only thing that comforted her was that the little man said that he was a leprechaun. This should be praising me, right? You still have taste. At this moment, an old man quickly came to her side.
Elder Gu, how is Chu Lingfeng's strength? Rose looked at the old man and asked.
This person is the bodyguard who has always protected her, and it can also be said that she is her subordinate.
He is an ancient martial artist in the early yellow level. Gu Lao said without fluctuation. But Rose's are pupil miniatures. Chu Lingtian turned out to be an ancient martial artist. This was something she hadn't expected.
After all, Chu Lingfeng's reputation in Yangcheng over the years was extremely high. Of course, it was not a good reputation.
Moreover, she also has Chu Lingfeng's information, and the Chu family does not have an ancient martial arts background. When did he learn ancient martial arts? It's incredible.
This man is really too hidden. Her interest in Chu Lingfeng became even stronger. Immediately, her face froze slightly, and she thought of her own life.
Can't help but sigh slightly. Su family villa, Su Yinbing lost sleep again.
In the past, Chu Lingfeng was like clocking in at work, and he would come to her company every day. At that time, she felt disgusting.
But today Chu Lingfeng did not come, but she became lost.
I always feel that this man is getting farther and farther away from him. Especially at night, after hearing that Chu Lingfeng was with Rose, she felt even more uncomfortable in her heart.
How could this woman be like this? Unexpectedly so bluntly seducing Chu Lingfeng. Shouldn't women be reserved? She was afraid that Chu Lingfeng would really be taken away by the rose. She regretted it. The heart hurts. When Chu Lingfeng came to find her, she had already felt the other party's kindness to her with her heart. Instead of denying him with your own mind. Suddenly, her eyes suddenly became firm. Shisu Yunbing will not lose to other women. Chu Lingfeng, who returned home, reviewed today's situation. Today, Yi Fan was sent to the inspection room again, which made him very satisfied. This Rose's assist is indeed beautiful. As for the other person who beat Yi Fan, he would have time to investigate again. Then he went to sleep. Ding detects that the host destroys the story level extremely perfectly, and obtains a critical hit with luck points. Plunder male protagonist luck value 1200, critical hit reward plus 500. The male protagonist Yi Fan's luck value was weakened by 3%, and the remaining percentage of Chi luck value was 94%. 6 o'clock the next morning. The icy voice of the system sounded. Chu Lingfeng also opened his eyes. Sure enough, it was a perfection destruction. Very good. He immediately turned on the computer, entered Yi Fan's mobile phone again, and directly operated to open the front camera of Yi Fan's mobile phone. His hair is messy, his beard is stubborn, his eyes are blank, his nose is blue and his face is swollen, and he looks like a homeless man. A look of resentment and anger. Gasping while typing. No way, both hands were broken. This is Yi Fan's tenacity, and ordinary people are estimated to have said goodbye to mobile phones long ago. Chu Lingfeng was going to die happy. This miserable picture, what shit is Hades? Then he directly checked Yi Fan's chat history. Master, apprentice, how is the progress in Yangchang? Yi Fan, Master, I'm in some trouble and want to improve my strength. Master, it's still a little early, when you get those 5 women, I'll help you improve your strength. Yi Fan, there is a trash named Chu Lingfeng, his strength is higher than mine, if I don't improve my strength, I can't get those 5 women. Then a phone called. It was Yi Fan's master who called. Yi Fan's master inquired about Yi Fan's situation. Yi Fan explained the situation of the past 2 days in detail, and he knew everything about his mentor. On the other end of the phone, Yi Fan's master pondered for a long time, and finally spoke up. Okay, then I'll send someone to send you the Tianyang technique, you improve your strength as soon as possible, and you will heal your injuries first in the next few days. Thank you, master. Yi Fan was overjoyed, with a tremor in his voice. Tianyang technique, that was a supreme technique, even better than the exercises cultivated by his master. Chu Lingfeng, dare to go against my Hades. When I cultivate the Tianyang technique, see how I can kill you. A thick killing intent flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Kill me by you as it matched. Chu Lingfeng smiled coldly with a look of disdain. Turning his face, he immediately said to the system, immediately raise my realm to the middle of the yellow level. I have to guard against it. The Tianyang technique that Yi Fan practiced was not an ancient martial arts technique, but an immortal cultivation technique. Immortal cultivators have simple cultivation and fast improvement, and the true chi in their bodies is purer than the true chi in the ancient martial artists' bodies. Even, raising a small realm may be equivalent to an ancient martial artist ascending 2 or 3 realms. However, it would take time for Yi Fan to ascend to a certain realm. As for why Chu Lingfeng chose to practice ancient martial arts now, it was because he still had to wait. Wait for a chance. That chance is the immortal cultivation technique. The most powerful immortal cultivation technique in all planes. This is an afterword. After spending 1,000 Chi-luck points, Chu Lingfeng's realm was directly raised to the middle of the yellow level. He could instantly feel that his strength had improved a lot. Then, he asked, System, now Yi Fan is injured and needs to recuperate, then the subsequent plot will definitely be delayed, how to solve this? Host, the established plot about the male protagonist will be postponed. Ding, a plot crash has been detected and the system is being resolved. Ding, after the solution is completed, the future plot that needs to be taken by the host will be notified to the host in advance. Chu Lingfeng was stunned, there was even this kind of operation. the system is just too human. This is also good to avoid him missing the plot. One wrong step, one wrong step.
After solving these, Chu Lingfeng thought about it and left the remaining 1400 chi luck values as a backup in case there was a sudden plot. Then he got up, ate some food, and walked towards the company.
Since he will get the company, he naturally can't waste it.
In this world, he must be unmatched in strength and financial resources.
Because this world of multiple novels is not simple, financial resources and strength are very important. President, this is the company's recent financial statements and some future planning plans, please take a look.
As soon as Chu Lingfeng arrived at the office, his secretary Xiaoling put some information in front of his eyes.
With God-level business acumen, he is naturally proficient in business. He just scanned it.
It pointed out several shortcomings in the plan and proposed solutions. Watching Chu Lingfeng easily comment on these planning plans as if pointing at rivers and mountains,
Xiaoling's eyes were full of adoration and adoration. Okay, you hand over the plan to the department below,
Chu Lingfeng said to the secretary.
Xiaoling nodded hurriedly and walked out of the office with the information.
At this time, a kind of department director is at the door, paying attention to the situation.
Chu Lingfeng took over the positions of chairman and president at such a young age.
To be honest, they were not at ease, afraid that Chu Lingfeng would make a fool of themselves. After all, Chu Lingfeng has always been a gentleman in the minds of everyone. Xiaoling handed them the plan one by one. The president has finished correcting your plan.
Everyone was stunned for a moment. This is less than 5 minutes, right? So many proposals have been corrected. Didn't you see it at all? The president has read every plan.
Xiaoling seemed to understand the thoughts of this group of people and said.
The group nodded and couldn't wait to look up.
His modification of this scheme, it's a stroke of God. Xu Xiao is really powerful. I feel a little problematic with this plan, but I can't find it, but he directly proposed the best way in such a short time. Yes, my solution has also been optimized to the best. Xu Xiao is simply a business genius.
No wonder old Chu will always rest assured to hand over the Lingfeng group to Xu Xiao.
With Xu Xiao here, why don't our Lingfeng group prosper? A group of directors of various departments of the design plan saw Chu Lingfeng's revision, and one by one exclaimed in amazement. At the same time, the uneasiness and turmoil among the employees of the company, which had been caused by the handover of the company, disappeared invisibly. Su Yunbing, who had just arrived, heard the words of this group of people, and his steps froze.
Is Chu Lingfeng's talent in business so powerful?
I blame myself for not getting to know this man carefully before.
Regret ing. Miss Su, do you have something?
Seeing Su Yunbing coming over, Xiaoling asked in a somewhat blunt tone. If it weren't for the woman in front of him, how could his own president become a licking dog in Yangchang? Trouble to report, I want to meet with President Chu and discuss the cooperation between Lingfeng Group and Anjing Group,
Su Yunbing said calmly.
She naturally felt Xiaoling's hostility, but she didn't care what other people thought. At the beginning, the Chu family and the Su family were able to sit together and talk about the engagement. It was because Chu Tianqing first proposed a cooperation, and after Su Yunbing's father agreed, Chu Tianqing took the opportunity to propose an engagement.
Xiaoling's eyes widened and her expression was incredulous.
Not only Xiaoling, but also the others present were shocked.
They don't know about the engagement banquet yet.
But now Su Yunbing actually agreed to cooperate with Lingfeng Group. Could it be that she accepted Xu Xiao? If she didn't accept Xu Xiao, how could she take the initiative to talk about cooperation?
President, Miss Su Yunbing wants to meet you and discuss cooperation with you. Xiaoling walked into the office and said to Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng was looking at the financial statements.
Hearing Xiaoling's words, he was stunned and raised his head.
He didn't expect that Su Yunbing would take the initiative to propose cooperation.
Is this ice cube no longer felt for you, Fan, or has it melted? Forget it, let's investigate it later.
Cooperation is possible. Anyway, there is a follow-up plot that also involves her company.
However, this woman's attitude towards me was so bad before, now I have to let her feel the feeling of being left out. Okay, I know, you tell her first, I'm busy now, I'll talk about cooperation later, let her leave first. Shu Lingfeng said lightly. Xiao Ling was stunned.
Groundbreaking.
Facing Su Yunbing's initiative, his face did not fluctuate in the slightest. She only felt that the shock that both Chu Lingfeng and Su Yunbing had given her today was too great. Xiao Ling walked out of the office and said to Su Yunbing, Miss Su, Chu always has something. He said that the matter of cooperation will be discussed later.
Su Yunbing nodded with some loss.
She heard Chu Lingfeng's heart. Not only was she not angry, but she blamed herself.
How deeply did she hurt Chu Lingfeng? It seems that she has a lot to make up for. Okay, then I'll contact him later. Su Yunbing nodded and walked outside.
Xiao Ling looked at this scene and became more and more surprised.
Is it so humble?
That's right, his own president is so good, a woman should be humble in front of him, right?
At the same time, Chu Lingfeng's phone suddenly rang.
It was a call from Rose.
Chu Lingfeng directly picked up the phone.
Xiao Lingfeng, did you miss your sister after you separated yesterday? Sister thought about you for a long time yesterday. I dreamed of you, and the picture of the two of us meeting is a little dirty.
On the other end of the phone, Rose's tone was coquettish and aroused. Chu Lingfeng had a black line. He really couldn't stand this.
Rose, this lady is not a good person.
Leprechaun.
If Su Yunbing knows her this way, I may consider contacting her more.
Who likes an ice cube? This kind of superb woman Chu Lingfeng will not let go.
Su Yunbing, who had just driven into the car, snorted when he heard Chu Lingfeng's heart.
Sure enough, men love Sao. Aren't you ice cubes to me now? Chill the air. Make up for him with Sao. But I won't.
Rose, on the other hand, has the corners of her mouth slightly upturned.
I feel that teasing Chu Lingfeng is really fun.
In particular, she overwhelmed Su Yunbing.
The competition between women is more intense and detailed than the competition between men. Miss Rose, I don't have enough imagination.
Can you describe what that dirty picture looks like? Specifically, is it the kind of love martial arts movie that pays? Do you usually watch it often? Chu Lingfeng said with a smile.
Provoke him. It is important to see the trick in the move.
Rose.
I can't answer what you say.
This man has become bad and has learned to play back. Xiao Lingfeng, you have become bad. What to pay or not to pay, my sister has not seen it. I'm talking about hard training, hardship, and those movies that need to be paid for members to watch. Haven't you seen them?
Rose. This guy is a little infuriating.
Xiao Lingfeng, you bully your sister and take me crookedly. Chu Lingfeng smiled and said, Miss Rose, are you looking for me for something today?
Xiao Lingfeng, you can call me Sister Rose in the future. I found out the whereabouts of one of the people you asked me to investigate. Rose said.
Chu Lingfeng's expression perked up, and a second male protagonist appeared.
Sister Rose, who is it?
Qin Shang, now I am taking a train from the closed city to Yangcheng. I will send you the specific news in a moment. In order to help you find this group of people, my sister mobilized all her strength.
Thank you, Sister Rose.
Chu Lingfeng secretly sighed at the huge news network of roses, and said with a smile.
How to thank? Would you like to eat? Okay, sister can remember. With that, Rose hung up the phone. Chu Lingfeng thought about it.
Qin Shang, the male protagonist of the Divine Doctor Master, has a very powerful medical skill. The practice is the Xian Yuan Sutra, which is also the practice of cultivating immortals, but he has just started to go down the mountain, and his strength is stronger than ordinary people. The next thing was for him to get off the train and walk to the Yangcheng area. And Wei Fenglin, the father and daughter of the Wei family in Yangcheng, and Wei Zixuan happened to be blacked out because of a transaction and were hunted down.
Then he was saved by Qin Shang. This author is outrageous.
A divine doctor, who has saved countless people and saved hundreds of millions, actually walked to the Yangcheng area on the grounds that he had no money. However, now is not the time to complain. It was only an hour before Qin Shang arrived at the station. He had to quickly find a way to step on this male protagonist. If he directly saves the Wei family father and daughter, although he can also destroy the plot in Plunder luck, it will definitely be very little. After all, this is not a plot where he should appear. Therefore, the system does not remind you either. According to his research, if he shows up and gets a critical hit, the luck value will be the same as that obtained by walking the plot. So, he had to plan well. Suddenly, he had a clever move, and there was it. In this plot, Chu Lingfeng decided to let Qin Chang be punched in the face, and then he appeared again to save the Wei father and daughter. Maximize the plunder of gas luck. Chu Lingfeng opened the system mall and found a product. Plot progression. This ability is very detailed. It can be that the plot is all advanced. It can also be the advancement of characters or interference in the other party's behavior in this world. This is a bit powerful. It's kind of a feeling to be able to manipulate the world. Naturally, the chi luck consumed by this ability will also be higher. Depending on the importance of the characters or plot, you will decide how much luck will be spent. However, the character that Chu Lingfeng was looking for was not important, he had only appeared once. Very little luck is consumed. This person was the leader of the gang that hunted down and killed the Wei father and daughter, a mid-yellow level warrior Wang Dong, who was more than enough to deal with Qin Chang. After choosing Wang Dong, Chu Lingtian directly chose to advance him into this plot. A total of 350 gas luck points were consumed. Then, Chu Lingfeng thought about it and directly used another 1,000 chi luck values to raise his strength to the late yellow level. Such force is safe. I'll have to learn some martial arts in the future. Chu Lingfeng muttered. Then, he looked at the time. Now the Wei father and daughter should have arrived at the trading place and are about to trade with Wang Dong. Wang Dong has prepared a lot of good hands to ambush in order to eat black, and the manpower of the Wei father and daughter is simply not enough to see. Time is running out, I have to rush over. I have to see Qin Chang, the male protagonist, who was beaten violently. Chu Lingfeng got up and walked out. At the same time, in a valley on the outskirts of Yangcheng, a woman with a beautiful appearance, a devil figure, and some heroic temperament was stunned when she heard Chu Lingfeng's heart. She is Wei Zixuan, the princess of the Wei family in Yangcheng. She had already heard a lot of Chu Lingfeng's heart. But she really didn't understand that she had no contact with Chu Lingfeng at all. Why could she hear this person's heart? Wang Dong ambushed someone. Are they in danger? Could it be that Chu Lingfeng had been paying attention to the Wei family, or was he paying attention to her? This mysterious man actually likes her. The terrible brain supplement is spreading. Then she woke up again. Seeing that Wang Dong had already brought his subordinates to them, they knew that it was too late. Boss Wei, let's inspect the goods. Wang Dong pointed to several large boxes that had been put down by his subordinates and said with a smile. Wei Fenglin waved his hand, and the identification experts he brought stepped forward to begin checking the authenticity of the goods. Zixuan, are you all right? How did you not give up? Wei Fenglin looked at his baby daughter looking around, with a complicated expression, and asked with some doubts. Dad, let's be careful. Wei Zixuan said softly. Don't worry, I brought a lot of good hands. Let's do this kind of transaction not once or twice, there will be no problem. It's normal for you to be a little scared the first time you come. Wei Fenglin smiled and said. However, Wei Zixuan was still restless. Through her heart's voice, Chu Lingfeng had already planted a mysterious side in her heart. It is better to trust what it has, not to trust what it is not. She called over a few good hands she had brought with her family and gave some advice. Wei Fenglin did not stop either, and it was good to be careful. Soon, after inspection, the goods brought by Wang Dong were fine, and the two sides were clear of money and goods. After Wang Dong received the news that the money had arrived, he looked at the Wei father and daughter who had crashed and were about to leave, and suddenly showed a cruel smile. Boss Wei, are you leaving? Wei Fenglin frowned and turned to look at Wang Dong. Is there any more problem with Boss Wang? Of course there is a problem. Why did Boss Wei take away my antiques? Wang Dong asked with a playful look. What do you mean? Wei Fenglin immediately felt that something was wrong. His subordinates also immediately gathered around. Ha ha ha, it's not interesting, just want to get my antiques back, on. Wang Dong laughed loudly, and with a wave of his hand, the subordinates behind him took out their guys and rushed towards Wei Fenglin and the others. At the same time, on the periphery of both sides, there were also many strong men who rushed out.
Wei Zixuan's heart suddenly jumped. Sure enough, Zhu Lingfeng knew Wang Dong's plan. "Dad, our people are not their opponents, run," Wei Zixuan said anxiously. "Can't beat it at all."
When Wei Fenglin saw this formation, he also regretted in his heart, and he should have brought more people. He hurriedly ordered, and the bodyguards beside him immediately fought and retreated, and the protectors Wei father and daughter rushed out of the encirclement.
"Boss, what should we do?" Wang Dong's younger brother asked.
Wang Dong frowned. He didn't make a move. He thought that his subordinates could handle this matter well. Unexpectedly, he was also run away by Wei Fenglin's father and daughter. However, with him, this man can't run. Waste, a group of people shot and let people run. The Wei family is also a big family. Since they have offended, they have to cut the grass and remove the roots. Leave some brothers to pull the goods away. You go after me, you must not let people run.
Wang Dong ordered, and immediately ran in the direction where Wei Fenglin and the others fled. Wei Zixuan looked at Wang Dong, who was approaching quickly, and his heart was anxious. I couldn't help but think of Zhu Lingfeng. Did this man say he came to save them? Why hasn't it arrived yet? Meanwhile, a young man wearing earthen cloth clothes and black cloth shoes, with a stick of grass in his mouth, was coming towards Wei Fenglin and the others. I heard that there are many beautiful women in big cities, so I have to find a few more this time down the mountain. A fiancé is not enough. Qin Chang was thinking about it in his heart, when he saw Wei Fenglin running over with Wei Zixuan with an embarrassed look. His subordinates all went to delay the pursuit of Wang Dong and the others. Qin Chang's eyes straightened instantly. Groove, this woman is so beautiful, much more beautiful than Widow Li in our village. And the figure is even better than Widow Li's figure, it's awesome. Like a movie star. How happy it would be to be my wife. They seem to be in danger, I want to save them. This woman still doesn't promise to be with herself. With my strength, it's not easy to hit a few little garbage. Wei Zixuan, who was running, heard this heart, and his brows instantly furrowed. Whose voice is this, so disgusting? What widow do you compare her to? Then she saw a man dressed in rustic clothes rushing up. That group of little fur thieves, Hugh is going rampant, Ben Xiaoye is here. This uncle and sister, don't be afraid, I'm here to save you, this group of little minions is just a rabble. Qin Chang thought he was very handsome and pulled a few words of drama and rushed to the Wei father and daughter. And Wei Zixuan knew in an instant that the disgusting voice just now came from Qin Chang's heart. Originally, Qin Chang rushed over to help them resist Wang Dong and the others, which would make her very grateful. But after hearing Qin Chang's heart, she was disgusted. This man is really a wolf with a human skin on his head. I felt Qin Chang's eyes constantly scanning back and forth on him, especially focusing on some places. Wei Zixuan's heart became more and more disgusted. Get out of the way, we don't need you to save us, Wei Zixuan said coldly. Although Wei Fenglin could not hear Qin Chang's heart. But as a supporting character in the book, the process of changing his character's mentality is to first look down on the protagonist, and then the protagonist shows his strength, and the supporting role is conquered by the protagonist's strength. Finally, I felt that the other party was absolutely extraordinary, and began to stammer. Therefore, he also shook his head slightly at this time, scoffing at Qin Chang's words. Boy, we understand your kindness, but you are not their opponent, run quickly. With that, they continued to walk forward. Qin Chang sneered in his heart. Humph, two rat-eyed people, I'll show you how strong I am. Then you will wait to befriend me and please me. This beauty can't escape the palm of my hand. The more Wei Zixuan listened, the more he wanted to vomit, and pulled Wei Fenglin to run faster. Anyway, Qin Chang is on his own, and it has nothing to do with them. She will also not have a psychological burden. Very good, I arrived in time. No problem now. And Wei Zixuan, who heard this heart, was overjoyed. A sense of security arose in my heart. Since Zhu Lingfeng came specially to come, he definitely has the strength to deal with Wang Dong and the others. Boom! Chu Lingfeng drove the car and directly heard Wei Zishuan in front of the two.
Mr. Wei, Miss Wei, I met you here so coincidentally, and the group of people are chasing you.
Chu Lingfeng asked with a smile. Wei Zishuan glanced at Chu Lingfeng and lowered his head.
It seems that she guessed correctly. Chu Lingfeng should secretly like her, so deliberately make this chance encounter to save them. It was not to expose that he liked me. As for Wang Dong's plan, it is likely that Chu Lingfeng just got the news and hurried over. In fact, this man is quite handsome, especially when he laughs. He is a little good-looking.
When Wei Fenglin saw Chu Lingfeng, he was stunned, wondering how he could appear here. However, he was pleasantly surprised to see the car.
Xu Xiao, hello, we are being hunted and killed. Can you take us away? My Wei family will not forget your kindness.
Wei Fenglin hurriedly said.
Mr. Wei, don't be afraid, it's just a bunch of little fur thieves.
Chu Lingfeng's words were full of confidence. Hearing Chu Lingfeng's words, Wei Fenglin was speechless.
The Wei family did not go to the engagement band. Naturally they did not know Chu Lingfeng's skills.
Can you save us with a gentleman?
Dad, I heard that Chu Xiao's kung fu was good, let's see the situation.
Wei Zishuan suddenly raised her head and said.
The eyes that looked at Chu Lingfeng were a little evasive.
Why does Wei Zishuan see that my eyes are so wrong?
Wei Fenglin was stunned again. His daughter just ran faster. Now when she sees Chu Lingfeng, she has to see the situation.
You're getting too fast, aren't you?
At this time, Wang Dong and the others ran in front of Qin Chang.
Dirt buns, get out of here, don't get in the way of uncle. Wang Dong roared.
You group of garbage, dare to hurt people on the street, it is simply lawless. Today Xiaoye will eliminate harm for the people and clean you up, Qin Chang said with a righteous face.
Boy, you are looking for death. Wang Dong is powerful and has a violent temper.
Originally, because his subordinates let the Wei father and daughter escape, he was even more angry when he saw Qin Chang babbling here. This time, he did not let his subordinates do it, but directly took it himself.
Whomful little garbage dares to pretend to be compared in front of Xiaoye. Watch Xiaoye beat you up.
Qin Chang was not afraid of Wang Dong's attack. He has been to many places and met many masters, but none of them are his opponents. He was very confident in the Shenyuan Sutra, although he had not yet found a way to really get started. But the strength is already extremely high.
Thinking about it, he laughed evilly, and a punch also hit Wang Dong.
Wang Dong sneered in his heart, how powerful can a dirt bun be?
It's just looking for death.
Both sides were frontal and hard, and one punch collided exactly together.
Click!
A crisp sound of bones breaking sounded. Qin Chang's evil smile suddenly froze, and his face instantly turned red. The figure also took a few steps back. His proud iron fist was actually shattered by the other party's punch.
I must have been careless.
How can this garbage be so powerful? No, I definitely can't lose face in front of this beauty, or how can I soak her?
Wei Zishuan was happy. Thinking about picking up a chick while being beaten.
You're such a disgusting little clever ghost. Young Master Ben was careless just now, this time you are not so.
Bang!
Qin Shengang wanted to say a few cruel words.
Wang Dong didn't bother to pay attention to him.
Instantly rushed in front of Qin Chang, and punched Qin Chang in the face, knocking him to the ground.
Qin Chang directly came with a face full of flowers, and he was immediately angry.
This person doesn't talk about martial virtue, don't wait for me to finish pretending to be forced to go up. Groove call you pretend a little rubbish. Brothers beat me up together. Wang Dong kicked Qin Chang, who was already stunned, and waved his hand. His subordinates rushed up, and they were beaten violently against Qin Chang.
You guys are looking for death, you will not. Bang!
Wang Dong kicked Qin Chang's mouth, kicking his mouth full of blood.
Chirp, trouble is dead. Chu Lingfeng secretly admired.
The son of luck is worthy of being the son of luck. This foot, the tooth has not been stepped on.
The teeth of the sons of luck are the teeth of atmospheric luck. Wei Zishuan was slightly stunned. This Qin Chang is the son of luck.
Could it be that Chu Lingfeng didn't come specifically to save her, but specifically came to find Qin Chang? She knew about Chu Lingfeng's plunder of the son of Qi Luck.
Impossible, impossible.
Although Chu Lingfeng is powerful, it is impossible to calculate that Qin Chang will appear here at the same time as them.
It must be a coincidence.
Then she looked at Qin Chang. Just this kind of person is also worthy of being a son of luck. If it weren't for Wang Dong and them, she would have wanted Wang Dong to be a little more ruthless. Don't fight, big brother, I'm wrong, I'm a passerby, spare me, aren't you chasing people? Wang Dong and the others are ruthless, and they have no mercy at all. Qin Chang was only beaten for a while, and his body was covered in injuries, blood flowed like a lot, and his teeth grinned in pain.
A good man doesn't suffer a loss in front of him. There are so many beautiful women in Yancheng, it's not worth dying here for a woman. Let them die.
Wei Zixuan's heart did not fluctuate, and she even wanted to laugh a little. She had not pinned her hopes on Qin Chang. Naturally, there will be no fluctuations. Thinking about it, she looked at Chu Lingfeng with a pair of beautiful eyes. This man is her dependency.
Hearing the sound of begging for mercy and reminders, Wang Dong stopped.
I haven't met such a person who can resist beatings for a long time, and he hit too much, so he hit 2 more times. However, he had the confidence that Wei Fenglin's father and daughter could not escape the palm of his hand. Then as soon as he turned his head, he saw the Wei father and daughter standing with a handsome man. He burst out laughing. Wei Fenglin, have you given up resistance? Very well, surrender obediently, I may let you die a little more comfortable.
Just you as it matched.
Before Wei Fenglin could speak, Chu Lingfeng stood up and looked at Wang Dong with disdain. Ouch, Groove, there are so many people who don't want to die today. You don't see the consequences of this dirt bun. Wang Dong pointed to Qin Chang, who was lying on the ground wailing.
Dirt buns, call daddy. Wang Dong kicked Qin Chang.
I wiped your uncle, that kid stopped you, you went to beat him, what are you looking for me for? Don't lie too much. Qin Chang gritted his teeth and said. Let him call a person who is proud to the bone daddy, he will never do it. Brothers, beat me again and put more blood until he calls daddy.
Wang Dong said.
Okay, boss.
A group of Wang Dong's subordinates began to violently beat Qin Chang again. It's miserable, it's really miserable. Then buddy, where are you kicking?
Do you want Qin Chang to become a eunuch?
Don't you have an axe in your hand? Cut with an axe, how little damage is it to kick with your foot?
Ouch, really want to take an axe and chop it. Chu Lingfeng was happy to see it, but unfortunately he didn't bring popcorn. In such a tense situation, Wei Zixuan covered her face and trembled with a smile.
Chu Lingfeng is also too damaged, right? But the damage is so cute.
Dad, don't fight. Dad. Qin Chang also saw that the axe in that buddy's hand was about to swing down, and hurriedly roared. He is resistant, but he is not beaten to death, nor is he not afraid of being cut by an axe.
Not being a man is more uncomfortable than not being a living person.
So, he prodded.
Boy, did you see the end of this kid?
Now you kneel down and kowtow to me 100 heads, call daddy, I'll make you die comfortably for a while. Wang Dong said with a sneer. He is a bit of a psychopath. Like to torture people enough, and then let people die in fear. Now he just wanted to make Chu Lingfeng and the others fall into fear. Compare this dirt bun that casually calls someone else's daddy with me, is he worthy? Originally, I said that it would be more comfortable for you to die, but now you have to die a little more painfully. Chu Lingfeng said lightly.
Disregard.
Very blunt disregard. This annoyed him more than letting Qin Chang get beaten one by one. I wiped your uncles, what do you mean you're trash?
If people compare me to you, people will have to die a little more painfully.
You're a trash, you'll have to call him daddy in a while. Qin Chang scolded loudly. Boy, you are looking for death. Wang Dong spoke up almost at the same time as Qin Chang. At the same time, his strong figure rushed towards Chu Lingfeng and punched out.
Like the last time, Wang Dong chose to go head-to-head.
Chu Lingfeng saw this.
Also a punch out. Click. Bang.
When Wang Dong's fist collided with Chu Lingfeng's fist, it made a sound of bone shattering. Immediately, Chu Lingfeng did not give Wang Dong a chance to react, and directly kicked Wang Dong's heart.
Poof. Wang Dong directly spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew out upside down.
By the time he landed on the ground, his face was as pale as paper, and he had only half his life left, and he couldn't move at all. Quiet. The whole scene was silent, and the needles could be heard.
Everyone was stunned. Everyone present knew that Wang Dong's strength was very strong, especially Wang Dong's younger brother.
They knew that Wang Dong was an ancient martial artist.
As a result, he didn't even make a move in front of Chu Lingfeng. Then didn't they go up for nothing?
Rub, why is this bastard so careless? Exploited by this garbage. Hey, this opportunity to show the limelight, it's all because I was careless, so I let this garbage steal the limelight.
In the future, Xiao Ye will definitely trample you to death.
As a male protagonist, Qin Chang is naturally arrogant.
He would not admit that Chu Lingfeng would be stronger than him at all.
And he loses only because of a momentary carelessness, and then a wrong step. Wei Zixuan on the side looked at Chu Lingfeng without reacting, and knew that Chu Lingfeng could not hear Qin Chang's heart. She stepped forward, pointed at Qin Chang, and said, "Chu Xiao, that kid scolded you not lightly just now, you have to teach him a good lesson. This mean woman dares to sue." Chu Lingfeng walked in front of Qin Chang and looked down at him with a playful expression. "Recognize your father's dirt buns, dare to scold me, how do you plan to beg for mercy?" "Fuck off, why should I beg you for mercy? Wanna move me while I'm hurt? You really make me look down," Qin Chang said with a proud face. "What do you have to be proud of? Your cheap daddy is dying." Chu Lingfeng was speechless, and pointed to Wang Dong, who was lying a corpse not far away. This group of male protagonists really have a hole in their heads. You. Qin Chang was extremely angry, and his entire heart was blocked and wanted to explode.
This incident can be said to be the most humiliating thing in his life.
However, as a male protagonist, his ability to recover his mentality is also extremely strong. Soon, he calmed down. Now this garbage is an advantage, I have to find a way to escape. When I recover, step on this garbage again.
The image given by my Qin Chang should always be positive.
In the future, I will definitely silence all the people present.
Do you dare to let me go, and when I get better, let's fight again?
Xu Xiao, you can't just let him go, it's best to scrap him. Yes, pick off his hand and foot tendons, make him a cripple in this life. If you are not willing to do it, our Wei family can help. When Wei Zixuan heard Qin Chang's heart, he cursed in his heart, and hurriedly said,
"I wipe and pick off my tendons."
You are a very beautiful dog woman, why is her heart so vicious?
Sure enough, my master is right, the women under the mountain are tigers. Chu Lingfeng was also stunned.
It's a little powerful, as soon as you get started, you will destroy Qin Chang. But also, what Qin Chang said just now is enough to make a difference.
Wei Zixuan should hate him.
But now is not the time, there is his plot behind. And this person's master is also very powerful. Of course, Chu Lingfeng would definitely not let go of this Qin Chang who insulted him so easily. He looked at Qin Chang, "Okay, I promise you, but you have to kowtow to me a few times and call grandpa before you can leave."
"Impossible."
Qin Chang gritted his teeth sharply and said, "Is that so?" Chu Lingfeng smiled slightly, and suddenly looked up at Wang Dong's gang. The gang did not dare to run if they wanted to, standing in place, one by one, their faces turned white with fright. "Come here, find a way to get him to agree to my request, and then I'll let you go. Oh, by the way, now let your people transport all the money and goods here and return them to the Wei family,"
Chu Lingfeng said.
"Thank you, Chu Xiao, thank you, Chu Xiao."
Wei Fenglin stepped forward from his shock at this time, looking grateful.
Money and goods are not important, but people saved the lives of their fathers and daughters, which is a great favor. At the same time, his current perception of Chu Lingfeng had completely changed. And Wei Zixuan's face was slightly red, and her beautiful eyes glanced at Chu Lingfeng. She loves to practice martial arts, and she usually does not contact many people, and she is like a blank piece of paper for feelings. At this time, the mind began to automatically make up again.
"Uncle Wei is polite, just raise your hand." Chu Lingfeng waved his hand, looking light and breezy.
Wang Dong's younger brother naturally did not dare to disobey, and someone immediately notified the person who pulled the goods to come over. Next, everyone glanced at each other and then looked at Qin Shang, who was lying on the ground, revealing a look of thought.
Bang bang bang.
When a group of Wang Dong's younger brothers came to Qin Shang, they were beaten violently.
Boy, hurry up and kowtow to this big brother, you know.
It's something to call grandpa, you just called daddy.
Groove, hurry up.
A group of people scolded while fighting, and even the person who raised the axe again. Shu Lingfeng, just dream even if I die, I will not agree to your request. Qin Shang gritted his teeth in pain, looking at the axe in horror, but he just gritted his teeth and roared loudly. I don't know why, he can't stand the beating of this group of people, and calls Wang Dong daddy. But he couldn't stand Guan Shu Lingfeng calling him grandpa.
Anyway, that's what he thought in his heart. Shu Lingfeng was also a little puzzled. Is this the innate mutual hatred between the male protagonist and the faithful villain? If this really makes him bow his head, won't his luck value skyrocket?
Thinking about it, he waved his hand and stopped the violent beating of this group of people.
Other ways, I'll give you half an hour.
If you can't get it, one person wastes a hand, and then you can't get it, one person wastes a leg, and so on. Shu Lingfeng said lightly. When this group of people heard this, they suddenly trembled with fright. It's worse than killing them. One by one, they gritted their teeth and looked at Qin Shang.
It's all because of this dog thing.
Immediately, the group began to discuss in whispers.
Trash, you give up, I will never compromise with you. No matter what method you use.
I tell you, you'd better let me go, or my master will come down the mountain to avenge me. Although Qin Shang was very uncomfortable, a mocking smile still appeared on his face. This kind of thing that can make Shu Lingfeng crazy, he feels very cool.
Shu Lingfeng looked indifferent, not angry at all because of Qin Shang's words.
However, Wei Zixuan on the side was angry and itchy. This person was really a disgusting scoundrel.
This big brother, can we take him aside?
At this time, Wang Dong's younger brother suddenly walked in front of Shu Lingfeng and pointed to a small call next to him and said.
Shu Lingfeng nodded, go. At this time, a large truck and several more vehicles also drove back.
Uncle Wei, leave these matters to you, I'll go see them.
Shu Lingfeng said.
Wei Fenglin is actually a little speechless, a dirt bun who loves to talk big. Why does Shu Lingfeng attach so much importance to it?
However, this is Shu Lingfeng's matter, and he does not dare to interfere. Shu Xiao, I'll take a look with you.
Wei Zixuan was actually curious about how this group of people would make Qin Shang bow his head. Miss Wei, I advise you not to go, because the picture must be unbearable. Shu Lingfeng said with a smile.
Zixuan, you are not allowed to go, follow me to handle the goods. Wei Fenglin also seemed to understand what Shu Lingfeng meant, and said.
Wei Zixuan pouted, and was also a little afraid of being disgusted, so he followed Wei Fenglin and left. Shu Lingfeng walked a distance and watched the actions of a group of people in the call. Boy, in the end, if you disagree with Chu Xiao's request, you are welcome to disagree with us. If you guys are dead, I will never agree.
Qin Shang sneered.
Good, then you are going against us, brothers, then get yellow water.
Second brother, I want to go to the big one. I'm a little uncomfortable too.
Exactly, get it all, get it now. The boss said coldly. You're looking for death. Qin Shang is going crazy, this group of people is simply disgusting. However, he now has no strength at all, and he can't get up at all.
He was a little stubborn. It's just too much to stand it. Is it just like this to compromise with Shu Lingfeng?
There was a voice in his heart that told him that he could not compromise. Otherwise, he will completely plant a nail in his heart, which will be detrimental to his future. In the end, he thought of King Yu and tried to be bold. He prides himself on being the top figure in this world.
What King Yu can endure, why can't he endure? I want to learn from Yu Wang today.
A moment later, a stench filled the sky.
Qin Shang couldn't stop nausea and vomiting. Sure enough, the patience of the Son of Luck is also really strong. Even that thing can be endured. I don't know what else this group of people can do next. If there is any way, you will take it out. Lao Tzu is definitely not worthy of you today.
After a period of discomfort, Xin Chang gradually returned to calm.
Some things are less disgusting after they get used to.
Moreover, he suddenly felt that his state of mind had improved a lot. Some of the questions about the exercises that had been bothering him seemed to gradually become clear. He can guarantee that it will only take a short time for him to break through.
When the time comes.
Today this group of people has to die.
If Wei Zixuan didn't obey him, he would also have to die.
Otherwise, he would not be able to wash away today's humiliation.
Everyone present was silent.
People who are not even afraid of yellow things are also wolves. Second brother, there are still 10 minutes, it's half an hour, what should I do?
A younger brother asked anxiously.
The other younger brothers were also flustered.
Ha ha ha, you can't help it, can you wait to die?
I want me Xin Chang to bow his head and dream.
Xin Chang laughed arrogantly.
Seeing Xin Chang's maniacal smile, a group of people look at the roots of their teeth itching.
Fourth, you come above. The second brother suddenly looked at a big, fierce-looking man in the crowd and said in a deep voice.
Old fourth looked disgusted and waved his hand vigorously. Second brother, this I can't, I really can't, it stinks.
You really want to watch everyone get one arm destroyed, don't you?
The second brother scolded loudly.
All right.
Old four gritted his teeth and said.
With that, he pulled his belt.
Lift him up, pull it off, you guys are ready to video, shoot it clearly, and post it online later.
The second elder continued.
Yes, second brother. A group of people endured the stench and helped Xin Chang up. Xin Chang and Xu Lingfeng were stunned. I'll go, what about so many talents under Wang Dong?
And the subordinates who like men. Tough enough, I even want to video. Poof.
Wei Zixuan, who was checking the goods with her father, suddenly burst into laughter. Fortunately, I didn't look at it, it was too exciting.
Boy, finally ask you again, do you agree or not?
The second brother said coldly. Looking at the fourth old man who was approaching him, Xin Chang was really provoked this time.
This is not a purely physical injury. This is a double physical and mental injury.
If he were to be killed by a man, then the video was posted on the internet, then his life can be ruined.
Direct social death. Be laughed at to death. Even if you kill them, you can't save your image. No, absolutely not. This time, if you don't provoke, you have to provoke. I agree.
Xin Chang was bleeding in his heart, gritting his teeth and saying.
Phew.
The group immediately breathed a sigh of relief.
Then he escorted him to Chu Lingfeng.
Xu Xiao, he has already agreed. The second brother said with a sneer.
Talent.
Xu Lingfeng secretly praised in his heart.
Why don't you come soon? What are you doing there?
The second brother looked at Xin Chang viciously. Xin Chang looked unhappy, but under the close gaze of the fourth elder, he plopped down on his knees.
Bang bang. Grandpa.
Xin Chang cowed out a few times, then gritted his teeth and squeezed out a grandpa. Good grandson, you must respect your grandfather when you see it in the future, got it? Xu Lingfeng said with a smile.
Bang.
The second brother kicked Xin Chang. What, Xu Xiao is talking to you, hurry back to Xu Xiao's words.
Yes, I know.
Xin Chang said in humiliation. Xu Lingfeng was very satisfied. Okay, today you are doing well, you and I will let it go, but your boss has to hand it over to the Wei family for disposal.
Thank you Xu Xiao, more thank you Xu Xiao. Xu Xiao, leave a call, my name is Luo Ping.
In fact, we have long been unable to look at Wang Dong, this person is not human. It's just that his strength is too strong, and we have to succumb to him. The second brother said with a sneer.
Xu Lingfeng was stunned.
This group of people has good skills, otherwise they can't level the Wei family's good hands.
He usually needs some dog legs.
Thinking so, he left his phone and turned away.
Today's plot is absolutely perfect destruction.
He went to say a few words to the Wei father and daughter and left.
I can go.
Xin Chang suddenly spoke at this time, his eyes were bloodshot because of anger and humiliation. We have water in our car, clean him.
Luo Ping said. Everyone was stunned, but they hurried to go. Now Wang Dong is definitely finished, and Luo Ping is their boss.
Soon, the group of people took water and rinsed it for Qin Chang. Go, take him to the grove, fourth, you are ready.
You don't talk about credit. Qin Chang instantly understood and cursed.
If you are so good, just now you said that you want to kill us, we don't leave something, how can we ensure our own safety? Luo Ping was much more delicate and said with a sneer. Qin Chang couldn't wait to pump a few mouths of himself. What did he have to say in his heart?
Xu Xiao, I really thank you today. If it weren't for you, our father and daughter would be finished. Seeing Chu Lingfeng coming, Wei Fenglin said with a grateful look. This is a lifesaver. Xu Xiao, thank you. Wei Zixuan, who had already made up countless things in her brain, blushed slightly and said. Chu Lingfeng was really puzzled.
In the original work, even if Qin Chang saved these two fathers and daughters, Wei Zixuan did not behave like this, right?
He shook his head and didn't think much about it. Uncle Wei, you are too polite, it's just a little thing.
I came to tell you, Wang Dong, you can dispose of it casually. Uncle Wei gave me face, and released those people.
No problem, no problem. Wei Fenglin said with a smile. This small request is nothing.
After saying two words again, Chu Lingfeng left. Zixuan, you will walk around with Chu Xiao more in the future, and strive to gain his friendship. This person is absolutely extraordinary and has unlimited potential.
Looking at Chu Lingfeng's back, Wei Fenglin said with admiration. Zixuan, Zixuan.
However, he shouted several times and received no response.
Wei Fenglin turned his head to look.
I found that Wei Zixuan's eyes were a little confused.
This man didn't even take the opportunity to call himself, what's going on bite.
Chu Lingfeng had just sat in the car, and the chat software of his mobile phone suddenly rang. He opened it and saw that it was Luo Ping Gata. He didn't think much about it and clicked Add Friend. Then a video came over. He turned on the video, and his eyes widened all at once. I'll go, this Luo Ping is really a talent, and he's still let the fourth man in Qin Chang. Gee, at the beginning, Qin Chang became like this.
The face is gone.
Then, he saved the video. It's not for watching, but to keep it, maybe it's useful later. Ding detects that the host destroys the story level extremely perfectly, and obtains a critical hit with luck points. Plunder male protagonist luck value 2500, critical hit reward plus 1000. The male protagonist Yifan's luck value is weakened by 8%, and the remaining percentage of Chi luck is 92%. The cold voice of the system sounded at the right time, and Chu Lingfeng was startled. Unexpectedly, it suddenly weakened Qin Chang's Chi luck value by 8%, and the critical attack reward was still 1000. It seems that this plot is too perfect. Also, Qin Chang lost his first time, what a loss. Thinking about it, Chu Lingfeng smiled again. The son of luck has been played, who dares to believe it? This battle is very cool. In the grove. Luo Ping put away his mobile phone and kicked Qin Chang, who was lying on his stomach and burying his head on the ground. Boy, now we all have a copy of this video, and I have sent it to others. If you dare to touch us, we will immediately post this video online, and we will have to make you faceless. Qin Chang trembled all over and didn't say a word. He was already going crazy. I just came down the mountain, and I turned out to be unexpectedly. He wanted to die. Okay, let's go. The second brother waved his hand, and then left with a few people. Qin Chang raised his head, and a thick killing intent flashed in his eyes. This hatred must be repaid back. He must improve his strength as soon as possible. Moreover, after experiencing so many things, he found that his state of mind had improved a lot. The realm faintly has the meaning of breakthrough. Perhaps, after going through hardships, you will be stronger. The master asked him to go down the mountain, also to improve his state of mind, so that his strength could improve. Then, with great difficulty, he stood up and limped outside. With each step, he felt a tearing pain, more painful than an arm that had been broken. With strong endurance, Qin Chang finally walked to the main road and took a car to the city.
The first thing he did when he came to Yangcheng was to withdraw from marriage.
But now his appearance is obviously impossible to withdraw from the marriage. So, he found a small hotel and began to heal. As a divine doctor, he naturally has many methods. On the other side, Chu Lingfeng happily returned to the Lingfeng group. After dealing with some company affairs, he directly opened the system store. Now that Qin Chang, a divine doctor master, had appeared, he naturally had to improve his medical skills. In these novels, the traditional Chinese medicine of Yanhuang Kingdom is a super powerful existence. How to say, there is no disease in this world that cannot be cured by Chinese medicine.
Even if someone steps into the coffin with one foot, the Chinese medicine doctor can directly pull it back.
And it's the kind that can make the other party jump alive. Therefore, medical skills must be learned, and the plot can still be used in the future. He directly spent 15,000 Qi luck value to purchase a medical technique called Medical Immortal Sutra. This medical technique was different from the one that Qin Chang had mastered.
Medical Immortal Medicine Immortal, this is the medical skill used by immortals. The medical skill is more advanced, and the treatment of diseases is simpler.
Qin Chang used 10 silver needles to cure the disease, and he probably only needed 1 silver needle.
It's so easy and enjoyable.
Then he turned on the computer again, killed the virus and the like, and then found Qin Chang's mobile phone through a method.
Is it really pretending to be in the bone, Nogia mobile phone? However, it is also very safe and will not be hacked.
Chu Lingfeng was helpless, found Yifan's mobile phone again, and turned on the front camera.
Unfortunately, the phone is on the table. At the same time, East Lake Villa area.
Yifan, who was meditating, slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of essence flashed in his eyes, full of excitement. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that I was so talented, and it only took me so long to get started with the Tianyang technique, and I really am the son of destiny.
Yifan laughed.
Immediately, his face turned cold. Chu Lingfeng, when I improve my cultivation, I will go and kill you.
Chu Lingfeng sneered. Cultivate, the more you cultivate, the faster you will die.
Do you really think that cheap master of yours is dedicated to you?
What is the Tianyang technique? It is clearly the heavenly magic technique.
And Yifan didn't know all this. He felt the thin true qi in his body.
Immediately invoke true qi to attach to your wound. A tingling sensation appeared, and he smiled.
It seems that the magic of this true qi is infinite, and it can even heal the injuries in his body.
It's a pity that I don't understand Chinese medicine, otherwise acupuncture should be able to make my body recover faster.
My master said that Yanhuangua Chinese medicine is extremely powerful, and I have to find a way to find Chinese medicine in the future. When Chu Lingfeng heard this, he was suddenly stunned, and something that had been thinking for a long time gradually surfaced.
Yifan must be very eager for medical skills.
Although Qin Chang's medical skills are very powerful, if he releases a medical skill that is even more powerful than his medical skills, the other party will give up. In the pursuit of strength, all male protagonists have the same mind. Therefore, he can take the opportunity to make a big profit from these two people.
Of course, making money is still secondary, the key is that there is a plot that can be used. Because multiple fictional worlds form a single world, the system will recombine the plot. Some repetitive plots are combined into one. There are also some plot cuts.
Thinking like this, his general idea has been completed. So, he called his secretary Xiaoling in. Xiaoling, help me pay attention to the recent large-scale auction in Yangcheng, and I will send you the specific situation.
Yes, President. After all this, Chu Lingfeng decided to relax.
Ever since he came into this world, as soon as the children of luck appeared, he had been busy dealing with them. Now that both of them are injured, he still doesn't enjoy it.
The villain should enjoy life more.
In the evening, Chu Lingfeng drove the Rafa he had purchased and came to Haitian Water City, the largest gold house in Yangcheng.
And Rose is the behind-the-scenes boss of this gold house. There is the most high-end service here.
Clubhouse, bar, and much more.
Moreover, the quality of the girls inside is also the best, and even quite a few university jokes work part-time there. There are vegetarian meats.
Of course, in line with the principle of rather lack than abuse, Chu Lingfeng naturally will not stay in his innocence. But there's no doubt that the technicians there are the best. Of course, the more comfortable it is to be served, the better.
Soon, Chu Lingfeng parked the car at the gate of Haitian Water City.
Some millions of cars are not eligible to park here, which shows that Haitian Water City has been talking about money from the moment it enters the door. Chu Lingfeng had just walked into Haitian Water City, when suddenly there was a sound of hurried footsteps. He subconsciously turned his head and glanced at it. Bright eyes, black hair, and shawl, pure and pure. However, what conflicts with it is that the other party is gifted below the head, giving people a strong contrast. Pure and charming, quite complimentary. The other party's figure and appearance are definitely not inferior to any female protagonist such as Su Yunbing. It's just that the dress is a little ordinary, but it is very clean. This kind of woman should never be unknown in this world. He directly opened the eye of truth. Heroine. Name, Sun Xiaoyu. Age, 20. Identity, sophomore at Yangchun University, sister of Wild Wolf. Face value, 100. Stature, 98. The face is worth 100 out. No wonder, it turned out to be the sister of the Wild Wolf. Sun Xiaoyu, hey bitter people. Both parents died when he was young, and when he grew up, his brother went overseas for a living. Died in order to save Yifan, but Yifan has not paid attention to it all these years. Since childhood, she has lived frugally, a woman who works hard for self-improvement. Yifan, one of the 5 women's targets this time. It really looks good. Sun Xiaoyu, who was walking quickly inside, trembled when he heard this heart. As soon as she looked up, she saw a man who had been staring at her. With her heart voice in the past few days, she knew that the other party was Chu Lingfeng. However, she had also verified that she could not say anything related to Chu Lingfeng's heart. It turned out that his brother died not because he was accidentally killed, but to save Yifan. As a result, Yifan hadn't even said sorry to her over the years. Still want to get yourself? In an instant, a burst of anger rose from her heart. In particular, he was also one of Yifan's demon's targets. She also felt a pang of nausea. This bastard must be rejected. However, she is a person with a high spirit, and she has no intersection with Chu Lingfeng, so she does not plan to come forward to get acquainted. The identities of the two are very different. Therefore, she ignored Chu Lingfeng and continued to walk inside. If you're late, you'll be scolded again. Come on. Chu Lingfeng looked at Sun Xiaoyu's distant back, smiled slightly, and beckoned to the waiter on the side. Xu Xiao, is there anything I need to do? The waiter asked respectfully. Although Chu Lingfeng has always pursued Su Yunbing, he has also come here because of some entertainment. Haitian Water City pays the most attention to service. Basically, every service staff will keep important guests in mind. What was that beauty doing here just now? Xu Xiao, she is a delivery at our bar here, work number 521. Her name is Sun Xiaoyu, she is a sophomore at Yangcheng University, and it is said that her family is quite poor, so she came to work part-time. I heard that she is still a place, and she never accompanies guests. The waiter said like a few family treasures. Chu Lingfeng was a little surprised. The quality of the service staff of this Haitian Water City was indeed high. Much higher than the places he went to in his previous life. It was exactly what he wanted. Very good, reward you. Taking out $1,000 and placing them in the waiter's hand, he walked inside. To this kind of thing, rich people will generally prepare some cash, or it is too low to tip and scan the QR code. Thank you, Xu Xiao, thank you, Xu Xiao. The waiter was very happy, and sure enough, he still served the rich man the most cheerfully, and suddenly earned a few nights against others. Chu Lingfeng came directly to the massage area. Xu Xiao, I don't know what service you want. Let Sun Xiaoyu of the work number 521 come over. Xu Xiao, this Sun Xiaoyu is not a technician, I'm afraid she won't be able to serve you well. The supervisor who received Chu Lingfeng was here, and when he heard Chu Lingfeng's words, he was stunned for a moment, and said with some embarrassment. Oh, she is famous here. Seeing that as soon as he said Sun Xiaoyu's name, the supervisor's face changed, and he realized that the other party knew Sun Xiaoyu. Of course, this is a beautiful woman who was the best regardless of appearance and figure, and she is also a student school flower, young and tender. We are very famous in Haitian Water City, but she never accompanies guests, just sells wine, and many guests have hit a wall in her place. The supervisor smiled bitterly.
I see, you call him over, and then bring a good technician.
Chu Lingfeng smiled lightly.
Okay, Xu Xiao. The supervisor nodded.
He sighed in his heart. Men are this kind of animal, and the more they can't eat, the more they want to eat.
Soon, the supervisor took Sun Xiaoyu and a woman with a posture of more than 80 points into the private room.
Xu Xiao, you can tell them about specific things.
I won't bother you, what needs are you calling me? After the supervisor brought the person, he left. Xu Lingfeng looked Sun Xiaoyu up and down, and he couldn't help but admire in his heart.
This person's beautiful body is good, and he looks good in whatever he wears. Being stared at by Chu Lingfeng like this, Sun Xiaoyu felt that the whole person was seen through.
This man seems to be all-knowing and all-powerful.
She felt a little helpless.
Sure enough, he was still targeted by Chu Lingfeng.
To be honest, she was a little scared in her heart and wanted to avoid these things. That Jifan, she won't let him get it when she dies.
Xu Xiao, do you have any orders for calling me over?
Sun Xiaoyu finally took the initiative to speak out.
Don't you know where this is? What else could I do when I called you over?
Chu Lingfeng said with an evil smile. Sun Xiaoyu's face changed, and he subconsciously took a step back. She knew her appearance, and many men had some thoughts about her. But in order to make money, she had to stay here. If Chu Lingfeng treated her, she really can't help it. Gee, this kind of stupid woman is really lucky that nothing happened in a place like Haitian Water City. Chu Lingfeng was a little speechless in his heart. This is what the novel was written. In the real world, a woman with full looks like Sun Xiaoyu will be intact. Joke. Since he met Sun Xiaoyu today, it just happened to lay the groundwork for the plot. By the way, you can bubble her. This woman is the type of woman that Chu Lingfeng prefers. If you can win, you must win. And he sympathized with what happened to her.
However, this woman is a little paranoid and must be well tweaked.
Today, young Master Ben should be kind, see that your life is not easy to reward you. Want to make money? If you want to make money, go change into a student uniform, help me pour wine, rest assured, reward money. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Sun Xiaoyu heard Chu Lingfeng's heart, but his heart warmed. This man seems to be very gentle and compassionate. Originally, with her rather than jade-shattered personality, she would not agree to these requirements. However, because she could hear Chu Lingfeng's heart, she felt as if she had a heart-to-heart communication with him. This made her let down a lot of her guard.
I think that Chu Lingfeng is very reliable, and it seems to be a little cute.
So, she nodded ghostly. Everything is at your disposal by Xu Xiao. This time it was Chu Lingfeng's turn to have questions. This woman actually agreed to wear it so easily.
Something is wrong. Do you know that I give a lot?
Sun Xiaoyu, who walked out of the box, smiled all of a sudden. This man's heart is indeed very cute.
Xu Xiao, what set meal do you want to use?
The other technician glanced at Sun Xiaoyu with some jealousy, and looked at Chu Lingfeng with a coquettish face. Use what you do best. Chu Lingfeng smiled lightly.
Sun Xiaoyu quickly found the supervisor.
When the supervisor heard Sun Xiaoyu's words, his eyes immediately widened, and he found a uniform for Sun Xiaoyu in confusion. It has to be Xu Xiao, this charm is indeed great, it's a pity to lick Su Yunbing as a dog. Looking at Sun Xiaoyu's back as he took his clothes and left. The supervisor muttered.
Soon after, Chu Lingfeng was being massaged, the box door was pushed open, and Sun Xiaoyu walked in with a red face.
No wonder anyone likes JK. This appearance and figure are really invincible. Listening to Chu Lingfeng's words, Sun Xiaoyu did not mean to be annoying, but was somewhat used.
After all, this is Chu Lingfeng's sincere words. Come, pour me wine, get the grapes.
Chu Lingfeng pointed to the wine on the small cabinet on the side and said. Because the small cabinet is very low, and the place where Chu Lingfeng is lying is also very low. Therefore, Sun Xiaoyu had to squat down and pour wine. It's just that because she almost didn't wear a skirt, she didn't know much about the taboo of wearing a skirt. Chu Lingfeng just glanced at it casually, and he was stunned. I really didn't see it, it turned out to be a rose. This woman still has something. Don't be rude, I'm not a ghost. Roses, what roses? Sun Xiaoyu was a little puzzled, and then she suddenly thought of something, her whole face was red, and she was about to go crazy. Sun Xiaoyu glanced down, and the roots of his neck were red. What a shame. Unexpectedly let this man see hers. Who designed the skirt design so short? She secretly glanced at it and found that Chu Lingfeng really didn't look at it. Suddenly, she breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. She fiddled with her clothes slightly, and then poured wine for Chu Lingfeng. At this moment, Chu Lingfeng's phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Rose calling, just smiled. It seems that this woman already knows about her coming to Haitian Water City. Xiao Lingfeng, you are a negative man, you actually went to my sister's place to find another woman, my sister is very unhappy. Is it that my sister can't satisfy you, so you want to steal fishy? On the other end of the phone, Rose asked. The tone was like an infatuated woman. Black lines instantly appeared on Chu Lingfeng's forehead. Sister Rose, whatever, I didn't want to relax, and I was afraid that you wouldn't want money, so I didn't tell you. You're a little slippery head, in fact, my sister's skills are also good, do you want to give it a try? You're enough, you're a leprechaun. Okay, Sister Rose, do you have time now? It was my honor to be able to let Sister Rose do it herself? Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Rose. This kid is really out of sight, I'll be polite with you. Is that Qin Cheng's intelligence accurate today? When you are also shy. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile, very accurate, this time I thank Sister Rose. Rose pouted, say thank you, I won't bother you to pick up a girl, you have to work hard, Sun Xiaoyu is a big beauty. With that, Rose hung up the phone. This kid hit the snake along the pole, she can't help. Chu Lingfeng looked at the hung up phone and smiled slightly. Stop eavesdropping, it's full. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Hi yes Chu Xiao, I didn't eavesdrop, I really didn't. Sun Xiaoyu's face turned red and hurriedly explained. This kind of place is a no-brainer to eavesdrop on guests' calls. Of course, it was because she felt that Chu Lingfeng was a good person and curious about him, so she secretly listened. However, Chu Lingfeng did not care and continued to enjoy it. In the past few days, in addition to occasionally working in the company, Chu Lingfeng paid attention to the movements of the two Sons of Luck. The rest of the time is spent going to Haitian Water City or other places to enjoy life. Pull with the Rose limit and tease Sun Xiaoyu. After a few days of getting along, plus Chu Lingfeng's understanding of Sun Xiaoyu, Sun Xiaoyu's defenses against him have completely disappeared, and he can even make a little dirty joke sometimes. A little girl like Sun Xiaoyu is shy, and she also has a special flavor. The villain's life is so unpretentious and comfortable. It's very comfortable to step on this group of male protagonists again and improve their strength. Chu Lingfeng looked refreshed and muttered. Meanwhile, East Lake Villa area. Yi Fan opened his eyes from meditation and looked excited. After a few days of hard practice, he finally entered the Qi training layer. And his injuries are all healed. In the future, he must find a way to kill Chu Lingfeng. However, he had been coming to Yangqing for several days to complete Master's task, and he had contacted Master once for this. This made him, who had always been invincible, feel a pang of anger. In particular, he has not even touched a woman in the past few days, which makes him very unhappy with the fact that he has been serving with women overseas. Thinking of Su Yunbing and Rose, his heart was hot. These two women have to get it as soon as possible. Thinking about it, he still decided to go to Enjin Group first to take a look and find a way to get Su Yunbing. At the same time, in a small hotel, Qin Chang also opened his eyes from meditation, and all his injuries recovered. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. Chu Xiao, right. When he investigates this Chu Xiao's information, he must first take him. The most important thing now is to see your fiancé first and study whether to withdraw from the marriage. Enjin Group.
Qin Cheng muttered. Anjin Group. President, are you all right?
Su Yunbing's little secretary walked in and saw that his president had been staring at a piece of information in a daze, and asked with some concern. Since the engagement banquet with Chu Lingfeng ended, she found that something was wrong with Su Yunbing, the president of the iceberg who used to work seriously without thunder. These days, I often show some depressed and sad expressions, and I am always in a daze. Especially from time to time, she would look at the door and ask her if someone had come looking for her. Could it be that Chu Lingfeng was overjoyed and his thinking was a little confused because he no longer entangled her? Su Yunbing was awakened by the little secretary's words.
Glancing at the office door, sighed inwardly.
The man hadn't been here in days.
She looked up and said, "It's okay, I didn't sleep well last night." Not only last night, she didn't sleep well these days. There is melancholy, there is life. Shu Lingfeng, this flowery-hearted big radish. In the past few days, Shu Lingtian's voice was like a live broadcast, making her unable to sleep. Tickle two women at once. Am I Su Yunbing not comparable to them?
I took the initiative to find you, but you still ignored me, so you can't give me a chance. Thinking about it, she suddenly looked at the little secretary. Xiaoyan, what would you do if you liked a man? What would you do if you liked a man? Xiao Yan froze instantly. Shock, incomparable shock. The president of the iceberg, who was famous in his own Yangchang, actually asked such a question. This is obviously a question that only a woman in love can ask. Could it be that Su Yunbing is in love? She likes Chu Lingfeng. Xiao Yan shook her head suddenly. Su Yunbing's attitude towards Chu Lingfeng, she was too clear. The fire of gossip is burning. President, if I like a man, it must be an active pursuit, a woman chasing a man compartment yarn. And it's hard to meet excellent men now. If you always have to be cheeky, you may miss it. Xiao Yan took out the experience of 4 or 5 times she had talked about love, and said with deep understanding. Active pursuit, women chase men compartment yarn. It's hard to meet good men. Su Yunbing muttered. Thinking of Chu Lingfeng's stalker against her death, she had a more resolute determination in her heart. Picking up the phone, she called Chu Lingfeng. What did Su Yunbing call me? I seem to have forgotten something, right? Miss Su, is there something going on? Picking up the phone, Chu Lingfeng asked with some doubt, and his tone was very calm. Xu Xiao, I want to discuss with you about the cooperation between Lingfeng Group and Anjin Group. Su Yunbing said with some grievances. This bastard, he even forgot about cooperation. The matter of cooperation, Miss Su, I've been a bit busy with work recently, let's talk about cooperation when I'm free, right? Chu Lingfeng said while playing the game. Su Yunbing became more and more lost. Do you have time to go to the clubhouse and don't have time to talk to me about cooperation? No, I definitely can't let those glamorous cheap goods snatch this man away. It seems that Xiao Yan is right, to pursue a man, you have to be even more shameless than him. Chu Lingfeng, this is what Uncle Chu promised at the beginning, if you don't have time, I'll go to Uncle Chu and say. Anyway, I already promised the engagement at the engagement banquet, and now we are people who have a marriage contract. Su Yunbing gritted his teeth, completely lost his face, and said with a red face. Xiao Yan on the side widened her eyes, opened her mouth wide, and was already sluggish. In recent years, it was the first time she had seen Su Yunbing have such a tone and expression. It turns out that the reason why President Su is in a bad mood these days is because of Chu Lingfeng. The marriage contract, which she used to be extremely disgusted with, has now become a method she uses to contact Chu Lingfeng. President Su is President Su, I just gave you an idea, you directly sublimated. I'll go, how did this Su Yunbing play the set of playing scoundrels? Didn't you say that relying on home was shameless before? Chu Lingfeng was a little puzzled, how could this Su Yunbing be like a changed person? Ding, remind the host that a new plot will unfold this afternoon, please prepare the host. Chu Lingfeng was shocked, took a look, and found that it was about the plot of Yifan's application for a security guard. Then, there is the plot of Qin Cheng applying for a security guard. What's going on here? In the original work, the person Qin Cheng wants to quit marriage is a group president named Li Muyuan. But now the person Qin Chang wants to withdraw from marriage is Li Muyuan, director of the sales department of Anjin Group. Looking at Li Muyuan's information, except for this identity has changed, nothing else has changed. After a moment, Chu Lingfeng thought clearly, this is the change made by the system fusion novel world. This Li Mujin should be the first heroine in the novel that the divine doctor master goes down the mountain. He didn't want to do it anymore, since it was a plot, he had to go. Okay, since Miss Su is warmly invited, then I will go to your company to talk to you, but I can't go until the afternoon. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Hearing that Chu Lingfeng actually agreed, Su Yunbing's face immediately showed a bright smile, beautiful and incomprehensible. Xiao Ling on the side covered her face, and Su Yunbing was really finished. This is changing too fast, right? Xiaoyan, immediately let the departments below prepare a plan to cooperate with Lingfeng Group. Tell them to be detailed and comprehensive, and not to make a mistake, otherwise they will wait to be fired. Su Yunbing said extremely seriously. Yes, President. Xiao Ling nodded hurriedly. Office of the Director of Sales Department of Anjin Group. Qin Shan pushed the door with a smile on his face and walked into the office. Who are you? Don't know to knock first when you enter the door. Li Muzhan scolded with a cold face. I lean on, this Li Muzhan is so beautiful, comparable to the mean woman I met that day. Well, I must get this woman and let her give me a few children. Divorce no return. Li Muzhan, right, I am Qin Chang, and my master made our marriage contract with your grandfather. I'm here to fulfill the marriage contract. Qin Chang took out a piece of paper written with a brush and said with a faint smile. A somewhat lewd voice suddenly entered Li Muyuan's mind. She was startled. In the past few days, she has regarded Chu Lingfeng's Heart as an audio novel, and she eats melons with relish. Result. Are you Qin Chang? Li Muzhan looked at Qin Chang, who was dressed in rustic clothes in front of him, his eyes widened and his expression was incredulous. Engagement. It turns out that he is also a person related to the so-called son of luck. The clown is actually myself. Li Muzhan had already reacted, and the voice just now was Qin Chang's. Thinking back to Qin Chang's words just now, she was disgusted. On the surface, this person pretends to be like a decent gentleman, but his heart is really dirty. You know me. Qin Chang was stunned. This girl won't look at me handsome, so she deliberately pretends to know me, right? I don't know. Li Mujian said coldly. Speaking of which, she also glanced at Qin Chang's. This man seems to be given by a man. Disgusting opened the door to disgusting, disgusting to home. Handsome am I not aesthetic? It's dirty and ugly, the key is to think beautifully, and it was given like that by men, the best garbage man. However, what marriage contract is not a marriage contract? What age is it? And there is a marriage contract, I don't admit it, quit the marriage. Li Muzhan said quickly. What do you mean by this? It is your honor to let you be my wife, and pretend to be compared with me. But look at this woman's cold appearance, you must adjust it well. Quitting marriage is quitting marriage, just give you a chance to escape. When you know my strength, let you kneel as my licking dog. Miss Li, in fact, I also wanted to come and withdraw from your marriage. After all, they are all modern people, and they can't stand the set of engagement. However, you are one of the parties after all, so I want to see your attitude. Since you also agree, then let's withdraw from the marriage. Qin Chang said with a smile. A light and breezy look. It was as if he didn't take Li Muzhan, a big beauty, to heart at all. With that, he turned around and left. Beautiful women are competitive, and seeing that I have no nostalgia for her at all, she must feel unhappy. She's going to stop me. Wait. At this time, Li Mujian suddenly walked in front of Qin Chang. The corners of Qin Chang's mouth turned up slightly, sure enough. Tear pull. Li Muzhan directly took the marriage contract in Qin Chang's hand and tore it up neatly. Okay, now you can go. Qin Chang. This, sooner or later I'll let you know how good I am. Miss Li, in fact, I have another matter. I just came to Yangcheng. I haven't worked yet. I don't know if Miss Li can help. Who are you? Why did you break into my room? And hurry up, or I called security. Li Mujian said with a disgusted look as if he had lost his memory. Qin Shengqi's heart hurt a little.
This is really a villain. But I like this kind of fierce horse. Let's walk and see. Well, I think Miss Li should have some misunderstanding about me. Goodbye. Qin Chang looked like a gentleman on the surface, and he left. Li Muzhen pouted, finally relieved. If you quit marriage, you shouldn't have your own business in the future, right?
Qin Shang walked downstairs of Anjin Group and found that security guards were being recruited here, and his eyes lit up. Working as a security guard here, there is a place to stay, and he can still find a way to get close to Li Muyuan. More importantly, when he just came down, he found that there were many beautiful women here, which was exactly what he wanted. Thinking about it, he came to the registration office. At the same time, Yi Fan also came to the registration office.
You too, are you here to sign up? Come on in?
A person in charge of recruiting security said.
The two looked at each other, and a trace of doubt flashed in their eyes. Why do I look at this person so nasty?
A question arose in the hearts of the two at the same time. However, both of them entered the Anjin Group, and they didn't bother to pay attention to each other, and they both entered the security department. Subsequently, after some tests, the two successfully joined the security department and changed into security uniforms. Yi Fan, Qin Chang, you are now responsible for patrolling and adapting to the work. The captain of the security department commanded.
The two nodded and walked out of the room.
Qin Chang, my target here is Su Yunbing. You'd better not make trouble for me, otherwise don't blame me for being unkind. Yi Fan looked at Qin Chang coldly, because he felt the true chi in him. This person was not an ordinary person.
Come to Anjin Group has a plan.
Groove, I haven't said anything about you yet. It's best not to affect me to bubble Li Muyuan, otherwise you will feel better. Qin Chang was naturally not to be outdone and sneered. Subsequently, the two got on the elevator together. On the 20th floor, Qin Chang got off the elevator directly.
Yi Fan got off the elevator on the 21st floor.
Director Li, if you have anything to deal with, just look for me. I am now a staff member of Anjin Group.
Qin Chang came to Li Muyuan's office, pushed the door in, and said as if showing off.
Li Muzhen looked at the security guard clothes on Qin Chang's body.
Disgusting and annoying, this person belongs to dog skin plaster, really annoying. You get out.
Qin Chang smiled and turned to leave.
Crunch.
On the other side, Yi Fan came to Su Yunbing's office and also pushed the door in. As soon as Su Yunbing raised his head, he saw Yi Fan, and his face suddenly turned as cold as ice. If it weren't for this trash, how could Chu Lingfeng have such a deep prejudice against her? Moreover, why is this garbage wearing his own company's security uniform? At this time, Chu Lingfeng drove his own Rafa and also came to the building of Anjin Group.
Yi Fan, why are you wearing our group's uniform? Who allowed you to enter my room? Su Yun asked in a cold voice.
Why blame Chu Lingfeng for that trash? Otherwise Su Yunbing definitely doesn't have this attitude towards me now.
However, now that my strength has risen, Chu Lingfeng is not my opponent.
I must find a way to beat Chu Lingfeng in front of Su Yunbing. Since the engagement banquet, he had been thinking back and forth for a long time. In the end, he thought that Su Yunbing still had a good impression of him.
It's just that he was beaten by Chu Lingfeng at the engagement banquet.
Therefore, Su Yunbing felt that he had no ability, so he would have a bad attitude towards him. Women, aren't they all yearning for powerful men?
President Su, I am now an employee of our Anjin Group. I'm here mainly to check out your room.
Now some commercial undercover agents install bugs to obtain important intelligence. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hand. A bugging device was taken out from the vase on the side and placed it directly in front of Su Yunbing. Hey, luckily, I have a couple of bugs with me. However, as long as Su Yunbing knows that this is not what I took out. This time, Su Yunbing should know my ability. Get out, you were fired. Su Yunbing pointed to the door and said loudly.
Yi Fan.
Why can't this woman get in the oil and salt?
President Su, you should be a little misunderstood about me. I'm just thinking about your safety.
Moreover, I think President Su should be a person who distinguishes between public and private. I didn't make a mistake, and President Su should not fire me.
Yi Fan said. He finally thought of a way to get close to Su Yunbing. How could he give up so easily? You. Su Yun's icy body trembled. This man is really a bummer.
She is indeed a person who distinguishes between public and private, and what she just said is just angry words.
Dang dang dang.
Just then, there was a knock on the office door.
Come in.
Su Yunbing was like meeting a savior, and blurted out without asking.
Then, Shu Lingfang walked in. This Yi-fan is really moving quickly.
Su Yunbing told me that she has nothing to do with Yi-fan, but I don't think it's like this.
Fortunately, I came in time to spoil it. Su Yunbing was suddenly anxious and angry. I'm really afraid of what is coming.
Originally, she wanted to have a good talk with Chu Lingfeng today, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding for Chu Lingfeng. It's all to blame for this Wang Beg, Yi-fan. Brother Feng, this Yi-fan took the initiative to break into my office. I let him go, he won't go. Su Yunbing hurriedly explained. Chu Lingfeng, this is Anjin Group, not your Lingfeng Group. I suspect that you want to be unfavorable to our president. Now please go out. And Yi-fan was overjoyed when he saw Chu Lingfeng come in.
It's really sleepy, someone sent pillows.
Beating Chu Lingfeng hard can definitely make Su Yunbing's attitude towards me change. You little security guard, is it your turn to talk here? Get out.
Chu Lingfeng sneered.
He opened his true eye, looked at it, and found that Yi-fan's strength had reached the level of Qi training.
No wonder you dare to come and argue with him. Boy, you don't know the height of the sky.
Yi-fan's figure instantly rushed in front of Chu Lingfeng and punched out. Yi-fan, stop brother Feng, be careful.
Su Yunbing was suddenly shocked.
Although she didn't know how Yi-fan improved his strength. But since Yi-fan was so confident, he must have no fear.
She couldn't help but worry about Chu Lingfeng. When I knock Chu Lingfeng down, only me will remain in your eyes. Bang.
However, Yi-fan's figure had just rushed in front of Chu Lingfeng, and before his fist touched Chu Lingfeng, he was kicked out by Chu Lingfeng.
Bang bang bang. Subsequently, Chu Lingfeng was beaten violently at Yi-fan, and he was fierce. Yi-fan wailed.
The physical pain was far less than the anger and helplessness in Yi-fan's heart at this time.
I have become an immortal cultivator.
On this planet, the few immortal cultivators who were countless times more advanced than the ancient martial artists still couldn't beat Yi-fan.
How is this possible? How could this kid be so powerful? A deep despair appeared in Yi-fan's heart.
Su Yunbing on the side was overjoyed after a moment of sluggishness. Chu Lingfeng is really an unfathomable man, always so powerful, making people feel safe.
Boy, call Grandpa, I released you today.
Since the last time he was called grandfather by Qin Shang, Chu Lingfeng felt very cool and said casually.
Chu Lingfeng, you dream, you just kill me, I won't call you.
Yi-fan gritted his teeth and said.
Different sons of luck, same words.
Chu Lingfeng missed Luo Ping's gang a little. With the fourth old, why worry about the big thing? It seems that there is time to contact the group.
They are all talents, and they can't give up. Bang. Chu Lingfeng kicked Yi-fan out and said, get out.
Yi-fan gritted his teeth and got up, without turning his head, and walked out of the room embarrassed.
This time it was a shame again. Oh, Chu Lingfeng, I won't let you go. Su Yunbing almost laughed. You are like this, and bragging about it. How many beatings have you had? Miss Su, let's discuss cooperation. Shu Lingfeng said. Brother Feng, wait a minute, I have something to deal with.
Su Yunbing directly picked up the phone and called the director of the personnel department of Anjin Group. Director Zhang, there is a security guard named Jifan in the security department of our group. I don't care what method you use, let him resign himself.
As long as this thing is done, I will give you a promotion. Su Yunbing said decisively. With that, she hung up the phone. Shu Lingfeng was stunned. He is confused now. Su Yunbing's bitter tone.
Could it be that I thought wrong just now? Su Yunbing actually had a fundamental mind for Yi-fan?
If so, then it is best.
I struggled to save it. Su Yunbing was overjoyed in his heart. It seemed that it still made sense for him to do so.
At the very least, Chu Lingfeng's misunderstanding of her was resolved.
Brother Phone, just now Yi Fan broke into my office without permission. I let him go out. He played scoundrels and didn't go out,
Su Yunbing said while it was hot. So that's the case, Miss Su. This Yi Fan is not a good person according to my investigation.
You'd better stay away from him.
Chu Lingfeng nodded and said.
I know, I'll pay attention later, Brother Phone.
Su Yunbing hurriedly nodded and said.
Being called Brother Phone by Su Yunbing, Chu Lingfeng was a little numb.
The main thing is that the other party's transformation is too fast. Ahem, Miss Su, we have an ordinary relationship. You still call me by my name, right?
We have a marriage contract.
Chu Lingfeng. Miss Su, I don't have all the marriage contracts, Chu Lingfeng said.
However, before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Su Yunbing. Engagement is a matter for two people. Why do you have the final say? I said, I agreed to get engaged to you.
Su Yunbing walked in front of Chu Lingfeng and said with an unhappy face, with stubbornness in his eyes. Engagement is impossible. Besides, you have a cold personality. No, I refuse. Miss Su, let's talk about cooperation.
Su Yunbing was a little disappointed in his heart. Was it really a problem with his own character?
But this kind of thing has to be changed slowly. How can it be so easy to change?
Immediately, she was a little happy again. At least today she changed Chu Lingfeng's attitude towards her, and there was already a turnaround.
Isn't it just chasing men? She can't do it, but she can learn it. Then can you call me Yunbing in the future? Good. Personnel.
Director Zhang stood up with an excited look.
Good things are coming. Let people voluntarily resign. He is promoted. If you help people get promoted, it's a little more difficult.
Leave the whole person didn't that hit his strengths.
That's a great thing. He immediately found someone to transfer Yi Fan's information. A newcomer. The smile on Director Zhang's face became even more obvious.
This kind of new person, he can take him away casually.
Just then, his phone rang again.
When he saw that it was Li Muzhin calling, he was stunned.
What's going on today? This call is one after the other.
He hurriedly picked it up and asked with a smile, Director Li, I don't know what you called me for. Although he and Li Muzhin are both directors, but Li Muzhin is a good friend of the president, he dare not offend.
Director Zhang, I want to ask you for a favor.
There is a new security guard in the security department named Qin Chang. Do you have a way to get him away?
Don't worry, I will definitely have a good reward,
Li Mujian said in a somewhat pleading tone.
Director Zhang. He was a little confused. Today this thing is evil.
The president looked for him, even Li Mujian looked for him for this matter.
Not alone, though.
But in an instant, a TV series with no less than 100 episodes appeared in his mind.
Love and hate.
The fire of gossip is raging. But he was very uncomfortable, this kind of gossip that no one shared, it was too panicky.
Director Zhang is embarrassed.
Don't be embarrassed, a sheep is also a rush.
Ahem, don't worry, Director Li, this matter is wrapped up in me, waiting for my good news,
Director Zhang said with a smile. He is now a whole person and does not need to be afraid.
Then thank you, Director Zhang.
Li Mujian hung up the phone a little strangely.
Two sheep in one. Could it be? Suddenly, she remembered Yi Fan. Could it be?
Director Zhang hung up the phone and mourned in his heart for the Minister of Security.
Today, how many times the head of the security force was kicked by a donkey to recruit this pair of Wulong Phoenix chicks into the company?
Soon, he regained his composure. I began to think about how to drive this pair of crouching dragon Phoenix chicks away. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Picked up the phone and called the head of the cleaning department and the captain of the security department.
Called the two of them to the office. Director Zhang, is there something going on? The head of the cleaning department asked.
Old Chan, I heard that there are two people from your security department, one named Ji Fan and the other named Qin Chang, right?
Director Zhang looked at the security captain and asked. Lao Chen was stunned. Yes, there are these two, Director Zhang, what's wrong?
It's nothing, just change their position and let them go to the cleaning department for an internship. Director Zhang suddenly smiled strangely.
Cleaning department internship.
Lao Chen and the person in charge of the cleaning department were stunned. Director Zhang, these two span a little.
What happened to the span? I did the security guard and did the cleaner. Lao Zhang, you arrange for them to clean the toilet, and if they are not satisfied, let them resign.
By the way, I sent Huang Dewang to supervise the two of them.
Director Zhang gave the two a look and said seriously. Lao Chen and Lao Zhang instantly understood, cleaning the toilet, Huang Dewang.
Director Zhang, this is going to die the whole person. Huang Dewang is famous for being mean. When he was a small person in charge, he tossed the people under him crazy. However, because of some relationship, he was not kicked out of the company, but let him go to the logistics to do idle work. Old Chen's face was not very good looking. He already understood that these two people must have offended someone.
And what can make Director Zhang personally speak?
He just shuddered. Back at the security department, he just shouted loudly, "Let Yi Fan and Qin Chang get me back."
Someone immediately passed through the handset of two people.
Soon, Yi Fan and Qin Chang returned to the security department.
Poof.
Seeing Yi Fan's blue nose and swollen face, Qin Chang laughed directly.
What, buddy, let people cook it? Qin Chang gloated and said.
Yi Fan glanced at Qin Chang coldly, and said coldly, "If you dare to speak again, believe it or not, I will kill you." Qin Chang also smiled coldly. "With your strength, you can make people fight like this when you go out in a circle. Are you worthy?"
"Humph, or are we going to do it?"
The momentum on Yi Fan's body suddenly radiated, and he said coldly.
"Can't beat Chu Lingfeng, can't he still beat this Qin Chang?"
"Humph, want to fight and think I'm afraid of you? Momentum, who wouldn't?" Qin Chang sneered, and also a powerful momentum rushed out. "You two bastards, hurry up and get me in. If you don't come in again, I'll fire you two immediately." Old Chen heard the words of the two of them and scolded loudly.
"Poof."
Qin Chang and Yifanka both wanted to find an opportunity to soak up beautiful women here, and naturally they would not be expelled from the question. With a snort, the momentum of the two dissipated and walked into the security department.
"Yi Fan, how did you get this?"
Old Chen was already so angry that when he saw Yi Fan's appearance, he asked loudly.
"Accidentally bumped." Yi Fan casually pulled a lie.
Lao Chen's heart jumped, thinking that these two people had offended people, probably fighting with people.
He jumped up directly in anger. "Knock, I see you're fighting with people, right?
Good, good, dare to fight on the first day of work. Now you two roll me to the cleaning department to report."
Old Chen scolded. Cleaning department.
Both of them were stunned. One of them, Hades, and a divine doctor went to work as cleaners.
"It's insulting."
Qin Chang said unpleasantly. "Captain Chen, he fought, I didn't fight, why let me go to the cleaning department?"
"Not going, huh? Okay, sign this, where do you want to go?" Lao Chen threw over two documents directly.
The two looked down and saw two resignation reports.
The two of them looked stunned, looking at Lao Chen's longing gaze. In an instant, they understood that someone was trying to drive them away.
But how could they just leave? As a male protagonist, his ideas will naturally be very stubborn.
We will not rest until we achieve our goals.
The more difficult the thing, the more willing they are to fight.
Okay, I'll go to the cleaning department to report. The two said almost in unison.
Isn't it just sweeping the floor? They still go where they need to go to sweep the floor.
Humph, get out of here. Lao Chen was a little disappointed and roared impatiently. The two turned and left and came to the cleaning department.
At this time, a fat man in the cleaning department was sitting at the door of the cleaning department, with a fleshy face and an extremely fierce face. "You guys, Yi Fan and Qin Chang, I am your boss, Huang Dewang, and you will call me Brother Wang in the future. Oh, walking like a turtle crawling, two waists, quickly change your clothes, and then follow me."
Huang Dewang scolded and said with a grin.
Yi Fan and Qin Chang were suddenly furious. This trash dared to talk about them. "How not convinced? If you are not convinced, I like your kind of, either sign this or hurry up and change clothes.
Huang Dewang held 2 resignation reports in his hand and sneered. Yi Fan. Qin Chang. You won't do anything else. I endure. One day we get the woman we want, and you'll be the first to die.
The two went to change their clothes in tacit agreement. Oh, changing clothes is as slow as he is to change the life clothes of dead people. Are you going to die? When the two returned, Huang Dewang didn't know where to find a bamboo pole, and said that he was going to smoke.
Syllable. Yi Fani grasped the bamboo pole and looked at Huang Dewang coldly.
They are so bad that they are the sons of luck, and even if they are tossed by such a garbage, they still want to beat them. Huang Dewang instantly became angry. Lie down, boy, dare to argue with me, you're awesome, let go. Yi Fan said coldly, are you looking for death? Good, disobedient, isn't it? Dare to disobey the leader on the first day of the internship, I will sign and fire you. Saying that, Huang Dewang took out 2 dismissal notices from under the 2 resignation reports.
Yi Fan. Qin Chang. You're really well prepared. Yi Fan clenched his fists fiercely and let go.
It is not his style to give up so easily. Humph, 2 dog things, dare to fight with me, find death, isn't it prodded yet? Huang Dewang took the bamboo pole out of Yi Fan's hand with a smug look.
Syllable snap.
Then, he smoked a bamboo pole for each of these 2 people. What are you doing with him? Hurry up and follow me and go to work. Yi Fan clenched his fists with Qin Chang, and finally followed Huang Dewang with the cleaning tools and left. Then, the 3 of them came to the toilet, a foul-smelling toilet. The toilet is dark, yellow things are all over the floor, and there are many bumps and bumps. It was an abandoned toilet that had not been cleaned up. Let's start, clean up here, hurry up. Huang Dewang wore a mask and covered his nose, took a few steps back, and his eyes were choked with tears from the smell. What did you say? Let's clean the toilet. Yi Fan and Qin Chang raised their heads sharply and looked angrily at Huang Dewang. What's wrong with letting you clean the toilet? 2 wastes, what else can you do besides cleaning the toilet? What is he stunned about? Hurry up and clean.
Huang Dewang snorted coldly and said. Are you looking for death?
Yi Fan and Qin Chang trembled with anger and roared loudly.
2 powerful momentum emerged from the 2. It's really insulting, let them 1 Hades and 1 divine doctor to clean the toilet.
Huang Dewang was forced back a few meters by this momentum again. It's kind of scary. However, thinking of what Director Zhang promised him, he looked at the camera outside the toilet again, and his courage grew stronger.
Rude disobedience, isn't it?
If you don't accept the internship period, you must be fired. Of course, you can voluntarily resign.
Huang Dewang's backhand is 2 documents in his hand, just like ancient eunuchs holding holy orders. Meanwhile, Su Yunbing also discussed cooperation with Chu Lingfeng.
This time, Su Yunbing could be regarded as having seen Chu Lingfeng's ability in business. It's just too powerful. Many cooperation details can be handled perfectly.
This also made her more and more curious about Chu Lingfeng.
Okay, after the matter is discussed, then I will go first. Chu Lingfeng stood up and said with a smile. At the same time, he had some doubts in his heart. This script is not finished.
Dang dang dang.
Just then, there was a knock on the office door.
Come in.
Then, the door was pushed open, and Director Zhang walked in with a smile on his face.
President, Chu Xiao.
Director Zhang was stunned when he saw that Chu Lingfeng and Su Yunbing were in the same room, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Thinking of that Yi Fan, the fire of gossip was burning. Director Zhang, has that Yi Fan already resigned and left by himself? Su Yunbing saw Director Zhang and hurriedly asked. Not yet, but maybe soon. I've already arranged for him to clean the toilet. I don't think it will be long before he can hold on. I came here to let President Su test my results. Director Zhang said. Good, that's it, let him quickly resign himself.
Su Yunbing was very satisfied.
Then, Su Yunbing looked at Chu Lingfeng. Brother Phone, are you interested in taking a look? Talent, let the son of luck clean the toilet, and he will not do it if he is killed.
Chu Lingfeng secretly gave a thumbs up.
Well, this rarity I like to see, go and see.
The group walked out. At this time, Director Zhang's phone rang. Director Zhang, what happened to that Qin Chang? On the other end of the phone, Li Mujian asked with concern. Ha, Director Li, I have already arranged it. Will you follow me to take a look in our company minus floor? Good. When Li Mian heard this, he became happy, and immediately got up and walked out. President Su, today is also a coincidence, a person named Qin Chang recruited by the Ministry of Security. Director Li seemed to look very unpleasant, and said to let me find a way to get him away, and then I asked them to clean the toilet together. After Director Zhang hung up the phone, he reported to Su Yunbing. Ha, very good, I like this Director Zhang's thinking. I can't wait. Su Yunbing also couldn't help it, although she knew about Qin Chang's affairs, she didn't know too much. The deepest impression is the love and hatred between the fourth and Qin Chang. Well, okay, then let's go and see it together. Su Yunbing nodded and said. Soon, the three of them met Li Mujian in the elevator. The two women looked at each other and smiled, and did not say much. Chu Lingfeng directly opened the true eye. Heroine. Name, Li Mujing. Age, 25. Identity, Director of the Sales Department of Anjin Group, daughter of Li Yunqi, the head of the Li family in Tianhai Province. Appearance, 98. Stature, 99. Words the predecessor. Why didn't you care about Li Mujian before? This appearance and temperament are also excellent. Li Mujian glanced obliquely at Chu Lingfeng. What do you want? Su Yunbing's heart jumped, this flower-hearted big radish. Don't want to be engaged to me, do you want to be Aquaman? This Qin Chang took a marriage contract and said that it was my fiancé, and I withdrew directly. When taking the elevator, Li Mujian told Qin Chang's origin. Although Chu Lingfeng's heart already had Qin Chang in his heart. But Su Yunbing really didn't know that Qin Chang had a marriage contract with Li Muyuan. If it had been before, she might have felt pity for the same illness. But now. She secretly glanced at Chu Lingfeng. Marriage contracts are sometimes a good thing. Chu Lingfeng nodded approvingly on the side. Yes, Director Li did the right thing, he should withdraw from the marriage. This Qin Chang is actually a face, very hypocritical, it is best to stay away from him. Very good, the dislike of Qin Chang will be maintained like this, and it must not stop. In the future, I have to help you reject Qin Chang, the son of luck. Li Mujian glanced at Chu Lingfeng and then at Su Yunbing. She wasn't sure if Rose and the others could hear Chu Lingfeng's heart, but she had already determined that Su Yunbing could also hear Chu Lingfeng's heart. Otherwise, Su Yunbing's performance in the past few days is completely different from her original personality. Chu Lingfeng's voice, Su Yunbing would definitely be able to hear it. Do you put this on hold for public splitting? Director Zhang was eating melons on the side with great joy. Outside the abandoned toilet on the basement floor. How do you clean the toilet or quit or get fired by me? Huang Dewang sneered and looked at Qin Chang and Yifan expectantly. Director Zhang said, drove away the two, although they cannot be promoted, but they can raise their salaries and double. Yifan and Qin Chang's faces were gloomy and terrifying. They are people who claim to be children of luck, how can they do the toilet sweeping thing? Resolutely cannot. However, seeing the longing in Huang Dewang's eyes, he couldn't wait to let the two leave directly. Yifan suddenly felt a shock in his heart. Originally, he thought that Su Yunbing wanted to drive him away. But according to his investigation, Su Yunbing has always been a woman with a clear distinction between public and private, and it is impossible to drive him away in such a way that violates principles. Contact Chu Lingfeng, who he had just met. Instantly, a positive guess popped up from his mind. It must be Chu Lingfeng who saw me appear in this company, so he was anxious, and immediately bought the people of this company and wanted to drive me away. He is afraid that I will contact Su Yunbing and get Su Yunbing. Thinking of this, he suddenly shook. Did I blame this woman wrong? Originally, he thought that Su Yunbing's attitude towards him was because his strength was not as good as Chu Lingfeng. Now it seems that Su Yunbing's attitude towards him just now is because he knows that Chu Lingfeng is coming. Therefore, this woman is deliberately acting for Chu Lingfeng. Perhaps, in the past few days of his recuperation, Chu Lingfeng is threatening Su Yunbing again. I can't go, I can't let Chu Lingfeng's conspiracy succeed, let Su Yunbing down.
After thinking for a while, Yifan finally made a decision that he thought was correct.
I'll clean up.
Yifan gritted his teeth, picked up the cleaning tools, endured the stench, and walked towards the toilet.
Groove, can this be tolerated?
Huang Dawang looked at this scene stunned, completely stunned, and directly said the words in his heart.
A person's endurance is so strong.
Hearing Huang Dawang's subconscious words, the corners of Yifan's mouth turned up slightly. It seems that he guessed correctly, it must be the strategy used by Chu Lingfeng.
However, now he has sabotaged his scheme. This game, I won.
Yifan was extremely excited in his heart. After coming to Yangchang, he had been trampled by Chu Lingfeng.
This time, he finally won a round.
Qin Cheng on the side was also stunned. With his strength and medical skills, he saw more things than Huang Dawang. He clearly saw that the muscles at the corners of Yifan's mouth moved behind him.
He's laughing. Is he laughing? He's laughing. What's going on here? So happy to clean the toilet. Ha! Qin Cheng's brows furrowed.
Although he couldn't look at Yifan well. But he could see that Yifan was the same kind of person as him, a smart person.
Smart people definitely don't do stupid things. Is there something in this that he doesn't know? He wanted to turn around and leave, but hesitated. There must be any benefits to staying at Anjin Group. He must not miss it.
What's more, being a cleaner can also meet Li Muyuan. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decision.
I'll clean too.
Qin Cheng also picked up the cleaning tools on the ground and walked towards the toilet. Yifan, who was walking in front, was stunned. Could it be that Qin Cheng had some purpose in sneaking into the Anjin Group? Why else stay here? Groove these two big stupid forks, is there something wrong? None of this goes?
Huang Dawang looked angry.
In the past, he didn't need to be so ruthless to the people under him, and the group of people left one by one. As a result, now he feels that he has used the most ruthless means, but these two are still persevering. Sure enough, Director Zhang definitely knew that these two hard bones were difficult to gnaw, so he left it to him to do. In order to get a raise, he has to work harder.
At this moment, the building elevator finally stopped on the basement floor.
President Su and Director Li, don't worry, with Huang Dawang's move, these two will definitely resign.
Perhaps, now they have signed their resignation report.
Walking out of the elevator, Director Zhang patted his heart and said with a confident face. After Director Zhang finished speaking, he called Huang Dawang directly and asked him to come over quickly.
He can't always take Su Yunbing's group to the toilet to find someone, right?
Soon, Huang Dawang came over. Seeing a few materials in Huang Dawang's hand, Director Zhang's smile became even brighter.
That's it.
He stretched out his hand with a smile and said, Huang Dawang, you did a good job this time, wait for a raise.
This is their resignation report, right? Give it to me. Huang Dawang looked embarrassed, and his heart became even more angry.
If it weren't for those two big fools who were stunned, how could he be embarrassed in front of President Su and the others now?
Ahem, Director Zhang, those two people don't know what's going on.
I agreed to do the job of cleaning the toilet, and no matter how much I scolded, I would not resign.
Oh, since the resignation, what the promised?
Director Zhang's words were not finished, so he asked with wide eyes. Huang Dawang stiffened his head and said, yes, at first I was a little reluctant, but then I agreed. However, Director Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely drive them away.
Director Zhang's face also became extremely ugly. Huang Dawang's means, he knows.
For the sake of his oppression of his subordinates, he directly demoted him and let him go to the logistics for retirement. As a result, such a person, plus cleaning the dirtiest toilet in the entire building, did not drive these two people away. What kind of weird thing does this have to be? You must know that just this toilet, to hire someone outside, you have to pay a high price to clean it.
Ahem, President Su and Director Li, I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Director Zhang looked at Su Yunbing and the others, and said with an embarrassed expression. I just let go of the big talk, and as a result, I was slapped in the face. Su Yunbing and the others were already frozen.
Son of luck. Willing to clean the toilet. Even the vast majority of ordinary people are not willing to do this kind of thing, right? Su Yunbing and Li Mujian did not mean to blame director Zhang in the slightest. It can only be said that these two people are really extraordinary people.
I'll go, I've really lived for a long time, are these two people crazy? Are you even willing to do this job? Is it really to pursue Su Yunbing and Li Mujing and ignore nothing? Chu Lingfeng was also speechless for a while.
Director Zhang, you take me to see.
Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. This is rare, have to see.
Chu Xiao, it's really dirty there, and it stinks, I'm afraid you can't stand it. Huang Dewang hurriedly said. It's okay, take me to see it.
Chu Lingfeng said with a smile.
Let's go and see, you guys lead the way. Su Yunbing also said out loud. Well, President Su, this is a mask, one of you wears too. Huang Dewang took out the mask from his pocket and handed it to several people. Then several people came to the toilet, and sure enough, it was smelly. Wearing a mask can't resist spicy eyes.
Then, several people saw Yi Fan and Qin Cheng who were shoveling.
What are you two doing? Lazy, isn't it?
Tell you too, if the internship period is not qualified, I have the right to fire you. Huang Dewang didn't care what the two did, he went up to one person and one bamboo pole, scolding and scolding.
Yi Fan and Qin Cheng glanced at Huang Dewang coldly.
Immediately, they ignored him.
No one will value a dying person.
As long as they get what they want, this person will be the first to die.
Su Yunbing and the others were completely convinced.
With this kind of forbearance, ordinary people really can't come. 2. It's very happy to shovel, you have finally found the career you have fought for all your life. Chu Lingfeng smiled and said with a mocking face. Are you? When Qin Cheng saw Chu Lingfeng, he was furious, his eyes were red and bloodshot.
Even if he dies, he will not forget Chu Lingfeng.
This man made him an impure man.
Go and die.
Qin Cheng rushed directly towards Chu Lingfeng. Last time, he didn't fight Chu Lingfeng, but this time he has improved his realm, and it will definitely be no problem to hit Chu Lingfeng. Yi Fan on the side was instantly stunned. It turns out that Qin Cheng also has a feud with Chu Lingfeng. It just so happened that he also wanted to see Qin Cheng's strength.
It's best to beat Chu Lingfeng to death.
Qin Cheng's speed was too fast, and Huang Dewang and the others did not react, so he came to a place very close to Chu Lingfeng. An even greater stench came to his face, and Chu Lingfeng didn't want to be approached by him. Lift your foot quickly, kick it at a faster speed, stepped on Qin Cheng's face. Then, turning around and kicking it on Qin Cheng's heart. Qin Cheng flew directly back to the toilet, landed on the gold he had just shoveled, and his face hit the ground first.
Gag. Gag. Su Yunbing and Li Mujian couldn't bear it anymore and ran away directly. It's disgusting. But it's really enjoyable to watch. Even Huang Dewang and director Zhang twitched the corners of their mouths. This man, it's a miserable man.
It is estimated that it will not be fragrant for a long time to eat. Just now, Qin Cheng dared to hit Chu Xiao in front of his superior, he was both afraid and angry. At this time, seeing the timing, he ran in front of Qin Cheng and stepped on Qin Cheng's head that had just been raised. Poof!
Qin Cheng's head went back again.
What, you trash, you still dare to hit Chu Xiao looking for death, isn't it?
SHHHHHH.
Several people present, including Yi Fan, gasped. When Qin Cheng raised his head just now, he opened his mouth to speak, but he was kicked into the goal by Huang Dewang. This is special. Disgusting him, open the door to disgusting, disgusting to home. Gag. Yi Fan and the others couldn't bear it, and they all vomited. Yi Fan slowly moved a few steps to the side, away from the eater. I'll go, this Huang Dewang is really a talent, really ruthless.
I didn't even expect him to have this action. What a craftable material. This Qin city just a few days ago and now again. I always feel that these two times are connected, like some abnormal movie. Su Yunbing and Li Mujian were both stunned. Some doubts, what is Chu Lingfeng talking about? What abnormal movie?
And Qin Cheng is already about to explode. He was in the same mood as Yi Fan at this time, But it was not so the same. I thought that I had improved my strength and could torture Chu Lingfeng to death. As a result, he was not only beaten by Chu Ling's storm, but also it stinks so.
You actually let me eat this. I want Chu Lingfeng to die. I must let Chu Lingfeng die. Chu Lingfeng was stunned.
I'll go, obviously Huang Dewang stepped on you, this can also complain about me.
Chu Lingfeng was speechless.
Sure enough, the hatred between the villain and the male protagonist can ignore all supporting roles. Xin Chang's head jerked hard, and he raised his head. Huang Dewang's legs were directly lifted up by force, his figure was unstable, and he directly took a few steps back.
Wu, gagged by something, blobby Chu Lingfeng, I'm going to kill you.
Xin Chang spit out the contents of his mouth and looked at Chu Lingfeng viciously. You are presumptuous, the first to hit Chu Xiao was the first, and now he dares to threaten Chu Xiao. Director Zhang immediately shouted loudly.
Huang Dewang also sneered, with this garbage of yours, can you beat Chu Xiao? I suggest just as it was just now, and come again. Huang Dewang's voice fell, and Xin Chang's face suddenly froze.
He had just lost his mind just out of anger.
He was not Chu Lingfeng's opponent.
If he did it again like he did just now, he would probably die directly on the spot.
At this time, Su Yunbing and Li Mujian endured the nausea and walked back.
Director Zhang hurriedly looked at Su Yunbing. President Su, how do you think this matter should be handled? Of course, it is to fight the demon spirit, take the monitoring with you, and let the inspector handle this matter.
Su Yunbing said.
Xin Shang was anxious when he heard it. What had just happened, even if he entered the inspection room, there was no big deal. But doesn't this expose his eating in public?
Death to the society. Absolutely dead. This was countless times more humiliating than being beaten by Chu Lingfeng.
Xin Shang was a little tearless. He came to Yangcheng to show a total of 2 faces, and as a result. They bully. President Su, there is no need to call the police, right? I was just impulsive. Xin Cheng hurriedly spoke up.
Shame. Obviously, I was beaten, but now I have to compromise. It's all to blame Chu Lingfeng, this bastard. I'm an immortal cultivator, how can I let this mortal insult me 3 times and twice? Wait, with my talent, I will definitely be able to quickly improve my strength. At that time, let him experience all these disgusting things I have suffered. Thinking about it, he looked at Chu Lingfeng, full of hatred. Brother Feng, you are the party, how do you want to deal with it? Su Yunbing looked at Chu Lingfeng and asked with some concern. This person turned out to be an immortal cultivator, what if his strength surpassed Chu Lingfeng? However, this scene was mistaken by Yi Fan. Seeing Su Yunbing worried, he instantly invented his own idea. It seems that I guessed correctly, Chu Lingfeng is definitely threatening Su Yunbing with power. Otherwise, why is Su Yunbing so worried? He must be afraid that Chu Lingfeng will anger the Anjin group in a fit of anger. I have to stay in Anjin group, no matter how much hardship I suffer, I can't give up. Su Yunbing was a little confused. Can this all be misunderstood? However, she didn't bother to care about this now, just looking at Chu Lingfeng. Actually, this matter is not a big deal today, just let him kowtow to me and apologize. He's familiar with it anyway, isn't he? Qin Chang. Chu Lingfeng looked at Qin Chang with a smile on his face. He suddenly felt that it was also fun to let these 2 people clean the toilet here. Chu Lingfeng, don't go too far. Qin Chang gritted his teeth and said. Then fight the demon spirit, call the inspector. Director Zhang, you immediately copy the video. Su Yun said coldly. By the way, I also have a video of Qin Cheng a few days ago, let's check it out for the patrol by the way. Chu Lingfeng suddenly spoke up. Li Mujian covered his mouth fiercely, not allowing himself to laugh. Su Yunbing also couldn't help it, this hand was a little ruthless. However, Huang Dewang and the others were a little puzzled, what other video about Qin Chang did Chu Xiao have in his hands? Poof. Qin Chang knelt down directly, and one head fell down. Chu Xiao, please forgive me, I was wrong. Huang Dewang and Director Zhang were stunned. Qin Chang, who had just resolutely refused to kneel, compromised like this. Could it have something to do with the video in Chu Lingfeng's hands? the fire of gossip is burning. Wang bastard, silly fork, this group of people actually passed the video to Chu Lingfeng. Qin Cheng's whole person exploded. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to kill Luo Ping's gang and then get the video out.
As a result, now Chu Lingfeng actually has a video in his hand. In case Chu Lingfeng really took out the video, he would be finished.
It was still in front of Li Muzhan and Su Yunbing.
Chu Lingfeng smiled slightly. Good grandson, it's best to respect your grandfather in the future, or make trouble like this. How difficult will everyone be? Qin Cheng gritted his teeth and did not speak. However, Chu Lingfeng did not intend to calculate with Qin Cheng, but glanced at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was so frightened that his sweaty hair exploded. Shrunk his neck, his figure retreated, did not look at Chu Lingfeng, lowered his head and shoveled seriously.
It looks like as if hoping that Chu Lingfeng would not see him.
I must not be the same as Qin Cheng, or I really won't see anyone. Now I can't fight and fight, I can only endure, I can't be impulsive.
Proper forbearance is for my future outbursts.
Yes, forbearance. Su Yunbing was a little speechless. This Yi Fan would quite find a reason for himself. And when Chu Lingfeng saw Yi Fan's eyes dodge, he was also bored. This son of luck is about to be wasted, and he has no mentality of fearlessness. Ding detects that the host destroys the story level extremely perfectly, and obtains a critical hit with luck points. The predatory male protagonist, Yi Fan, has a luck value of 1200, and a critical hit reward of plus 500. Plunder male protagonist, Qin Cheng, gas luck value 1500, critical attack reward plus 800. The male protagonist Yi Fan's luck value was weakened by 4%, and the remaining percentage of Qi luck value was 90%. The male protagonist Qin Cheng's Qi luck value was weakened by 5%, and the remaining Qi luck value percentage was 87%.
Chu Lingfeng was very satisfied. Today's plot has earned a lot of luck.
As for the rest, he didn't bother to care. Next, it depends on the movements of Qin Cheng and Yi Fan.
He turned and walked outside. Su Yunbing also hurriedly followed.
Director Zhang gave Huang Duwang a look and called Huang Duwang into the distance.
Huang Duwang, I don't blame you for this time.
But you have to get these two people to resign as soon as possible, got it?
Now you know who wants these two people to leave the company, right? If you don't do things well, no one can protect you. Huang Duwang nodded like a pecking rice, with a sneer.
Director Zhang, don't worry, I will definitely let these two people resign voluntarily.
Okay, then I'll wait for your good news.
Director Zhang nodded and also walked outside. Brother Feng, in order to thank Lingfeng Group for cooperating with our group, I would like to treat you to a meal. Su Yunbing caught up with Chu Lingfeng and said with a red face. Li Muzhan on the side widened his eyes and looked incredulous. She had just returned from a business trip last night.
She didn't attend the engagement banquet.
Through Chu Lingfeng's heart, she always thought that Su Yunbing was playing with Chu Lingfeng in order to get rid of Yi Fan.
As a result, the famous female president of the iceberg in Yanqing took the initiative to invite men to dinner.
Looking at this look, it is clearly the rhythm of the crematorium.
Chu Lingfeng was stunned.
Just then, his mobile phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Rose. Thinking of Rose's meticulous harassment of him in the past few days, his heart jumped.
This little goblin, don't know what to do with me.
That is, I have good concentration, and those who are not good will definitely be spoiled by this little goblin.
Hey, what's the matter with me? Chu Lingfeng asked with a smile. Xiao Lingfeng, you say that your sister is so sad, can't I call you if it's okay?
On the other end of the phone, the corners of Rose's mouth turned up slightly, but she said in a somewhat resentful tone. In the elevator, Su Yunbing was next to Chu Lingfeng, and he also heard the voice on the phone. She secretly cursed in her heart, this fox spirit, seduce others' old fiancé.
Ahem, is there something going on?
Is there really something you need help with, eating and talking? I don't know if Xiao Lingfeng appreciates his face or not. Rose said with a smile.
Can this still run into each other?
However, Rose has helped me a lot, let's go see what she has to do.
Okay, contact in a moment. With that, Chu Lingfeng hung up the phone.
He looked at Su Yunbing on the side, and spoke out helplessly.
Miss Su, I'm sorry, I have a dinner and need to attend. I'm afraid I won't be able to eat with you. The gap in Su Yunbing's heart was even greater. Don't work hard yourself. I'm afraid that Chu Lingfeng is really going to be seduced by that fox. Brother Feng, I can go with you. After all, I am your fiancé now, and it is normal to attend the dinner with you. Su Yunbing spoke out with a deserved look. The whole elevator is silent. Li Muzhen looked at Su Yunbing and hated that iron could not become steel. Big sister, are you so reserved? The corner of Chu Lingfeng's eyes twitched. He was speechless for Su Yunbing's performance. This iceberg president has started to play scoundrels. The name of fiancé is firmly on the lips, isn't it? I've never seen such a brazen person. You even want to spy on me. Dream. Miss Su, this time is a little inconvenient, next time must be. At this time, the elevator door opened, and Chu Lingfeng's figure quickly walked out. Me off this bastard. Su Yunbing stomped his foot fiercely, looking angry. I took such an initiative myself, this bastard turned out to be like this. Then, she felt Li Muzhen's gaze on the side. In an instant, her face turned red. Yunbing, sure Bei should be impressed for 3 days, you are also a little too vain, right? There was once a sincere love in front of you, you didn't cherish it, and you regretted it when you lost it. Li Mujian said with a playful look. I can't tell, but he made me very uncomfortable like this, I didn't get to know him well before, and I regret it. Su Yunbing said a little confused. Also, this man is indeed different from other men, like a mystery. It's so similar to playing a licking dog, it's a little something. Li Muzhen nodded thoughtfully. Judging from Chu Lingfeng's various performances, this man is definitely not an ordinary person. Even she had a lot of curiosity about Chu Lingfeng in her heart. Mu Zhang, what kind of licking dog? Why are you talking so badly? I will ignore you if you do this again. Su Yunbing snorted. Ouch, people haven't agreed to be your boyfriend yet, and this is starting to turn into a guardian maniac. Yunbing, you hurt my girlfriend's heart too much. Li Muzhen made a sad expression. You hate it. People must have liked me before and really pursued me, but I was on stage and gave up on me. Hey, I feel very uncomfortable now and regret it. What do you say I should do? Su Yunbing said with an uncomfortable look. It's not easy to say, then Shesa, he doesn't want to eat with that Rose. He said that if he didn't let you go, you wouldn't go, just meet by chance. Li Mujian said with a smile. Chance encounter. Su Yunbing's expression was stunned, and then he nodded vigorously. Yes, by chance, Muzhen is still a lot of bad water for you. Yunbing, you have no conscience. I helped you and you actually said me ignore you. Li Mujian hummed and said. Muzhen, I was wrong, you hurry up and follow me, follow him. Su Yunbing pulled Li Muzhen and ran out. At this time, Chu Lingfeng had already come to the parking lot. He made another call. Sister Rose, it's inconvenient just now, where do we go to eat? Rose said with a smile, Evening Wind Restaurant, my sister has already booked a place, and now there is no private room, you won't mind, right Xiao Lingfeng? Ahem, is this special Evening Breeze restaurant a place to eat? Are you eating or are you going to eat me? This goblin, young Master Ben is not a vegetarian, will he be afraid of you? It's a little unpleasant if it's not a private room. I'll change the box when I get there. Evening Wind Restaurant is a famous hotel in Yangcheng. The reason for the fame is that it is a great place for couples to date. Of course, there are ordinary guests who go to eat, but if a man and a woman go, it is a bit intriguing. In particular, the owner of this restaurant is also very good at decorating, how to decorate. Don't mind, Sister Rose, then I'll go. Chu Lingfeng said that, just hung up the phone and blasted out with a foot on the accelerator. Me off, what does this woman mean? In the car, hearing Chu Lingfeng's heart, Su Yunbing burst into foul language. After speaking, she suddenly looked at Li Muzhen. Muyuan, can you hear it? I can hear it. Li Mujian shrugged and said. She naturally knew that what Su Yunbing said was Chu Lingfeng's heart. Yunbing, you have to learn from others, you have to play like this, men are swear in their bones, do you take the initiative to understand?
Li Muzhan said with a serious face.
Muzhan, haven't you been in love? How do you know so clearly? Su Yunbing looked at Li Muzhan with a strange expression. You're stupid, read novels, watch movies, watch a hem anyway, there are many ways.
Yunbing, now that I know where he went, I won't go with you, you can go by yourself. Li Muzhan didn't want to get involved in this whirlpool, so he proposed to slip away. No, you can't go, how can I deal with that woman when you leave? She's not a fuel-efficient lamp at first glance. I definitely can't do it alone, let's win by numbers. Su Yunbing hurriedly said.
Talking about feelings and falling in love is a blank piece of paper for her. Li Muyuan's eyes widened and his expression was incredulous.
Yunbing, are you all right in your brain? Why are you chasing men? I don't want to give it for nothing, I'm not going. If you don't go, then I will transfer Qin Cheng to the sales department and let you see him every day. Su Yunbing looked at Li Muzhan and hummed.
You woman is so poisonous. I'm going, or not.
Chu Lingfeng quickly drove to the Evening Wind restaurant. Then I saw Roses waiting in front of the restaurant. Rose, a woman with a superb temperament and body appearance, is already eye-catching. Standing at the door, it attracted the attention of countless men.
Many men enter restaurants with grinning teeth.
Because the girlfriend next to him was jealous, and hit people with his hands and feet. Others want to see what kind of man would make such a woman wait at the door.
Soon, they saw Chu Lingfeng walking to the woman's side.
And the woman who had always looked calm as water finally showed a gentle and charming smile.
The melon-eating masses who watched were dumbfounded. What, that kid is obviously ordinary, why would this kind of woman be so active?
Unremarkable brother, the acid is not so sour, that kid is already similar to Yinzu in addition to looking a little worse than the reader.
Didn't you see his Rafa? Do you think ordinary people can open Rafa?
Sure enough, the rich eventually become dependents, and we can only see it with our own eyes. The most important thing is that I look at it, obviously it is a woman who takes the initiative to post it.
A group of people one by one envious can't do. Sister Rose, it is my honor to let you, the goddess, wait at the door of the restaurant. How do I feel that Sister Rose is beautiful again today?
Chu Lingfeng said with a smile.
This makeup, and this dress, this goblin is really good at it.
But there is one thing to say, beautiful is really beautiful, go people are real go people.
Rose smiled even more happily.
What you say may be false, but what you think in your heart will definitely not be false. Women, who doesn't like to be praised by men they care about.
Xiao Lingfeng, you still have a sweet mouth, then let's hurry in and eat, in order to wait for you, my sister is standing hungry.
Rose threw a wink, stepped forward, put her arm around Chu Lingfeng, and said with a grievance. This body temperament is matched with this sense of contrast of grievances. It is impossible for Chu Lingfeng not to be moved.
Empathy, this goblin has a really good figure.
If you marry her, the child will not be hungry in the future. Rose's face turned slightly red. This SP, what do you think? How did it get to the child?
Isn't there one more step? Well, I'll definitely let Sister Rose eat in a while. Chu Lingfeng's arm moved slightly, deliberately saying the words full very heavily. Rose-white Chu Lingfeng glanced, this scoundrel. But the bad ones are cute. Me off this vixen, it's so infuriating.
Muzhan, you quickly teach me what to do.
On the other side, Su Yun, who was rushing to the Evening Breeze restaurant, trembled with ice. Li Muzhan glanced at Su Yunbing, where is this still an ice cube? In my experience, the best way to defeat the enemy is to be more provocative than her, which man likes ice? Women should be as passionate as fire.
So, you have to learn to go, better than her. It's okay to accidentally let him see a line of yours, or a family with letters, and you have to keep up with your makeup.
Su Yunbing's face was red and shy.
She stammered a little, so that no one will scold the saw fox I can't do it.
Li Muzhan rolled his eyes.
Then forget it, don't ask me, anyway, the novels I read are written like this, you better ask others. Don't, Muzhan, I was wrong, but now I can't get it, it's almost to the restaurant.
Su Yunbing said a little anxiously.
Yunbing, you used to be quite smart, why did you make a fool today? When you get to the dinner table, you can unbutton your shirt by 2 more, and pull the skirt up.
Li Muzhen said a little speechlessly.
Eh? Su Yunbing looked at today's professional outfit and shook it. Good, I can't bear to cover the wolf, I'll be out of the air today.
Muzhen, will you help me put on makeup? Li Muzhen. Evening Breeze Restaurant. Two of you, do you have a reservation?
A waiter stepped forward and asked respectfully.
There is a reserved seat, but is there a private room now? I want to go to the private room to eat. Xu Lingfeng said. Rose's heart jumped. This kid wouldn't really want to cough, so what to do yourself?
I'm sorry, sir, now the private rooms have been fully booked, there is no free time. The waiter said with an apologetic look.
Okay then, let's go to the reserved location. Xu Lingfeng was slightly pitying, but he didn't feel anything.
Rose first breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and then became a little disappointed. The two arrived at Rose's reserved location. The location, although it is a hall, is surrounded by a fence. There are a lot of flowers and plants next to it, and the faint fragrance of flowers wafts in the air, which is extremely fresh. The atmosphere is also a little different. Xiao Lingfeng, which flavor of dish do you want to eat, or sister this dish?
Rose looked at Xu Lingfeng on the opposite side and threw a wink. Of course, it's my sister's dish, why don't we go to the hotel and order takeaway? Xu Lingfeng blinked and looked at Rose with an evil smile.
A moment later, looking at Xu Lingfeng's deep gaze like a black hole, Rose's face gradually turned red. She couldn't stand it anymore and looked down at the menu.
This man, interesting. Hey, brother Foam, you're eating here. A nice and familiar voice sounded.
As soon as Xu Lingfeng raised his head, he saw Su Yunbing and Li Muzhen, and he was speechless.
I'm going, why are they here? Coincidence or tracking? Something is wrong, why did Su Yunbing make up? This makeup is really amazing.
Su Yunbing was overjoyed in his heart, it seemed that he would have to wear makeup when he saw Xu Lingfeng in the future.
The Rose on the side glanced at Su Yunbing with some playfulness.
Are all heroines, who is not a smart person yet? She had already seen through the behavior of these women, and these women should be able to hear Xu Lingfeng's heart. Since you know the voice of your heart, it is not surprising that you can know the Evening Breeze Restaurant. It's just that she underestimated Su Yunbing's mentality.
This is the intention that Xu Lingfeng must be chased down. Looking Su Yunbing up and down, she nodded secretly.
No wonder it is known as one of the three golden flowers of Yangcheng. This look, temperament and body are the best. However, she is not afraid, and she is no worse than Su Yunbing in all aspects.
Miss Su, it's really a coincidence, I didn't expect to meet you here.
Yes, I didn't expect it. Muzhen said that the food here is good, so we came over to taste it.
Su Yunbing immediately pulled Li Muzhen out as a shield. Well, the food here is really delicious.
Li Muzhen was very helpless, and could only do it for Su Yunbing. How Li Muzhen proposed to come. Because of the changes in this fusion world, Li Muyuan's personality has also changed slightly.
I know this woman is a little stuffy. Could it be that she began to like women? How about bringing Su Yunbing to eat in this kind of restaurant?
I'll go, this is too exciting.
When hacked into her computer's web browsing history, take a look and see what's going on.
If she really likes women, then I will be relieved that Qin Chang will not succeed. Li Muzhen raised his head abruptly, his face turned red all of a sudden, and he almost exploded.
Want to hack into her web browsing history?
Isn't this making yourself explode in place?
In an instant, her whole person was stunned.
I feel that I have become a transparent person in front of Xu Lingfeng's eyes. I casually acted as a shield, and as a result, this kid wanted to see his web browsing history.
She glanced at Su Yunbing resentfully. My own innocence is going to be finished.
Su Yunbing was also a little helpless and apologetic, which could not be said to be Xu Lingfeng obscene. It can only be said that in order to restrain the son of luck, Xu Lingfeng thought of a way. Rose glanced at Li Muzhen with a bad smile. This little Ling was beautiful. Originally, Li Muzhen didn't feel anything about Xu Lingfeng, but now he directly wanted to go up and bite Xu Lingfeng to death. If you dare to look at my browsing history, I will die with you.
So it is. Oh yes, I forgot to introduce it to you. This is Miss Rose, the owner of our Yangcheng Haitian Water City. Sister Rose, this is Su Yunbing, president of Anjin Group, and this is Li Muyuan, director of the sales department of Anjin Group.
Chu Lingfeng still didn't know how much trouble he had caused Li Muzhen because of his heart, stood up and introduced with a smile.
President Su, Director Li, hello. Rose got up and greeted the two one after another. Hello, Miss Rose.
Su Yunbing also said with a smile, but there was a strong unhappiness in his eyes when he looked at the Rose. This little wave hoof, too infuriating.
And Li Muzhen on the side just forced a smile and said hello. Rose looked at Su Yunbing's eyes, also smiled slightly, and deliberately straightened her back. Su Yunbing snorted coldly in her heart, and she suddenly looked at Chu Lingfeng. Brother Feng, I originally said to invite you to dinner today, since today is so coincidental, let's eat together, right?
Miss Rose, is that okay?
Su Yunbing directly ignored Chu Lingfeng's opinion and looked at the Rose. Since President Su appreciates his face, then I naturally welcome it.
Rose smiled lightly, competing on the same stage, she was not afraid of Su Yunbing.
Thank you, Miss Rose. Su Yunbing directly pulled Li Muzhen to sit on the seat.
Oh, it's a little hot here. Su Yunbing directly unbuttoned the two buttons according to Li Muyuan's method in the car.
How is this Su Yunbing like a different person? This is not like something that a Gowling president can do. But it should be said or not, it looks good and attracts people's imagination.
Su Yunbing was overjoyed in her heart, it really worked.
It's really a little hot. Rose also nodded and tugged down on her t-shirt. Tight t-shirts are awesome. However, these two women are strange today. The atmosphere seems a little wrong.
Chu Lingfeng was a little confused, but this did not affect his appreciation of the beauty of the ultimate beauty. Waiter, order. Chu Lingfeng saw that the women did not speak, so he reached out and called the waiter and prepared to order.
Sir, this is the menu. Chu Lingfeng nodded, then picked up the menu and looked at it.
However, when he was choosing a dish, he was suddenly stunned.
Because, he suddenly felt that his calf seemed to be moving.
Whose foot is this?
Also lift the pant leg. Smooth and smooth, it looks like a rose.
Feeling a different feeling, Chu Lingfeng raised his eyebrows and looked at the Rose.
Rose threw a wink at Chu Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng, I want to drink some ice drink today. This little goblin is quite connotative. Su Yunbing on the side almost exploded.
This saw fox, in front of her, dared to provoke Chu Lingfeng.
And again, this way. It's just saw. If she doesn't come this time, I don't know what will happen.
She glanced at Li Muzhen next to her, and her eyes showed a look of help. It's just that Li Muzhen is now in a state of fear and has no intention of observing the current situation.
Naturally, it can't help Su Yunbing. Still coming, you little leprechaun, is a bit excessive, huh?
Su Yun gritted his teeth angrily and looked at the Rose with hatred. Sensing Su Yunbing's eyes, Rose raised her eyebrows, with a kind of provocation in her eyes. Su Yunbing is also a beautiful woman, and she is also the president of the company, and she has never accepted defeat.
Seeing this situation, how can you throw in the towel?
Now Li Muzhen definitely can't help. In her heart, she entered the battle between heaven and man. In the end, she gritted her teeth, her heart crossed, and one foot also reached forward.
Chu Lingfeng's eyes suddenly widened and he looked confused. Another one. Well, how does this only feel different? This won't be Su Yunbing's. Why did she suddenly take such initiative?
Chu Lingfeng raised his head and glanced at Su Yunbing, and found that Su Yunbing's face had turned red into a big apple. With a slightly stiff smile on his face. After feeling it carefully, Chu Lingfeng suddenly understood that this was definitely Su Yunbing's.
Rose glanced at Su Yunbing.
Finding that Su Yunbing straightened her back, she looked at her with a look of disbelief.
Roses are just a little funny.
Although she has never experienced a man, she is the behind-the-scenes boss of Haitian Water City.
It is much more convenient to conquer men.
Want to win her, Su Yunbing is still tender.
Snap.
At this moment, her hand trembled slightly, and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the ground.
Moreover, the direction in which the chopsticks fell was more exquisite, and it fell directly on Chu Lingfeng's side. Oh, a little careless, Xiaolingfeng, can you help my sister pick up the chopsticks, thank you? Rose said a little coquettishly. Chulingfeng glanced at the rose. Are you fooling the ghost? Can this chopstick of yours fall from your side to this side? You're welcome, Sister Rose.
Chulingfeng smiled, then bent down to pick up the chopsticks, and then the feeling on his calf disappeared. It's just that when he picked up the chopsticks and looked up, the whole person was stunned. Deliberately, this goblin wearing a short skirt is definitely intentional. Roses really like roses. The clothes are all with roses. Deliberately showed it to me. You actually moved. It's really a little unbearable. This atmosphere of the restaurant, under this situation. Even if Chulingfeng is a gentleman, he can't stand it a little. Thinking of the graceful demeanor of roses. Something not so healthy could not help but come to his mind. Top, very top. Su Yunbing was about to go crazy and glared at the rose fiercely. This woman is so ruthless. I even thought of this way. You really are shameless. Su Yunbing opened her mouth and said without making a sound. Today, she is able to unbutton and stretch her feet, and has pushed her limits. Let her learn roses like this, she really can't do it. Rose smiled slightly. She knew she had one. Anyway, her cheapness is only taken advantage of by Chulingfeng, and it is not a loss. After her investigation and contact with Chulingfeng, she felt that this man was different. Could see but not in a hurry, know how to advance and retreat. The potential is limitless. She likes this kind of man. That's why she did things she wouldn't have done before. And Chulingfeng just glanced at it, then sat up and said, "This chopstick is dirty, change a pair." Rose looked at Chulingfeng, and her mouth moved slightly. Although she didn't make a sound, Chulingfeng could see that she was saying, "Does it look good?" Chulingfeng's heart jumped. This woman is so good at playing. Anjin Group -1 floor. Honey, you want to go to the Evening Breeze restaurant for dinner today? Huang Dewang croaked his teeth and asked with a pained face. The Evening Breeze restaurant mainly slaughters couples, so the prices are very high. He was a little reluctant. Yes, my colleagues all go there to eat, I also want to check in, you won't be reluctant to take me, right? On the other end of the phone, Huang Dewang's girlfriend said with some grievances. Thinking of this new girlfriend's pretty good face, especially that Huang Dewang gritted his teeth and spoke out. Isn't it the Evening Breeze restaurant we have to go when others go? I'll pack up and see you in the restaurant later. Imo brother Dewang, you are the best, people love you the most. Huang Dewang hung up the phone and thought of the high meal money, which was a pang of distress. He glanced at Qin Chang and Yi Fan, who were working, and prepared to leave. However, just after taking a step, he suddenly stopped his figure, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Pregnant. You too, come to me. Huang Dewang shouted at Qin Chang and Yi Fan. Qin Chang and Yi Fan raised their heads and looked at Huang Dewang coldly. This dogleg, when they achieve their wish in the future, they must kill him fiercely. But now, the two don't want to move Huang Dewang, and the timing is not right. In case it arouses the suspicion of the inspector, it is bad. What's going on? The two came to Huang Dewang and asked in a deep voice. It's not a big deal, you guys are coming on the first day today, according to the regulations of our group, you must have a department dinner today. It's a must, got it. Our department is just the three of us, I'll take you to eat a good meal, take the money, 2,000 per person. Huang Dewang stretched out his hand and said in a commanding manner. What dinner is so expensive, isn't this a pitman? Qin Chang said coldly. He doesn't care about money, but he is obviously pitted, which makes people very unhappy. What do you mean who pit you? I'm kind enough to invite you to dinner, don't be a good person. Don't want to go, do you sign the resignation report, and you don't have to go after signing? Huang Dewang said angrily. You. Qin Chang hated the root of his teeth, what else could this kid say besides this one? I'll transfer you money. Yi Fan said on the side. However, there was a flash of killing intent in his eyes. Boy, you are very good, Qin Chang, resign or pay 2,000 yuan, you choose. After getting the 2,000 yuan, Huang Dewang was very happy, and looked at Qin Sheng coldly. Qin Sheng glanced at Ji Fan, and finally said in a deep voice, I'll transfer money to you. He has suffered so much, and he doesn't care about 2,000 yuan, not to mention that he is not short of money. Humph quickly transfer the money, grind and chirp, like a dead man. Huang Dewang snorted coldly. But the smile in my heart blossomed, and I made a big profit. This errand is really good. Okay, you guys go pack up and change clothes. Huang Dewang turned around and went to clean up. Spineless, don't even dare to put a fart. Qin Sheng looked at Yi Fan mockingly. Ignore me, I don't talk to people who eat. Yi Fan said coldly. You look for death. When his pain was mentioned, Qin Sheng was furious. Yi Fan didn't bother to pay attention to Qin Sheng and walked towards the dressing room. Soon, the three arrived at the Evening Breeze restaurant. Huang Dewang's girlfriend is already waiting outside. Honey, who are they? Let's eat. Why are you taking them 2 dirt buns? It's too disgusting to wear, right? Huang Dewang's girlfriend looked at the 2 people following behind Huang Dewang with a look of disgust. Qin Sheng and Yi Fan glanced coldly at this woman. Tasteless garbage. My dear, these are my 2 subordinates, and today I brought them to dinner. You 2 go find a place to sit, and I'll order you food later. Honey, let's go find a comfortable place to eat. Huang Dewang hurriedly explained, and then put his arm around his girlfriend and went in. This bastard actually took our money to ask for his girlfriend trough. Qin Sheng said angrily. 2,000 bucks, hillbillies who eat. Yi Fan glanced at Qin Sheng and said sarcastically. Yi Fan, if you want to fight, just say it. I, Qin Sheng, am not afraid of you. Qin Sheng said coldly. You're a ruthless person who eats, I can't beat it. Yi Fan sneered and walked into the restaurant. Groove. Qin Sheng couldn't get out of his breath in his heart, cursed, and also walked into the restaurant. That was trough. As soon as Yi Fan entered the restaurant, he saw Chu Lingfeng and the others sitting in the distance, surrounded by a fence. Suddenly furious. Where did he clean the toilet and do the dirty work, and as a result, Chu Lingfeng flirted with the woman he wanted to get here. Xiao Lingfeng, you eat this chicken nuggets, this dish is a signature dish, delicious. Rose held a piece of chicken nugget and stretched out directly in front of Chu Lingfeng's mouth. Brother Feng, this fish meat is also very delicious, you can taste it. Not to be outdone, Su Yunbing picked up a piece of fish meat and put it on Chu Lingfeng's lips. Chu Lingfeng looked at these 2 women, and he felt the smell of gunpowder from the tone and demeanor of these 2 women. Su Yunbing quickly kicked Li Muyuan. Just now, Li Muzhan has not helped her, making her very passive. She has already gone to the toilet to remind Li Muyuan. Li Muyuan's mentality gradually recovered at this time. She had no choice but to find new chopsticks from the table. When Qin Sheng walked into the restaurant and saw this scene, he was also extremely angry. In addition to Li Muyuan, Su Yunbing and Rose, which are all superb beauties, he wants both. As a result, he ate with Chu Lingfeng, a miscellaneous piece, and he was naturally unhappy. Then he said with some schadenfreude, ouch, that's the woman you like, right? The woman you like will serve dishes to others. Isn't the woman you like there? Yi Fan said coldly. At least Li Mujian didn't clip Chu Lingfeng. However, before Qin Sheng's words were finished, he choked. Because Li Mujian also took a bite of food to Chu Lingfeng. What is not clamped, you eating hillbilly, who are you mocking? When Yi Fan saw this scene, there was a hint of a smile in his anger. At the very least, this eating hillbilly didn't press himself. I must let Chu Lingfeng die. Qin Sheng gritted his teeth and roared. Chu Xiao, you taste this dish, it is also delicious. Li Mujian came to Chu Lingfeng with a mouthful of food, seemingly inadvertently, but in fact deliberately pressed on Rose's chopsticks. Su Yunbing gave Li Mumming a satisfied look. This assist is beautiful. Sure enough, to deal with roses, it is necessary for sisters to break the gold together. Chu Lingfeng looked at the 3 pairs of chopsticks that concealed the mystery, and was a little speechless. Sure enough, it's 3 women in one play. Will there be a fight? However, I can understand that these two women give me dishes, but what kind of mess does Li Muzhen's stuffy woman add? Li Mu's body trembled with anger. You are the stuffy saw. Xin Chang and Yifan couldn't wait to beat Chu Lingfeng in public now.
However, thinking of Chu Lingfeng's skills, they retreated again.
What, Chu Lingfeng, if you dare to touch the woman I want, I will definitely try to kill you. Dog thing, wait, sooner or later I will trample you under my feet. Xin Chang and Yifan did not speak, so they casually found a place to sit down and wait for the meal. It's just that their eyes are on Chu Lingfeng's table. I wish I could sit at that table, hugging my left and right. And their hearts were heard by Rose and others.
2 in the restaurant. For a moment, all three women thought of this possibility.
The three of them had studied it, and they could hear Chu Lingfeng's voice regardless of the distance. But the voices of these children of luck can only be heard when they are very close to them. Thinking that these two were in the restaurant, the three women worked harder.
Xiao Lingfeng, hurry up and eat people's arms are sore. How could Rose not see the thoughts of Su Yunbing and the two, took the chopsticks out from under Li Muming's chopsticks, stretched forward again, and said.
Su Yunbing and Li Muzhen did not show weakness, and immediately stretched their chopsticks forward.
Chu Lingfeng smiled lightly. Do adults need to make a choice? No, I want them all. Okay. Chu Lingfeng opened his mouth and bit into the chicken of Rose Calais. However, as soon as he bit half of it, Rose clipped the chicken back and put it in his mouth. Phew, this piece of chicken seems to be better than the one I just ate, and I don't know what's going on. While eating elegantly, Rose winked at Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng was excited.
No, this woman is too good at playing.
There's still my saliva on it. This feeling is very comfortable. Su Yun's chopsticks holding the meat began to tremble. Does this woman still want a face for Chu Lingfeng? Do you do all this?
Chu Lingfeng seemed to have discovered a new world.
He took a small bite of the meat on Su Yunbing's chopsticks and left half a piece for her.
Su Yunbing naturally knew what Chu Lingfeng meant, stretched out his hand with a red face, and then ate the remaining half of the meat.
Then Chu Lingfeng bit half of Li Muyuan's flesh.
Since you stretched out your hand, then don't blame me for being unkind.
Chao Nima Chu Lingfeng, do you dare to bite my woman's flesh?
Xin Chang, who was not far away, cursed angrily in his heart. Li Mujian originally considered whether to eat or not. Su Yunbing and Rose have a reason to eat. What is the reason for her to eat? As a result, hearing Xin Chang's heart, she immediately became ruthless and ate it directly. Chu Lingfeng, who watched it, was stunned.
This woman actually eats, there's a problem. Groovely Muyuan, this, actually ate this man's saliva, it's too cheap.
Next, the three women took the initiative to pour water for Chu Lingfeng. Served by three superb women, Chu Lingfeng did not refuse, a comfortable batch. Whether it is Rose, Su Yunbing or Li Muyuan, they are all superb beauties. In the restaurant, many men are paying attention. Seeing these three superb beauties rushing to pour water for Chu Lingfeng's vegetables. Serve Chu Lingfeng like an ancient wife and concubine serving her husband. He even ate Chu Lingfeng's imported dishes. One by one, their eyes were bigger than a copper bell, and they were shocked. Groove, I was sour, and my scalp was numb with envy. What the hell, how attractive is this man? Don't these three women fight? Imported dishes, or women eat men's. It's so cool, I'll be excited to death if I did. Cut, you can't wonder you can't find this kind of superb woman. Look at the man and the people, how calm. You are calm, you have this kind of superb woman chasing. A group of people spoke out one after another, with envy and jealousy in their tones, and their eyes were red. Bang! Yifan and Xin Cheng slapped the table fiercely at the same time, and their hearts ached with anger. In the past, this situation would have appeared on them, but now it was replaced by Chu Lingfeng. They hated it. Chu Lingfeng, you are dead. Chu Lingfeng, you are dead. The two couldn't help but think of the same heart at the same time. The three women of Rose served more cheerfully. By the way, Sister Rose, didn't you say let me help you with something? After 3 rounds of the meal, and 5 flavors of the dish, Chu Lingfeng asked aloud. Only then did Rose put down her chopsticks and laugh. I have a jewelry store, and these 2 days I want to find a few good rough stones, go to a jewelry master to make a few decent jewelry, and be a treasure of the town store. But a few days ago, my stone selection master went to other cities to develop, and we don't have a stone selection master in our store. There is a jewelry industry in the subordinate industry of Lingfang Group, so I want to borrow a stone selection master from you.
Xiao Lingfeng, if you are embarrassed, forget it. Shu Lingfeng was stunned. This plot. Isn't this Yifan's plot?
In the original work, Yifan first talked in a bar and gained the favor of Roses. The second thing was to deepen Rose's impression of him through gambling stones in the gambling stone shop. He even admired Yifan very much. Because Roses have a hobby, which can also be said to be a hobby. It's the gambling stone. And she has a trait, that is, every gamble must lose. In layman's terms, it is a dish and a love of fun. So she admires the gambling stone master. And Yifan was originally a master of gambling stones, and he selected a lot of good rough stones through experience, and even opened Imperial Green. This made Rose's good impression of Yifan burst. Next, after a few plots, Yifan completely got the love of Roses.
Gambling stone, then Yifan will definitely go.
This is the weakness of Roses, Yifan will not let this go.
Then I have to go.
Rose was stunned. She loves gambling stones, and many people know it, which is not surprising. Now she is a little lucky, fortunately she found Shu Lingfeng. I just don't know what the master's gambling stone technique Shu Lingfeng is looking for. Sister Rose, this matter is a small matter, don't be embarrassed, where to gamble stones. Shu Lingfeng said with a smile.
Tomorrow afternoon, in the Fengling Yuan Stone Field in Yongchang Tianbao Garden.
That rough yard will have a new batch of goods tomorrow afternoon. Rose said with a smile. Fenglin Rough Stone Field, the Wei family's original stone field.
That's the plot.
Although the plot has collapsed, Yifan will definitely go, and find a way to step on Yifan.
This kid's gambling stone is extremely high, and now he is an immortal cultivator, so it's not easy to get. Let's take the opportunity to act then. Wei family villa. Wei Zixuan reclined on the sofa, thinking cranky.
She grew up with few friends. Most people will stay away from her after knowing her identity. As for the people in the family, they are generally men who fight and kill, let alone teach her anything.
Love has never been talked about at all. So although she looks like a heroic and cold woman from the outside, but I don't understand anything like falling in love. Since the last time I met Shu Lingfeng in the far suburbs.
Because of the contrast between Qin Shang and Shu Lingfeng, it made her feel better about Shu Lingfeng.
Wei Zixuan thought that Shu Lingfeng would contact her.
As a result, she waited for a long time, and the other party did not contact her. This made her a little puzzled.
At the same time a little angry. This villain even went on to hook up with other women. Doesn't hooking me up smelly?
At this moment, she heard Shu Lingfeng's heart, and she was stunned. Going to their rough stone yard tomorrow to gamble on stones. Yifan, the son of luck, is also going. Since she met Qin Shang, she was disgusted for a while when she heard the title of the son of luck.
She sat up at once.
Directly picked up the phone and called the person in charge of the Fenglin Rough Stone Farm, Uncle Zhao. Tomorrow we have new goods in the raw stone farm.
Yes, miss, this new batch of goods will come over tomorrow afternoon. Do you have anything?
On the other end of the phone, the respectful voice of a middle-aged man rang.
Then tomorrow. Wei Zixuan said and hung up the phone.
Stepping on the son of luck, such a happy thing, she has to help the field.
Evening Breeze Restaurant. Okay, then we'll see you in Tianbao Garden tomorrow.
Shu Lingfeng said with a smile.
Then thank you, Xiao Lingfeng.
Rose said with a smile.
Su Yunbing on the side was suddenly unhappy. Let Shu Lingfeng go out alone with this fox spirit. That's not a good thing.
Gambling stone, in fact, I've always been curious about this kind of thing as gambling stone, brother phone, you also take me to see it. Su Yunbing said with a curious look. Rose glanced at Su Yunbing, and a hint of playfulness flashed in her eyes. If my sister has time, I'll go check it out. Anyway, she is confident in her charm.
Well, Miss Sue is willing to go, let's go together. Chu Lingfeng nodded.
For your sake, if you please me so much today, I will be gentle with you in the future. After several observations, he already knew that Su Yunbing really didn't have a good impression of Yifan.
Then he doesn't mind touching this beauty. One of the 3 golden flowers of Yangcheng, this is not blown out.
It is the appearance of the body and temperament. Su Yunbing was overjoyed in his heart. It seemed that all this he did seemed to be of some use.
But it needs to be done. Little scoundrel, how many women do you want? Rose's mouth moved, and she glanced at Chu Lingfeng charmingly. Chu Lingfeng pretended not to understand. Beauty, who will be too much? The meals of several people have already been eaten. Although the Rose invited guests, Chu Lingfeng still took the initiative to pay the bill.
This little money is nothing to him, the gentleman must be a gentleman. In the envious eyes of the men, Chu Lingfeng walked towards the outside of the restaurant surrounded by 3 women.
Why are these 2 brats here?
And when several people passed the dining table at the door, they saw Qin Chang and Yifan.
Chu Lingfeng was stunned. That's a coincidence, isn't it?
The 3 women glanced coldly at the 2 and stopped looking at them.
Ouch, 2, you can only drink water at noon. Drink water, and come to this kind of restaurant, you 2 are in love. Chu Lingfeng said with a mocking look.
Qin Chang and Yifan had black faces, but no one spoke.
Poof. Chu Lingfeng snorted and left with the 3 women. Oh, this dog thing can't be arrogant for a few days.
Qin Chang said coldly. However, when his words fell, Yifan did not react at all. At this time, because of Chu Lingfeng's words, he was thinking about a problem.
What about their food?
While Yifan was thinking, Huang Dewang walked down from the 2nd floor with his arm around his girlfriend. They walked directly outside.
Why haven't you 2 left yet? Don't I have to clean the toilet in the company?
When Huang Dewang saw these 2 people, his face immediately sank, and he loudly reprimanded. Swish! Huang Dewang's voice fell, and the people in the restaurant turned their heads to look at Qin Chang and Yifan.
Some people started whispering.
I just said, people who wear such rustic clothes only have the job of cleaning toilets.
It's disgusting, I said. How can I smell a stink? What's the difference between that man's clothes and the one who asks for food?
Yifan and Qin Chang's faces were instantly ugly.
Huang Dewang, didn't you say that you ordered us to eat?
Yifan said in a deep voice.
You guys have a problem. How do I know what you want to eat and call yourself?
Okay, it's almost time to go to work now. You can buy a bucket of instant noodles and go to the toilet to eat later.
Huang Dewang said impatiently.
Originally, at first, he thought of ordering food for these 2 people. Later, I thought that it would cost money to order food, and maybe you could get angry with these 2 people if you didn't call it food. So, he won't call for food.
Poof. When people in the neighborhood heard this, many people laughed. Going to the toilet for instant noodles. Is that enough to eat?
You look for death. Yifan stood up and looked at Huang Dewang coldly. Qin Chang also got up angrily, his fists clenched tightly.
Groove, you 2 want to turn the sky over, don't you? Wanna hit me, don't you? Come on, hit me, I won't fight back.
Huang Dewang pointed to his head and said with some defiance. At the same time, there is a touch of anticipation in his eyes. Qin Chang and Yifan finally loosened their fists. Competing with this kind of garbage and entering the inspection room is not worth it.
Oof, 2 instigators, don't you dare to fight, right then don't you roll me back to clean the toilet.
The toilet is not clean today, and none of you want to leave work.
After that, Huang Dewang took his girlfriend and walked out.
Honey, where did your company get these 2 stupid forks? Dirt and can be pretended, disgusting to death.
Huang Dewang's girlfriend said speechlessly.
With a cold snort, Qin Chang and Yifan got up and walked outside.
Why the hell are you staying here? Qin Chang finally asked his question.
Use your tube. Yifan replied coldly, and then went to the small shop next to him to buy instant noodles. What's the comparison? Young Master Ben will figure out your purpose sooner or later. Qin Chang said with a look of disdain, "Hey, bring me a bucket, Lauten sauerkraut."
He had wanted to go over, but his cell phone suddenly rang.
He picked up the phone and saw that it was from his master, and immediately picked it up. "Little rabbit cub, have you met with Li Muyuan? That girl should be good looking. I saw that her mother looked good.
How about I make a marriage contract for you? You are a little rabbit, and you still say that you will withdraw from marriage every day."
On the other end of the phone came the voice of an old man.
"Master, Li Mujian and I have withdrawn."
At the mention of this matter, Qin Chang was angry in his heart. This mean woman can't even look at herself as a handsome man.
"Ha, divorced, little bunny, you really don't grow.
I tell you, this girl is a Xianin body, and she was born with a breath of Xianin true qi. This Xianin true qi is very good for cultivating the Xianyuan Sutra. And according to my calculations, if this girl is not finished or after this year, the Xianin true qi in her body will disappear. Hello to yourself."
With that, Qin Chang's master hung up the phone.
Qin Chang was slightly stunned.
Xianin body. Xianin true qi.
It was very good for him to cultivate the Xianyuan Sutra.
He has to get it.
Moreover, he also knows a little about the Xianin body, and this physique is a little bad, that is, fainting occasionally. Thinking about it, he immediately decided to continue working in the Anjin group.
Find an opportunity to approach Li Mujing.
Of course, there is also that Su Yunbing. This woman is very beautiful and very suitable to be a wife. Ding, it was detected that the host suppressed the male protagonist, and the degree was perfect. Plundering Yifan Qi is worth 300, and plundering Qincheng Qi is worth 300. The male protagonist Yifan's Qi luck value is weakened by 2%, and the remaining Qi luck value percentage is 88%. The male protagonist Qin Chang's Qi luck value is weakened by 2%, and the remaining gas luck value percentage is 85%. Chu Lingfeng, who was driving back, was stunned at first when he heard the sound of the system and then smiled. This should be the suppression outside the plot. Unexpectedly, he ate a meal comfortably, and he could suppress the male protagonist by the way, which was really cool.
Back to the company.
He began to study the system mall. If you want to bet on stones tomorrow, you must improve your strength in advance. Soon, he found the eye of perspective skill in the mall. The see-through eye, as the name suggests, can see directly through the outside and inside. This is definitely a divine skill. The price is also a little high, worth 2,000 Qi luck value. Chu Lingfeng clicked to buy, and instantly a red light entered his eyes. Ding, the host acquires the eye of perspective, and the ability of the eye of perspective increases with the strength of the host.
Receiving the prompt, Chu Lingfeng looked directly outside the wall, where his secretary was working.
The wall gradually faded in his eyes, revealing the secretary who was working seriously. After thinking about it, he did not look through again, but looked farther away. He is not a lewd person, and it is not his style to peek with clairvoyant eyes. However, as the distance became farther away, his ability to see through became weaker and weaker, and his eyes became a little tired.
He immediately stopped clairvoyance.
He also roughly calculated that with his current strength, he could see through about 10 meters.
After experimenting back and forth, he was satisfied.
Then, he purchased an antique, rough stone appreciation ability, which cost him 500 Qi luck.
With these abilities, you can easily cope with plots such as gambling stones and antiques. By the way, I seem to have overlooked something. After thinking for a moment, Chu Lingfeng patted his head and remembered. He almost forgot. Li Mujian is a Xianin body, which belongs to a cold constitution and is very easy to cause fainting. And with the passage of time, it will become more and more serious, until the brain is frozen. No wonder Qin Chang has to stay in Anjin group even if he eats gold. I just want to find an opportunity to restrain the shortcomings of Li Muyuan's Xianin body. However, if you want to solve the Xianin body, you have to cough. If you do acupuncture, many places have to be seen.
There is also the Xianin true qi in Li Muyuan's body, which is quite beneficial to Qin Chang's cultivation of the Xianyuan Sutra. Qin Chang's old immortal master has long been optimistic about Qin Chang. I also have to prevent Qin Chang dog from jumping off the wall and getting Li Muyuan.
Back in the office, Li Muyuan, who was emptying his web browsing records, trembled when he heard Chu Lingfeng's heart.
She does faint occasionally, and has fainted more frequently in recent times. She went to the hospital several times and found no symptoms. In the end, she could only think that she had low blood sugar or insufficient blood supply to the brain. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be some kind of Xianin body.
Do you still need acupuncture to cure it?
It seems that the engagement more than 20 years ago, Qin Sheng's master should have set his sights on himself. She suddenly had a feeling of sympathy with Su Yunbing. A pair of girlfriends were all targeted by the son of luck. At the same time, I felt a chill in my back and couldn't help but be a little scared. What kind of immortal cultivator is this Qin Sheng, that is, an immortal?
It's certainly extraordinary. If this kind of person wants to deal with her, how can she prevent it? Even if there is a family behind her, what is the use?
In his own Xianin body, the family has also found many famous doctors, and there is no way at all. She didn't want to end up brain dead. She is only in her 20s and has not been in a relationship yet. As for letting Qin Sheng, this is not only a man and also disgusting people who have eaten treat her.
She might as well be brain dead.
Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind.
Chu Lingfeng.
Since Chu Lingfeng knew her so clearly, then he definitely had a way to treat her body.
Just.
When you think about acupuncture treatment, she just blushed. The heart is very tangled. She is a conservative person. Although there are no men and women in the eyes of doctors. But she didn't think that after being seen by Chu Lingfeng, she could still be treated as a nobody.
This is even more embarrassing than Chu Lingfeng peeking at his web browsing history. And Su Yunbing likes Chu Lingfeng.
How could he rob a man with his sister? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through her heart. Immediately, she calmed down, and a coldness flashed in her eyes. Picked up the phone and called Director Zhang.
Director Zhang, let Huang Dewang torture those two people well in the future.
I will give you 30,000 hard work first. Remember, you must be tortured to death. Oh, by the way, let him pay attention to safety. These two are not good stubbles at first glance. It's better to keep recording and videotaping, and I'll give him a portable video device in a moment. SHHHHHH. Director Zhang looked at the phone that hung up, and the 20,000 yuan that arrived in his account at the same time.
It's just gasping for air.
What kind of deep hatred is there between Qin Sheng and Yifan and Li Muyuan? But he doesn't care about that.
Take people's money and eliminate disasters with people.
He called Huang Dewang directly. Yes, Director Zhang, I know, don't worry, I will definitely work hard, it won't disappoint Director Li. Hearing that Li Muyuan directly gave him 15,000 hard work, Huang Dewang almost jumped up with excitement.
Hi, you dog can't clean the toilet well, what do you want to do?
Huang Dewang hung up the phone and saw that Qin Sheng was going out, so he cursed loudly. I'll go to the bathroom, Qin Sheng said in a deep voice. He wanted to take the opportunity to find Li Muzhen and let the other party know that he could save her.
As long as he saved Li Muyuan, this woman would definitely look at him differently.
At that time, he wanted to get Li Muzhen easily. Do you have a hole in your head? Here is the toilet, you go outside to go to the toilet?
It's broken here,
Qin Sheng said. If it's broken, you have to go here, and you'll clean up after it's done. The task of the two of you these days is to completely repair this toilet or fuck me,
Huang Dewang said loudly.
You. Crash. Huang Dewang directly took out a few pieces of paper. If you don't convince, get out. After Chu Lingfeng thought things through, he made a decision to improve his strength first.
The first is to find a way to solve Li Muyuan's affairs.
The Medical Immortal Sutra records the method of solving the Xianin body, and there are no side effects. The solution used by Qin Sheng had side effects. But his current strength is not enough.
Second, the strength of these two male protagonists is not weak.
Although his late yellow level is still enough, if the speed of the two of them is faster, it is difficult to say. Thinking about it, he directly chose to promote. From the late yellow level to the yellow level great consummation, he spent 1,000 Chi luck points. Plus the Huang level to Xian level realm breakthrough requires 1,000 Qi-luck points. To improve a small realm in the Xian level realm, it takes 2,000 Qi-luck points. The Qi-luck value on Chu Lingfeng's body directly became 115.
His realm also came to the early Xian level stage.
Suddenly, he felt that he was much stronger.
Although it costs double, it is worth it. Next is the matter of gambling stones tomorrow.
Whoops.
Qin Sheng threw down the cleaning tools and glanced left and right.
Huang Dewang was called out just now, and he couldn't let go of this good opportunity. Immediately changed into his rustic clothes, took out the perfume he just bought today and sprayed it, and walked upstairs. He must see Lin Muzhen and let her know his importance. At this time, Yi Fan's phone also rang. Seeing the name of the caller, Yi Fan hurriedly picked up the phone. Hades, according to my investigation, Rose wants to expand her jewelry store business, and tomorrow afternoon she will go to Tianbao Garden to select stones. On the other end of the phone, a respectful voice rang. Choosing a stone very good, it seems that it is time for me to show my true strength to conquer this woman. Yi Fan said with a confident expression.
There is also good news, Idani Group and Su Yunbing of Anjin Group have been in contact.
The two sides have already started to negotiate projects and methods of cooperation. On the other end of the phone, a respectful and smiling voice rang. Yi Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. Very good. He had devised a lot of strategies in order to be able to get close to Su Yunbing.
Coming in as a security guard is just one of them.
And now, he stays in the toilet on the first basement floor every day, and obviously he can't touch Su Yunbing. However, he has no other way, so he is angry here. I didn't expect Idani Group to come into contact with Su Yunbing so quickly, it was simply great.
As long as the two sides signed a cooperation contract, then Su Yunbing fell into his conspiracy.
At that time, this Anjin Group, he can enter the master in an upright manner. Originally, he thought that this matter would come slowly, but he didn't expect it to be realized so quickly. Now, he doesn't have to be this shit cleaner either. Yi Fan said, very good, tell the people of Idani Group that they must let Anjin Group sign a contract for large-scale customized cosmetics. Get a couple of cosmetic designers and ask them to design a cosmetic product that can't be released and sold.
It is better to have a contract of more than 500 million.
At this time, Huang Dewang, who had just retrieved the video equipment from Li Muyuan, also returned to the toilet on the first basement floor. Hearing Yi Fan's last words, he laughed angrily. Yi Fan, are you really special and can pretend?
A contract of several hundred million between you and your boyfriend at night, right?
Xiaonimas, don't forget to brag about cleaning the toilet, believe it or not, I will find you a cow to make you have a good time. Huang Dewang came to Yi Fan and scolded loudly. Yi Fan sneered, if it was before this call, he might still be used to this dog thing. Now, though, he's ready to quit. You must beat Huang Dewang hard, just to collect a little interest for the insults you received today. In the future, when he joined Anjin Group as a shareholder or even as the chairman. Let's teach Huang Dewang a hard lesson. Thinking about it, he raised a punch and hit Huang Dewang's face. With his strength, how could Huang Dewang, an ordinary person, dodge? Ah, ouch, it hurts me, how dare you hit me. Huang Dewang was directly put to the ground by Yi Fan's punch, and the severe pain instantly made him wail. Groove Lao Tzu has put up with you for a long time, dare to insult Lao Tzu so much, Chao Nima. Yi Fan kicked Huang Dewang's body one by one. Each kick caused Huang Dewang to let out a wail. Dog thing, you're finished, I must let the inspectors come and catch you. Huang Dewang gritted his teeth and said. Huang beg, who to scare that monitoring is bad, I checked it a long time ago. Yi Fan pointed to the camera not far away and sneered. After beating Huang Dewang violently, Yi Fan's anger subsided a little, and then he walked outside. He's going to quit. You have to go through the procedure to resign. Let this group of people watch themselves leave, and then watch themselves come back as shareholders. Let this group of people kneel down later and lick themselves. Ouch, it hurts me, bastard. After a long time, Huang Dewang slowed down. At this time, his phone also rang. It was Director Zhang. Ha ha ha, Dewang, you did a good job, I just received a report that Yi Fan is going through the resignation procedures. Director Zhang, you have to decide for me that Yi Fan just beat me up, and I'm in pain now.
Huang Duwang gritted his teeth and said,
What you were beaten? Did you use the video recording equipment that Director Li gave you? Director Huang hurriedly asked. Use it, record it all for him.
Huang Duwang hurriedly said.
Good, good, you come to the personnel department, I will immediately fight the demon spirit. Rest assured, this time the cost of your hospitalization will be paid by the company, and you will also get a lot of benefits. When Huang Duwang heard this, he instantly came to his senses, gritted his teeth and walked towards the personnel department.
Personnel.
Director Zhang ran to the place where he left the job, saw Yi Fan, and immediately roared, Yi Fan, you can't go, I have called the police. Yi Fan sneered. He had long expected that Huang Duwang would come to this set, and he did not panic at all. Director Zhang, I'm a law-abiding citizen, how can I do such an illegal act as beating people?
Speak with evidence, or I will sue you for slandering me. A powerful aura instantly radiated from Yi Fan.
Even if he has a blue nose and swollen face now, he has not forgotten to pretend. Director Zhang sneered, okay, well, then wait for the inspection to come, then whether it will slander you or not, let the inspection decide. At this time, Huang Duwang also rushed to the personnel department. Little mongrel, you are dead, I must make you sit in prison. Hiss.
Huang Duwang grinned and roared angrily.
Ouch, Huang Duwang, did you fall into the dung pit? How did you fall so badly? Yi Fan said with a faint smile, his tone mocking. Several people fought for a while, and the patrol arrived.
You're again, why do you always cause trouble?
When the patrol leader saw Yi Fan, he frowned deeply and asked in an indifferent tone. Lord Inspector, this time it has nothing to do with me. This man himself fell like this. If you have to say that I beat him, and extort money from me, I will also sue him for slander. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders and said as if he was fine. Lord Inspector, it's this kid who beat me, I have a video here.
Saying that, Huang Duwang took off a necklace-like thing from his neck.
And when Yi Fan saw this thing, his face changed instantly.
Of course he knows this thing. Miniature camera.
Chow, what kind of miniature camera do you wear as a toilet sweeper? Yi Fan looked at this miniature camera and cursed in his heart.
That's too special a volume, isn't it?
Now he feels like he's been tricked again. At the same time, he was anxious. Although he just made a strong move, Huang Duwang's injury was not light. However, Huang Duwang ignored this and handed over the miniature camera to the inspector.
Director Zhang even gave them a tablet so that they could watch.
The patrol checked the video and looked at Yi Fan coldly. Yi Fan, you really can't change eating, it's only been 5 or 6 days, and you have committed murder and injured people 3 times. Lord Inspector, it was he who insulted me first, and I was provoked by him before I started. Seeing this, Yi Fan hurriedly said. We can't control scolding, but you beat people into serious injuries, this matter belongs to us, be honest, otherwise don't blame us for being unkind. The patrol led by him said coldly. Yi Fan's body trembled with anger, but he was helpless. At this moment, the phone of the patrol leader rang. He picked up the phone and frowned suddenly. What, someone beats the demon spirit and is harassed or Anjin group? Okay, I see. You guys take Yi Fan, follow me. The inspector led by the commander led his subordinates to take Yi Fan and walk outside. Director Zhang also hurriedly helped Huang Duwang to follow.
A few minutes ago,
Qin Sheng came to the 20th floor wearing rustic clothes.
Because there was a temporary work card, he came to Li Muyuan's office unimpeded.
Crunch! Qin Sheng directly pushed the door and walked in. Li Muyuan, who was thinking about how to treat his physique shortcomings, heard the door bang and raised his head. Seeing Qin Sheng, her face suddenly changed, and she roared angrily, Qin Sheng, who let me into my office, get out of here. Qin Sheng smiled freely and slowly walked to Li Muyuan's table.
Mu Zhang, I think you must have misunderstood me.
You quit marriage with me, in fact, I think it's very right, after all, I don't like marriages without feelings. However, I found a reason to stay in Anjin group, not to harass you, but for the sake of your life. This is also why Huang Duwang insulted me in every way, and I will not leave. I'm just afraid that after I leave, a beautiful woman like you will die at a young age. Qin Chang said with a concerned expression, and his eyes showed regret.
Hey, how sensational is our performance? Do you want to squeeze a few tears? Forget it, it's a bit fake. This chick will definitely be scared by me and ask me what's going on.
I just need to tell the reason, plus my lying pay, it will definitely make her grateful.
Then I will remove the drawbacks of her xianin body, and she will definitely agree with her.
Li Muzhen listened to Qin Chang's heart and forced himself to calm down.
A hand sneaked into the bag beside him. You get out of here for me.
But on the face, he pointed to the door and shouted loudly.
Qin Chang. Why don't you play cards according to the routine?
Okay, good, then let me tell the truth and scare you to death. Thinking about it, Qin Chang's face became serious and scary. Mu Zhang, listen to me, you may not know that your physique is a xianin body. The yin and cold qi in the human body of the xianin body is very rich.
This causes you to faint often, and over time, you will faint more and more. Until your brain is completely frozen and you die. Do you faint a lot but go to the hospital and find out what's wrong? Humph, with my eyesight and understanding of the xianin body, it's definitely like this. I'm right about everything, it's strange that this woman isn't scared. Don't pretend to be garlic, quickly lick me to please me, let me save you, ha ha ha. I can't help but want to see your beautiful body.
Li Muzhen looked at Qin Chang expressionlessly.
At the same time, it was also confirmed that what Chu Lingfeng said was true.
She grabbed the things in her hand hard, pointed to the door, and said, "Get out."
Bang! Qin Chang was completely furious. Do you have a brain disease? Lao Tzu is right, you still let me get out.
He slammed his hands on the table and made two loud noises. Bending down, his face jerked close to Li Muyuan.
The distance between the faces of the two is about 30 centimeters.
Li Muyuan, if you continue like this, you will die in a few months.
And I can save you, you.
Whoops. Qin Chang's words were not finished. Li Muzhen's other hand held a wolf spray and stretched out, quickly spraying it on Qin Chang's face. Especially the eyes, he sprayed twice fiercely. Qin Chang never dreamed that Li Muzhen would come to this hand, and he didn't think about hiding at all. Even if he is an immortal cultivator, he is only an entry, and his body is only stronger than ordinary people. The anti-wolf spray still worked for him.
Ay.
Qin Chang suddenly screamed strangely, it was too sour.
And Li Muzhen took the opportunity to call the security department.
Come to my office, we have a gangster here who wants to commit murder. Then, she immediately called the demon spirit. The security guards who happened to be patrolling Li Muzhen's floor immediately rushed over.
Qin Chang, you dog thing, you don't clean the toilet, you actually came here to tease directorly, it's just looking for death.
Brothers, subdue this dog thing. Security Captain Chen roared, and a group of security guards rushed towards Qin Chang.
Bang bang bang.
Several rubber rollers smashed directly on Qin Chang's body. Qin Chang was originally angry because Li Mu couldn't enter the oil and salt, and he sprayed himself with chili water. Now he is being beaten by this group of lowest-level security guards. He was completely insane.
Bang bang bang.
Although his eyes could not be opened, he directly beat the group of security guards to the ground with his perception.
Hey, Lao Tzu has put up with you for a long time.
Qin Chang cursed viciously, and then turned to look at Li Muyuan.
Li Muyuan, I came to save you with good intentions, you actually treated me like this, you don't know how to do it, What do you want?
At this time, an indifferent question came from outside the door.
A group of inspectors walked Yifan into the office.
Everyone, this man came to my office to harass me, and he also injured the security guard, you must punish him severely. When Li Muzhen saw the inspection coming, his eyes immediately lit up, and he hurriedly spoke up. Ouch, my bones are broken.
I seem to have stomach bleeding. My nose is crooked.
A group of security guards who fell to the ground also shouted. Yifan, who was walking behind, saw this scene, and the corners of his mouth immediately twitched. This picture seems familiar, but the protagonist is replaced by Qin Chang. The inspectors led by him looked at Qin Chang coldly, and the rest of the inspectors immediately came to Qin Chang and looked at him with a wary face.
Boy, raise your hand, otherwise don't blame us for being rude.
At this time, Qin Chang's eyes narrowed into a slit. Seeing this group of people, his heart jumped, and his anger gradually calmed down. He also did not dare to go against this group of people. I could only raise my hand helplessly. Boy, you are suspected of seriously injuring others and harassing women, come with us. The patrol led by him said coldly.
One more thing. Yifan, Qin Chang, because of your bad character, you beat our company's employees, and you were fired. Besides, our company will sue you.
At this time, after Su Yinbing learned the news, he also rushed over. A coldness flashed in Yifan's eyes. This, after you cooperate with Adani Company, see how I can handle you. Oh, everything was caused by Li Muyuan, a Lao Tzu must have found a way to eat you. The two were then taken away by the inspectors. Other relevant people also went to the inspection room to participate in the investigation, and Su Yunbing, as the person in charge of the company, also followed.
Huang Dewang, what do you want?
After being questioned, Yifan asked to see Huang Dewang.
He didn't want to use his favor anymore.
There were already few favors, and I didn't accomplish anything myself, and it would be a shame to use up all the favors first.
How dog thing, you beat me like this, and ask me how is it? Huang Dewang scolded viciously. Make a price, if you don't want money, then follow the procedure, you won't get any money.
Yifan said in a deep voice. He understands the nature of Huang Dewang, a man who values wealth as his life. Huang Dewang was also in deep thought, in fact, he also knew this truth. Thinking about it, he stretched out a finger, 10 million, this matter can be solved. At this time, Su Yinbing came over and said lightly.
Ahem, President, this. Huang Dewang almost choked to death with a mouthful of spit, beaten for 10 million, isn't this a joke? Was Su Yinbing kicked in the head by a donkey?
Su Yinbing waved his hand and looked at Yifan, 10 million, give it, forget about this matter, if you don't give it, then we will listen to the inspection. Oh, by the way, I've already contacted a few media people I know.
They're very interested in what you're doing, so they can report on it.
Yifan was angry and wanted to vomit blood. As soon as the media intervenes, this matter becomes even more difficult.
It's eating me.
Okay, good, eat me 10 million now. In a few days when you cooperate with the Adani group, I want your entire Anjin group.
Su Yunbing's heart suddenly trembled.
She has indeed been discussing cooperation with the people of the Adani group recently.
There are even preliminary intentions for cooperation.
As a result, there is a problem with this group. Could it be that the people of the Adani group were sent by Yifan?
In an instant, her heart sank.
Partnering with this powerful overseas cosmetics company is definitely a very good thing for Anjin Group. But now it seems that she still has to be cautious and carefully investigate. And Yifan also thought clearly.
He still has a lot of money.
But human favors are used less and less. Yifan thought in his heart, so he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll give 10 million. Swish. Suddenly, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yifan. Hit a person and spend 10 million to level it. This man has a pit in his head, right? However, more people are envious of Huang Dewang. This person beat up, completely changed his fate.
Why couldn't they touch Yifan's unjust boss?
Some people couldn't wait to let Yifan beat him half to death. Huang Dewang has been smashed by this 10 million. Unexpectedly, Su Yunbing gave him 10 million with a word.
Thank you, President Su. Thank you, President Su.
Reaction: Huang Dewang was so excited that it exploded. The other side. The group of beaten security guards were equally red-eyed. They all turned their heads to look at Qin Chang, who had just walked out of an inquiry room. In their opinion, Qin Chang was now their cornucopia. Security team Elderchin said with angry eyes, Qin Chang, we each have 10 million, give it, and this matter is over. Do you have a brain disease? 10 million per person, when are you? Who is stupid will give you 10 million.
Qin Chang looked at these people like a fool. Then, everyone looked at Yifan again.
The eyes speak for themselves. Qin Chang scolded you. Yi Fan was extremely annoyed. Does this Qin Sheng think that he is very good? Then you just wait for the bottom of the prison to be pierced. As long as these people go to check, they are all seriously injured. It just so happened that Yunbing invited media people to report this matter. Rest assured, it is impossible for you to go out.
Oh yes, I have a habit of putting a video device in the office, and I record everything you do. By the way, I listened to Chu Shao at dinner today. What video does he have of you over there? I'll call him in a moment and ask him for a copy.
Li Muzhen said with a sneer.
Groove, what video? Is it a video of that day in the grove? Heaven killing Luo Ping and Old Fourth, I won't let you go. Remembering what Luo Ping said that day, could it be that the video was also transmitted to Chu Lingfeng? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. If this video is exposed, he will be completely finished. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll give it." Swish. Qin Sheng's voice fell. Everyone immediately turned their heads to look at him. Look at him with a look that looks at him silly. Groove, the pit in this kid's brain is even bigger than the one named Yi Fan. Laugh at me to death. Just now this kid also said that who is stupid will give 10 million to that group of people, and now he agreed. The clown turned out to be himself, ha ha ha. Have a face to laugh at others. Everyone present laughed out loud. Yi Fan sneered. Where there is comparison, there is a sense of superiority. Just now, the feeling of extreme unhappiness in his heart was slightly better. After all, someone is even more wrong than him. After a period of processing and transfer, a group of people, including Qin Sheng and Yi Fan, left the inspection room. Silly bai, have the face to say me. Yi Fan glanced at Qin Sheng and sneered and mocked. Silly bai, want to fight? Qin Sheng glared angrily at Yi Fan. Who fighting with you dirties my hands? Yi Fan sneered and walked outside. Now he urgently wanted to continue to contact the subordinate just now and go to pit Su Yunbing. Watching Yi Fan leave, Qin Sheng's face also sank, and he walked towards the small hotel where he was staying. In one day, eat gold, enter the inspection room, lose 70 million. On this day, he suffered numerous humiliations. And all this is because of Chu Lingtian. Chu Lingtian must die. Ding, it was detected that because of the host, the male protagonist was suppressed, to a perfect extent. Plundering Yi Fan Chi is worth 300, and plundering Qin Sheng Chi is worth 300. The male protagonist Yi Fan's luck value was weakened by 2%, and the remaining percentage of Chi luck was 86%. The male protagonist Qin Sheng's Chi luck value was weakened by 2%, and the remaining gas luck value percentage was 83%. Chu Lingfeng, who was using chat software to provoke Sun Xiaoyu, heard the sound of the system and was stunned. Skyfall gas luck value. He didn't do anything here, and plundered the gas luck value. Could it be that chatting with Sun Xiaoyu enhances his intimacy with Sun Xiaoyu? Without figuring it out, he stopped thinking about it. Then sent a message to Sun Xiaoyu in the chat software. Xiaoyu, did you receive the clothes I bought for you? Sun Xiaoyu, you hate big cell wolf, what kind of clothes is that? Sun Xiaoyu, who was lying in the dormitory, turned very red. Seeing Chu Lingfeng that day, she originally planned to stay away. But he gave too much. Wrong. It's this man, though. However, purely from the voice of her heart, this man is not in a hurry, nor will he force her to do anything. Otherwise, in Haitian Water City, even if he is to himself, I am afraid that Rose will not say anything. In the past, it was the Rose that kept her, so she could guard her body in that kind of place. Born from a difficult background, she is more mature in thinking and has a deeper understanding of human nature. I also see the world much more thoroughly. It's a winner-take-all society. There is no disgrace for men, but it depends on the attitude of men towards themselves. After being in contact with Chu Lingfeng for a long time, she felt that she did not need to hide herself, and she lived very comfortably. Because Chu Lingfeng really knows her. DD. Just then, the chat software rang. Chu Lingfeng, that's the most popular clothes this year, that family is a limited edition, next time wear it to me, of course, I don't mind taking a picture now. Sun Xiaoyu, impossible, I wouldn't wear that shameful outfit, you big cell wolf, I'm going to class. Chu Lingfeng smiled and put down his mobile phone. It's time to think about how to deal with Yifan tomorrow.
System, now that Yifan has cultivated the Tianyang technique in advance, will it affect the plot of the gambling stone?
Chu Lingfeng asked.
Host, please rest assured, now the plot of this world has just begun, the system will automatically repair the plot to ensure that the plot will proceed according to the normal plot.
Chu Lingfeng was clear.
The system means that there are not many plot collapses now, so it can still fully control the plot. That means that even if Yifan has become an immortal cultivator of the qi refining layer, he is of no use to gambling stones. It mainly depends on his experience in gambling stones. However, he gambled on the stone no matter how experienced I am, this person who can see through. Rose and the others were instantly surprised.
Can this kid see through? What a powerful figure is he.
That immediately, their perception of Chu Lingfeng was better.
The man's voice never showed that he peeked at them by clairvoyance.
After all, the voice of the heart cannot deceive people.
That shows that Chu Lingfeng doesn't bother to do this at all. This man is a really good man.
In an instant, in the hearts of a group of women, Chu Lingfeng's image became taller and taller. At this time, Wei Zixuan, who was discussing how to gamble with the gambling stone master, had the corners of her mouth slightly upturned.
So that's it, that's great.
Chu Lingfeng naturally did not expect that because of perspective, he gained another wave of goodwill.
DD.
At this time, a photo sent by Sun Xiaoyu suddenly came to his mobile phone.
When he opened it, his eyes widened.
Yes, short dresses, saga, high heels, this dress is really fantastic.
Well, the main thing is that Sun Xiaoyu's appearance and figure are too fried. And this pose, gee, there are all those who can and cannot have.
This little Nizi won't learn it, right? How can it be so provocative? Originally praised, Sun Xiaoyu was both shy and happy. But hearing Chu Lingfeng's next words, she was a little panicked. She hurriedly sent a message, Big Wolf, how about I imitate the photos taken by those internet celebrities? It turned out to be an imitation, and it really has talent.
It's good, but you can't let others see it. Sun Xiaoyu pouted, this scoundrel.
See you in Haitian Water City in the evening, bring new clothes.
Chu Lingfeng spoke.
Sun Xiaoyu replied good, and his face turned even redder. Since she met Chu Lingfeng, she had become a special existence in Haitian Water City. As long as Chu Lingfeng doesn't go, she can rest, and she doesn't need to send wine or anything. And the salary has risen a lot, and no one dares to bully her. No way, Sister Rose personally sent the words. In fact, she was still very grateful to Chu Lingfeng in her heart, it was he who changed her destiny. Although her biological parents and brother have died, she still has relatives. All these years, her uncle and aunt have helped her. With the money she earns now, she can also supplement her uncle's family. There was a chaos in my mind, and it seemed that I was looking forward to going to Haitian Water City at night. Nothing was said all night, and I talked about life alone with Sun Xiaoyu at night.
The next day, Chu Lingfeng came to Tianbao Garden.
At this time, Rose and Gu Lao and her subordinates were already waiting here. Gu Lao, as a master in the early stage of the prefecture level, was also a person who had seen strong winds and waves.
The mentality exercise over the years is also calm.
But the moment he saw the approaching Chu Lingfeng, his pupils shrank dramatically, and the horror on his face couldn't stop flashing. He even rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. But after a closer look, he was sure that he was not mistaken.
Chu Lingfeng's strength had actually reached the early stage of the Shen level. What's going on here?
The meeting a few days ago, Chu Lingfeng was only in the early stage of the yellow level.
Why didn't I see it for a few days, in the early days of the Shen level? Gu Lao said that he could not understand.
The Rose on the side sensed that something was wrong with Gu Lao, and was stunned.
Elder Gu, what's the problem?
Rose asked softly. Miss, Chu Xiao's current strength is in the early stage of Shen level. Gu Lao said in a deep voice, his tone couldn't stop being shocked. A few days from the early yellow level to the early Shen level, this can no longer be said to be a genius.
Is this a horror plot?
Some ancient martial artists with extremely poor talents could not even break through the yellow level to reach the Xian level realm in their entire lives. Even if he did, it took several years to reach the Xian level realm from the early yellow level.
Result. Rose also widened her eyes and looked incredulous.
Although she is not a martial artist, she still knows the realm.
That's scary, right? Sure enough, there are many secrets in this man.
I became more and more curious in my heart. Then, her face regained her calm and she threw a wink at Chu Lingfeng. Xiao Lingfeng, you can come and help me gamble on the stone, my sister is very happy, and when the stone is finished, my sister will reward you. Chu Lingfeng smiled, I don't know how Sister Rose wants to reward me, I actually have a big appetite. Rose was stunned, and whispered in Chu Lingfeng's ear, what do you want? What, my sister rewards you, including my sister? Saying that, she also blew a breath in Chu Lingfeng. If I want you, I won't be killed by that gulao of yours.
Forget it, get some interest. Rose secretly pouted, this man is really annoying, he sees through everyone.
Okay, I remember Sister Rose's words, don't worry, I'm very gentle.
Playing sultry, Chu Lingfeng thinks that he is not afraid of anyone. Hoof little scoundrel, by the way, what about the gambling stone master you brought? Rose asked knowingly.
Sister Rose, in fact, I have some experience in gambling stones, if you believe me, let me gamble on stones. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Xiao Lingfeng is such an excellent man, sister believes in you. Rose said with a smile. Chu Lingfeng was stunned, but he didn't expect Rose to have no doubts at all.
However, it was exactly what he wanted.
Wireless when first suppresses and then pretends to compare, he is not interested in this villain. Boss, is there really no problem with letting Chu Xiao gamble on the stone? Seeing this scene, the manager of the Rose jewelry store called the Rose aside and asked with some concern. Don't worry, no problem.
Rose smiled.
A man who can see through and gamble on stones is to harvest crops, is it good?
Okay. The boss spoke, and these subordinates naturally did not say anything.
The group soon arrived at the Fenglin rough stone field. At this time, in the house of the original stone field, Wei Zixuan saw the Rose and Chu Lingfeng coming, and he was a little surprised. This vixen is so good at playing. Thinking about it, she walked out the door at the back of the room, spared a passage, and came to the original stone field.
It was as if he had met Chu Lingfeng by chance. Chu Xiao. Wei Zixuan exclaimed with a look of surprise.
Miss Wei, what a coincidence, you came to the original stone field to check.
Chu Lingfeng asked with a smile.
Yes, I just came, thank you so much last time.
Wei Zixuan said with a grateful look.
Raise your hand, Miss Wei doesn't have to worry about it. By the way, last time Chu Xiao left too quickly, and we didn't exchange contact information.
Wei Zixuan took out her mobile phone, blushed, and said.
The Rose on the side looked at this scene, and a hint of playfulness flashed in her eyes.
Wei Zixuan's expression is too obvious, right?
You used to be a cold lady to the outside, but now you look like a flower idiot who has a secret crush on Chu Lingfeng. Suddenly, her heart moved, and she couldn't help but look at the rough stone field.
Wei Zixuan appeared here, could there be anything fun happening in today's gambling stone?
Xiao Lingfeng, when Miss Su comes, let's go gamble on the stone, and in a while my sister's rough stone will depend on you next.
When Chu Lingfeng finished talking with Wei Zixuan, Rose said with a smile. In fact, Wei Zixuan didn't say anything to Chu Lingfeng.
After all, she is blank about feelings and is not good at talking to men. Looking at Rose's relaxed and intimate tone, Wei Zixuan was envious and a little unhappy at the same time.
Why did this woman talk so intimately with Chu Lingfeng?
At this time, Chu Lingfeng suddenly received a call from Su Yunbing. Brother Feng, I have some things to deal with here, and I may not be able to go to Tianbao Garden. Su Yunbing said with some regret. Looking at the information of the Adani group in front of her, she was a little helpless. She looked at it for a long time, and did not see anything wrong with the Adani group. She couldn't even think of what method Yifan would use to make a game for her. In this way, then forget it, there will be opportunities in the future. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile.
Well, by the way, Brother Feng, do you know the Adani group?
Recently, I am in contact with people from the Adani group and want to work with them.
But I always feel that there is something wrong with the other party, but I can't find it. Su Yunbing said, suddenly remembering Chu Lingfeng's ability. Maybe he knew. Chu Lingfeng was instantly clear. Adani group. It seems that Yi Fan is going to prepare the next 3 means again.
A group that is about to go bankrupt gives Su Yunbing a game. I have to mix this matter with one hand, and I can't let Anjin group fall into crisis. Oh, I know a little about this group, but the specific information I will tell you when I return to the company.
Chu Lingfeng hung up the phone with a smile. A bankrupt group. In an instant, Su Yunbing saw through this conspiracy.
The corners of her mouth turned up slightly, and her heart instantly calmed down. Sure enough, with him there, he can go to break in with confidence.
Su Yunbing was very happy. Sister Rose, Miss Su is not coming, then let's go and see the rough stone.
On the other side, Chu Lingfeng said with a smile.
That's a shame. Rose smiled slightly.
A few people walked towards the square where the rough stones were placed. At the same time, Yi Fan wore a freshly washed white clothes and also came to the Fonglin rough stone field. He still has to keep a low profile today. However, when he walked into the original stone field, he saw Chu Lingfeng with the rose. Suddenly, a thick coldness flashed in his eyes.
It's this stupid comparison again. How did he run into this fool wherever he was? The point is that I can't beat him yet.
This feeling that he can't get used to him and can't kill him. It made Yi Fan, the invincible Hades king overseas, feel very mad and humiliated. Immediately, he calmed down. After several fights, he had already studied that Chu Lingfeng was an ancient martial artist. And he was an immortal cultivator, and the quality of true qi in his body was much higher than that of Chu Lingfeng's body. Although immortal cultivators can't do it in the early stage, but over time. If his realm improves, then he can leave Chu Lingfeng far behind.
At that time, he could easily crush Chu Lingfeng.
Thinking of this, he smiled smugly.
Whoever laughs last, who laughs the best. He will definitely be the ultimate winner.
After drinking a few large bowls of chicken soup for the soul, Yi Fan's temperament changed and he became extremely confident. Today, he is going to be here, relying on his strength as an immortal cultivator and gambling stone experience, to step on Chu Lingfeng and take the rose. Thinking about it, he walked quickly to the rose. It's just that halfway through, he finally found that the woman on the other side of Chu Lingfeng turned out to be Wei Zixuan.
His brow furrowed again. Why is Wei Zixuan here too? Groove, this is the woman I need.
Why is this woman also with Chu Lingfeng, this trash? If I behaved very well and became close to Rose, would this woman be jealous? Probably not. These 2 women can follow Chu Lingfeng, then it means that they don't care about the 2 daughters and 1 husband in their hearts. Gee, I also have to thank Chu Lingfeng for helping me try out the bottom line of these 2 women.
Cool. Hearing this, Rose did not react. She was used to Yi Fan's disgusting voice.
But it really made Chu Lingfeng calculate correctly. Yi Fan's dogskin plaster really came.
Wei Zixuan, on the other hand, felt a deep disgust. Sure enough, this child of luck is a rotten look.
Calling them disgusting is already an insult to the word disgusting.
2 daughters and 1 husband. Silly then.
For the first time in her life, Wei Zixuan burst into foul language, although in her heart. Miss Rose, I didn't expect to meet you here by such a coincidence. It seems that you and I have a good fate. After Yi Fan finished thinking about it, he walked to several people with a smile on his face and said.
Rose glanced at Yi Fan.
Well, the bad fortune is not shallow, Xiao Lingfeng, blame my sister, you should find a fortune teller to calculate it before going out, bad luck is entangled.
Rose looked at Chu Lingfeng helplessly and said.
It's okay, Sister Rose, I'll call a cleaner in a moment to sweep up the garbage. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Yi Fan watched these 2 people mock themselves unscrupulously, and his angry heart was about to explode. Rose, dare to mock me, wait until I conquer you, see how I torture you. Miss Rose is also here to gamble on stones. In fact, I have a little bit of knowledge in gambling stones, maybe I can help you. Yi Fan quickly recovered his mentality and said with a smile. Yi Fan looks like a purebred overseas licking dog.
Gee good, I just like the way he licks it.
Slightly accomplished, so how do you have the face to help people gamble on stones? Let's go back to Wanjin Group to clean the toilet.
Shu Lingfeng said with a mocking look.
I need a gambling stone master, not a toilet cleaner. Get out, you're not welcome here.
Rose also nodded in understanding.
Saying that, she seemed to inadvertently put her arm around Shu Lingfeng, with a sweet face. This scene made Ji Fan's body exude a strong smell of licking dogs.
Rose is assisted again, refreshing. This body is indeed excellent and excellent.
Yi Fan's tone was sluggish, and he exploded, and his mentality exploded. I'm so humble and modest, and you take it seriously, a bunch of rat-eyed people. You even dare to put your arm around Shu Lingfeng in front of me. I must show my strength and let you know how powerful I am. Then let the Rose come and lick me on her knees. Thinking about it, Yi Fan looked at Shu Lingfeng sharply.
Shu Lingfeng, what else would you do besides playing tricks? Let's see the real chapter on the gambling stone.
You came to bet on the stone for Miss Rose. Do you dare to gamble with me? Yi Fan said with a sneer.
Just wait for you to say this. Young Master Ben will be afraid of you.
It seems that you are very confident in your gambling skills.
Okay, then let's gamble, but just gambling is boring. Do you have to have a little lottery?
Shu Lingfeng said with a smile.
What do you want to bet?
Seeing that Shu Lingfeng actually agreed, Yi Fan was overjoyed in his heart and asked with a confident face. In this way, if you lose, kowtow to me a few times and call me daddy. Let me tell you, when Qin Chang knelt down for me, but called my grandfather, you are still stained. Shu Lingfeng said with a smile.
Poof. Wei Zishuan and Rose both smiled. This Shu Lingfeng took the bamboo shoots.
To suppress Yi Fan, he suppressed Yi Fan, and also pulled out Qin Chang to insult him. Yi Fan was stunned. Qin Chang actually kowtowed to Shu Lingfeng and called Grandpa. No wonder that kid would hate Shu Lingfeng so much.
Kowtow to grandfather, and eat gold.
He looked down on Qin Chang more and more in his heart. This kind of garbage is also worthy of being compared with him. Yes, I agree. In the same way, if you lose, you have to kowtow to me a few times and call daddy. Immediately, he sneered and agreed. He is very confident in his gambling experience, especially if he still gambles with Shu Lingfeng. He will definitely not lose.
No problem. Shu Lingfeng smiled, and didn't care. Even perspective can lose, then it is funny.
Ha ha ha, this fool really dared to compare with me in gambling stones, and he lost this time. Cool, at that time, I will not only get the worship of Rose and Wei Zishuan, but also be able to step on Shu Lingfeng fiercely and let him call me dad. Two birds with one stone. This stupid comparison really has a hole in the brain. I must record it and show it to Qin Chang. I am his grandfather.
Ha 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 ha.
Yi Fan was already excited to the extreme, looked at Shu Lingfeng, and asked, "What's the comparison you say?"
He now can't wait to start gambling on Shu Lingfeng. Shu Lingfeng thought for a while.
This is not a pit for Yi Fan, it is not suitable. In this way, let's choose 15 stones for each person, and then divide the winners and losers according to the sum of the value of the 15 stones opened. The loser bears all the costs of the winner. Shu Lingfeng said lightly. In the original work, this time the original stones that came in by the Wei family were about 20 good stones. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Vicious. If nothing else, the price of choosing 15 rough stones is not low. The loser bears everything, that is, the loss of money, and he has to kowtow to others and call his father. Murderous heart, too ruthless.
Okay, then you get the money ready to settle. Ha ha ha, let's get started.
Yi Fan felt more and more that Shu Lingfeng was mindless, and said with a smile. I see that this new stone has not yet arrived. Wait until the new stone arrives. Rose glanced at the rough stone field and said.
Nothing was said.
Today the roses are coming for new stones. Yi Fan, on the other hand, seemed to be strolling, but he actually took 2 steps and came to a rough stone. I'll try the ability of my immortal cultivator ability first. You should be able to feel the breath of Reiki. And in the generally good rough stone, because it absorbs the aura, you can feel it. Thinking about it, he ran the Tianyang technique and felt the aura in the stone. However, when he felt it, he frowned.
There is clearly a good jadeite in this stone, why can't I feel the aura inside?
Forget it, even if I can't use the detection aura to help, I can win Chu Lingfeng by gambling stone experience.
Chu Lingfeng, this kind of garbage, knows a fart gambling stone.
Even if the gambling stone master comes, I won't be afraid. Chu Lingfeng looked at this scene and smiled in his heart.
With systematic help, you still want to rely on Reiki to find stones.
Rose and Wei Zixuan were both relieved. Fortunately, Yi Fan's ability as an immortal cultivator was useless. Otherwise, the other party may choose a lot of good stones.
Rose glanced at Wei Zixuan and found that Wei Zixuan was secretly smiling. She understood.
What strategy should the other side have? At this moment, two large trucks slowly drove over, covering the back of the car with cotton cloth, wrapped tightly. Okay, the new stone has arrived, Xiao Lingfeng needs to come on, sister is waiting to give you a reward.
Rose winked at Chu Lingfeng and said.
Humph this, in a moment you know my ability to gamble stones, you will have to come and kneel and lick me.
Now let Chu Lingfeng be arrogant for a while.
Yi Fan looked at the rose intimately in front of Chu Lingfeng, and thought very unpleasantly. At this time, the big truck also drove to a clearing in the rough stone field. A group of workers came out and began to untie the rope. Someone got on the big truck and lifted the cotton cloth covered with stones at once. Yi Fan, who was proud, saw the stone on the check-in, and his face changed. There are not particularly many rough stones on both trucks, but they all have one distinctive feature. These rough stones have polished marks on them. It seems as if it has all been sanded. One by one, the shiny tiles are shiny, except for the unusual size, the others are the same as coming out of an assembly line.
I'm special.
Groove, what else is this special play? Which bastard polished all these rough stones? Doesn't this pit people? His gambling experience is to guess whether there is material inside and what kind of material it is based on the external characteristics of the rough stone. Because the characteristics of rough with material are not the same as those of rough without material. Even some of the characteristics that look similar, but the material opened is very different. This is the skill that his master taught him at the beginning, and he has learned it all. This also makes him unfavorable in some occasions involving gambling stones. But in the face of a pile of stones that have already been polished, this is not enough to have his gambling stone experience. When Wei Zixuan heard this, she couldn't hold back her smile. You're a bastard. If it weren't for you, I would have spent tens of thousands of workers polishing all these rough stones.
Fortunately, she will not lose too much. The wool comes out of the sheep.
How could this lost money be earned back from Yi Fan?
Rose glanced at Wei Zixuan with an evil smile.
This Nizi is really good at playing. Chu Lingfeng was also confused. Does this rough still need to be polished? How else to make money here? Who dares to bet on this stone? Thinking about it, he looked at Wei Zixuan and asked, Zixuan, have you polished this batch of rough stones who would dare to bet on a stone?
Aren't there still you and Yi Fan?
Wei Zixuan wanted to laugh and thought in her heart. However, on the face, she also looked puzzled and a little angry. Chu Xiao, I don't know anything about gambling stones, and I don't know why this batch of rough stones is polished. I'll have to ask the person in charge here in a moment. If it has something to do with him, I must punish him. Not only them, but also other people who pay attention to this batch of new stones are also talking. Groove, how else to bet on this? I have never seen a rough stone polished first in my life. Forget it, wait for the next batch, let's first see Chu Xiao's bet with that Yi Fan. Ha ha ha, laugh at me to death, it's all like this, how else can they bet?
Chu Lingfeng, if you don't dare to gamble, speak.
I can consider letting you go. When Yi Fan heard Chu Lingfeng's question, he immediately sneered and said, First strike is strong, then the first hand suffers. If Chu Lingfeng said first that he didn't dare to gamble, then his face would be saved. And he can also take the opportunity to step on Chu Lingfeng's foot. Then took the opportunity to win the bet. You don't dare to bet, right? If you don't dare to gamble, hurry up and throw in the towel. I can make you kowtow less, but Dad has to call me. Chu Lingfeng looked at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. Yi Fan sneered,
Will I dare to bet I'm playing with you? Wait to call me daddy. Okay, so let's start gambling, shall we?
Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Seeing Chu Lingfeng's confident expression, Yifan was stunned. Yes, it must be that he would not have gambled on stones, but he wanted face, so he still had to bet with me.
Want to hit luck? How could I lose to a squidge?
Thinking of this, Yifan immediately calmed down. Even if these rough stones have been polished, there are still some clues, and his chances of winning are still great.
Let's go.
The two walked into the pile of rough stones that had been placed and began to select. Because there were no external characteristics, Yifan took a lot of work to select, and he could only carefully observe piece by piece.
If I let me know who did it, I wouldn't spare him. It's really missing great virtue.
The more Yifan picked, the more angry he became.
The Rose who watched laughed with Wei Zixuan.
On the other hand, looking at Chu Lingfeng on the other side, he directly opened the eye of perspective.
In an instant, the world in front of you changed.
One by one, green light flashes continuously. Where to study external characteristics, just pick it directly. Moreover, he also has the ability to appreciate gambling stones, and the value of the variety can be seen at a glance. He directly beckoned and called a person from the stone selection field.
This piece, this piece, this piece. Chu Lingfeng nodded while walking.
Soon, 15 stones were selected. The best 15 stones in this gambling stone arena were all in his pocket.
This scene stunned everyone in the audience. Groove, is this Chu Xiao joking? Where did you choose such a stone?
Even if you haven't been polished, you can't choose it that way.
However, it doesn't really matter, it's all blind anyway.
Hearing everyone's discussion, Yifan raised his head and also saw the scene of Chu Lingfeng selecting the rough stone. He just smiled sarcastically. It seems that this waste has given up resistance.
Very good, I'm stable this time.
Chu Xiao, these stones total 100 million. The person in charge of collecting fees at the rough stone yard stiffened and said, These rough stones are supposed to be worth 20 million, and I don't know what my young lady thinks, so she suddenly raised the price of this batch of rough stones. And directly raised 5 times. The purchase price of this batch of rough stones is only 180 million.
100 million credit card. Chu Lingfeng was stunned, and then it didn't matter. Anyway, it's not your own money, $1 billion doesn't matter.
The person in charge of charging immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Chu Lingfeng did not trouble him. After paying the bill, Chu Lingfeng looked at Yifan and said sarcastically, I said Yifan, what are you grinding there? Could it be that you want to pick stones for a few days?
Yifan sneered and looked at Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng, you think I'm like you? Okay, you hurry up, my company still has business, don't ink. Chu Lingfeng waved his hand and interrupted Yifan's words.
A coldness flashed in Yifan's eyes, and he began to look down again. After more than 40 minutes, Yifan picked out 15 stones. This gentleman, these stones of yours are worth a total of 200 million. The charging man said helplessly again. Just these 2 people bought these stones, and directly made this batch of rough stones earn 100 million taels, making a big profit. Why are your fees so high? Doesn't this pit people?
Yifan almost exploded.
He has also gambled on a lot of stones, and he still knows the market price of rough stones. These stones have killed tens of millions.
Charge 200 million. When he is a fool.
Yifan, no money, so what gambling stones do you play?
Chu Lingfeng said lightly, mocking on the side. That's 200 million, what is it? It won't be me anyway.
Yifan then figured out that as long as he won Chu Lingfeng, it was Chu Lingfeng who took the money. So he swiped his card to pay the bill.
2, do you cut the stone now?
The stone cutting master on the side asked.
Cut.
The gambling worth a total of 300 million immediately attracted many people to watch. It's so awesome, I've never seen such a big bet in my life.
Moreover, this rough stone has been polished, and it is completely dependent on Meng. I don't understand the world of rich people.
There was a lot of discussion.
Moisture.
On the stone cutting machine, the sound of stone cutting sounded, and the dust flew up. Green, I'll go, this product seems to be imperial green. It seems to be Imperial Green. Chu Xiao is too powerful, right? The first one opened Imperial Green.
That's too much luck.
As soon as the stone cutting master went down, a crisp green light was revealed, and the crowd immediately exploded.
Yi Fan's eyes almost popped out. This time opened Imperial Green.
Xiao Lingfeng, your gambling stone ability is really strong. Rose came to Chu Lingfeng, her beautiful eyes were excited, and said. Although she knew that Chu Lingfeng had the ability to see, she was still very excited. After all, she had bet countless times on stones, that is, some low-value jadeite, and it was the first time she had seen Imperial Green appear.
She was thinking now.
Is this perspective because of the ability of the exercises that Chu Lingfeng has cultivated? Therefore, a strong sense of worship still rose in her heart.
This is strength.
Chu Lingfengjian smiled lightly and looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, have you seen young Master Ben's strength? Yi Fan's face was not very good-looking, but his mouth was unconvinced. Isn't it just luck? Chu Lingfeng shook his head. You just wait to call Dad. Hoof, let's walk and see a piece of Imperial Green.
Yi Fan snorted coldly.
But then, Yi Fan was speechless, and his face became more and more ugly. Because, every stone of Chu Lingfeng is extremely good. After 15 stones were opened, none of them were empty. The valuation of these superb jadeite and gemstones alone is several hundred million. Cowhide, Chu Xiao is too cowhide. I thought he was lucky, it turned out to be really strong. Who said that Chu Xiao is a gentleman? I fight with him. This is completely a gambling stone master.
1 is luck, 15, that's not luck. That one named Yi Fan is finished, ha ha ha. Everyone spoke out with admiration.
The people present are all people who love gambling stones, and those who see the strength of this gambling stone are naturally very admired. Well, why is this Chu Lingfeng so powerful?
Can you even bet on polished rough? No, it must be that there are more rough stones shipped this time. And Chu Lingfeng's luck is good. Maybe the stone I chose will make a better product than his. Rose and Wei Zixuan smiled. How does this child of luck feel so naive? 100 million wins hundreds of millions, this is good luck. Just want to fight Chu Lingfeng. Open my stone.
Yi Fan said to Master Stone Cutting.
Okay. Moisture.
The stone cutter continues to run.
Click. It's just that as soon as I cut it, the stone rotted. Collapsed. This is the Stone King, the price of 70 million, actually collapsed. It's miserable. Then look and see. The second piece, the third piece.
6 pieces were cut in one face, and they all collapsed. And Yi Fan's face also collapsed.
Anger, despair, doubts about life. Countless emotions grew in his heart. What's going on here? Why did it collapse? Why can Chu Lingfeng easily select so many good stones?
Yi Fan, I think you better hurry up and admit defeat. Just your gambling stone technique is also embarrassed to come here to pretend to compare. Are you refreshing the lower limit of the gambling stone technique?
Chu Lingfeng looked at Yi Fan with a mocking expression. With your little strength, you also want to help me gamble stones. You deliberately came to pit me, right? I tell you, if you dare to appear in front of me in the future, don't blame me for being unkind litter. Rose said as she mended the knife. Yi Fan said coldly, Chu Lingfeng, it's not over yet.
The stone cutter continues to run. The remaining 9 stones were cut directly, only 4 of them bloomed jadeite, and the remaining 5 were empty again.
Gee, Yi Fan, you are lucky that there are still 4 pieces of goods. Okay, stop ink, honor the bet.
Chu Lingfeng said sarcastically. Yi Fan's face became even more ugly.
Let him kneel and kowtow to Chu Lingfeng and call his father. Simply impossible.
Chu Lingfeng, I'll help you pay 100 million, and then give you 100 million, and this matter will be over.
Yi Fan said in a deep voice.
Paying 100 million is a condition for gambling, but I don't like the other 100 million, so quickly kneel down and kowtow to call Dad.
Chu Lingfeng smiled lightly. Chu Lingfeng, don't go too far. Yi Fan clenched his fists fiercely and gritted his teeth.
My patience is limited, hurry up. Chu Lingfeng moved his body and looked at Yi Fan with a cold face.
Oh,
you must not kneel and kowtow to him.
Otherwise my name will be ruined. Run, you have to run.
Rose sneered and said a word in Gu Lao's ear, and Gu Lao immediately nodded. Yi Fan made a decision, and immediately turned his figure sharply, and ran outside. Although it is a shame not to fulfill the gambling contract, it is better than kowtowing to Chu Lingfeng.
Shoo, what rubbish, even the gambling contract is not honored.
This kind of person, if he has no strength, he has to bet with others, and he won't admit it if he loses.
A group of rare people laughed out one after another. Bang!
However, Yi Fan had just run 2 steps.
Gu Lao suddenly appeared behind Yi Fan.
As soon as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed the back of Yi Fan's neck, and then grabbed him back in front of Chu Lingfeng.
Then, kicked Yi Fan's leg into the bend. Poof!
Yi Fan knelt directly on the ground, and under Gu Lao's strong pressing, he directly kowtowed with one head. My Rose hates the man who doesn't believe in his words the most, Yi Fan, now Guan Chu Xiao calls dad. Rose said coldly. I won't shout if you kill me, Chu Lingfeng, you'd better not force me. Yi Fan gritted his teeth and said. Chu Lingfeng sighed, and began to miss Luo Ping in the 4th man again. What a good person. However, today let Yi Fan's reputation be damaged and kowtow again, which is enough. Wait for the next time he finds Luo Ping in his group, and then let Yi Fan call his father. He waved his hand and said, we are all law-abiding people, how can we beat people, let him pay, and roll off. Anger and humiliation filled Yi Fan's mind, and several made him explode. His manhood, who stood tall against the heavens and the earth, actually knelt and kowtowed to Chu Lingfeng, a young man. This is a shame for his life. He wanted to resist, but Gu Lao's hand on the back of his neck was like an iron hoop.
Even with his strength, he couldn't break free.
There is such a powerful character under Rose.
This was something he didn't expect at all.
Under the signal of the rose, Gu Lao let go of his hand. Only then did Yi Fan stand up, and his eyes were full of hatred when he looked at Chu Lingfeng. Okay, don't let you call dad, it's not for nothing, call me 300 million, and today's matter will be settled. Chu Lingfeng said lightly.
Shhhhhhh. Everyone present gasped one after another. Just one word.
Yi Fan has already spent 200 million on gambling stones, and the blood he lost has not returned, and now he has another 300 million.
Losing 5 small targets in an hour will hurt anyone, right? You.
This is my last bottom line, Yi Fan, otherwise you will be careful when you go home in a while. Chu Lingfeng said coldly, and a powerful momentum erupted from his body.
Yi Fan took a deep breath and finally compromised, I'll give.
Soon, Yi Fan gave Chu Lingfeng 300 million cash, and then left in embarrassment. Ding detects that the host destroys the story level extremely perfectly, and obtains a critical hit with luck points. Plunder male protagonist luck value 1800, critical hit reward plus 500. The male protagonist Yi Fan's chi luck value is weakened by 5%, and the remaining chi luck value percentage is 81%. Hearing the sound of the system, Chu Lingfeng was very satisfied.
It seems that humiliating the son of luck in terms of human dignity will indeed plunder more luck. Sister Rose, these jadeite and gemstones should be enough, right?
A few people walked out of the crowd. Chu Lingfeng looked at the rose and asked with a smile. Enough, it's been able to use it for a long time, thank you Xiao Lingfeng for helping my sister. Rose said with a smile. Saying that, she suddenly walked to Chu Lingfeng's side and blew a breath in his ear, seducing his sound. Xiao Lingfeng, my sister promised you a reward, I don't know what reward you want. I want you, okay Sister Rose, please. Chu Lingfeng turned his head and said with a chuckle. Xiao Lingfeng, your appetite is so big, you got your sister, everything about your sister is yours.
But my sister likes your directness, you can consider it. Ha!
Chu Lingfeng suddenly felt a cool feeling flash on his face. This is the interest my sister gave you, this is the first time for others. Rose suddenly spoke up again, but her face was flushed with a thick blush, like a red apple. I didn't expect Rose to take such an initiative and kiss me.
I like it, I'm sure of you. It doesn't seem like one side is enough.
Chu Lingfeng pointed to the other side of his face. Little scoundrel, you are so greedy. Rose heard Chu Lingfeng's heart, and for some reason, there was suddenly a hint of joy in her heart.
Wei Zixuan on the side was really unbearable. Rose, this fox spirit, actually hooked up with Chu Lingfeng in front of her. How can this be true? Chu Xiao, in order to thank you for saving me and my father last time, I invited you to dinner today. Wei Zixuan interrupted the whispers of the two and said,
Miss Wei, next time, I still have some things that I need to go back to the company to deal with. When I have time, invite you to dinner, and today I really want to say sorry that I have exhausted your family's new good rough stones. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile.
It's okay, we've earned enough today. Wei Zixuan hurriedly said.
It's just that a flash of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Rose glanced at Wei Zixuan playfully and said, Xiao Lingfeng, I went back to the store with these jadeite and gemstones first, remember to miss me.
Elder Gu, do you have anything you want to ask?
On the way, seeing that Gu Lao wanted to talk and stop, Rose asked with a smile. Miss, do you want Chu Xiao to help you fulfill your wish? Immediately, Gu Lao nodded again and said to himself, Chu Xiao is indeed a genius, maybe he can really help you fulfill your wish. Gu Lao really knows roses too well, although sometimes he is extremely charming. However, she is very conservative both inside and outward. But today she took the initiative to kiss Chu Lingfeng, which was still the first time in the world. Wish. Rose's face suddenly showed a hint of gloom, and her eyes became a little confused. Will her wish come true? Shaking her head, she stopped thinking about it, but laughed out loud. This man is funny, I'm curious, and it's easy to be with him. Of course, I don't deny it, I kind of like him. As for that ridiculous wish, I like that he didn't because of this, let it be. As Gu Lao, as a bodyguard who had protected her for many years, she already regarded it as her own relative, so she did not hide it. Gu Lao was a little surprised. Rose has not been in contact with Chu Lingfeng for a long time, why did she fall in love with Chu Lingfeng so simply? He shook his head, he was old and did not understand the mind of young people. The other side. Chu Lingfeng chatted with Wei Zixuan a few words, and then rushed back to the company. The next step is to deal with the affairs of Adani's company. Anjin Group. Bang. Su Yunbing, who was checking the information, slapped the table fiercely. This fox spirit actually took the opportunity to do this kind of thing. Regret it. Should have followed. Yunbing, what's wrong, isn't it jealous? At this time, Li Muzhin walked into the office and said helplessly. She also admires Rose, this woman is a fierce rival. Humph, Rose, this vixen, me off. Su Yunbing said angrily. No way, it's really not comparable to people. Okay, don't be angry, someone from the Adani group is here and wants to talk to you about cooperation. If I say just ignore them. Li Muzhin said. Since you know that the Adani Group is a company that is about to go bankrupt, what else is there to talk about? Go talk and see what tricks they want to play. A coldness flashed in Su Yunbing's eyes, and he stood up and walked outside. Soon, the two arrived in the conference room. Hello, Mr. Su, after understanding your Anjin Group, our group wants to formally cooperate with you. Walker, who was sent by the Adani Group, said with a smile. There was a touch of condescension in his tone. It was as if the cooperation between Adani Group and Anjin Group was a handout. Su Yunbing sneered in her heart. This Walker still has some skills. People who work for a company that is about to go bankrupt can still show such calm and superiority. This acting is really good. Oh, so I wonder what you want to work with us? Su Yunbing asked lightly. Walker was slightly stunned, always feeling that Su Yunbing's attitude was a little wrong. In the first phase of cooperation, we want your company to help us produce a batch of cosmetics. If the products produced by your company are satisfactory to us, then we can consider the second phase of cooperation, or even long-term cooperation. Moreover, when the time comes, our company and your company can cooperate in the research and development of cosmetics. You know, with our overseas position in Adani, your company will definitely benefit from long-term cooperation with us. Walker still said the prepared lines. Production of cosmetics. Su Yunbing's mind turned sharply. Well, this is the contract drafted by our company,
so can always take a look. If there is no problem, sign it. Walker took out a contract and handed it to Su Yunbing. Su Yunbing took the contract and browsed it. With the reminder of Chu Lingfeng's heart, she understood the other party's thoughts almost instantly. The amount of cosmetics in this contract is large and the cost is high. The main thing is that these cosmetics are not popular on the market at all. If this contract is signed, I am afraid that all the working capital of Anjin Group will have to be used to produce these cosmetics. And if, at the time of delivery, the Adani Group went bankrupt, then these cosmetics were smashed into our hands. When the time comes, there will be no liquidity, and the company will not be far from bankruptcy. Mr. Walker, the cost involved in this contract is too high, and I will also ask the company's R&D organization and finance department to study it. Su Yunbing said with a smile. No problem, but President Su had better give me an answer as soon as possible. Otherwise, our group will have to consider finding other partners, and your company may lose us as a partner. Walker frowned, a little displeased, seemed very entangled, and finally spoke up. Lose you a ghost? Su Yunbing sneered in her heart. Aren't you coming at me? On the other side, Lingfeng Group. Chu Lingfeng smiled after a short inquiry into the Adani Group. I have to say that this Adani Group is very good at disguising itself. Even if the interior has been hollowed out, the appearance is still very decent. This fake account is really seamless. But it's a pity, there is no money on the account, and no matter how good the fake account is, it will be for nothing. How to find a way to pit Yifan? Yes, the best way now is to let Su Yunbing pretend to cooperate, but to check the funds on the other party's account. Next, I'm afraid that Yifan, the unjust boss, is going to take the bait. Soon, Chu Lingfeng finished thinking about how to pit Yifan in this matter. Then, he passed on the information about Adani to Su Yunbing. I hope this woman Su Yunbing can listen to me. Otherwise, see how I teach you. Su Yunbing, who had already sent Walker back to the office, pouted when he heard Chu Lingfeng's heart. How can this bastard be so affectionate with roses and have such an attitude towards me? Chill the air. Then, she received Chu Lingfeng's materials, as well as Chu Lingfeng's strategy. She also sincerely admired Chu Lingfeng. This man's business acumen is really powerful. If she hadn't, she might not have come up with such a strategy. As soon as this strategy came out, I am afraid that Yifan would have to bleed heavily this time. It's exciting to think about. She hurriedly picked up the phone and called Walker, who had just left. Mr. Walker, after the research of our R&D department and finance department, we can sign this contract. President Su, you are very wise and made the right choice, then I will go back and sign the contract. Walker in the car looked ecstatic, but said in a slightly flat tone. However, the number of cosmetics in this contract is too large, and the funds required are too large. I have to make sure that I get the money within a short time after delivery, otherwise it will affect the normal operation of our company. So, I want to see the money on your books. Su Yunbing said. Walker frowned suddenly. It seems that this woman is not easy to deceive. I'll contact the company when I get back to the hotel. Okay, I'll wait for good news from Mr. Walker. Su Yunbing smiled and hung up the phone. Walker quickly dialed the phone. East Lake Villa area. Yifan's villa hall was a mess. They were all smashed by Yifan, who had just returned to the villa. Disgrace. Endless shame. Chu Lingfeng, lousy must kill you. Yifan gritted his teeth and said. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was the Black Fox who was in charge of investigating and carrying out his orders, and the person who called him the last time he was in the bathroom. Yifan was startled and hurriedly picked up the phone. Hades, just now there was news from the Adani Group. Su Yunbing agreed to cooperate, but look at the funds on the books of the Adani Group before signing the contract. How do you see how this is handled? Black Fox reported. Yifan frowned, he didn't expect Su Yunbing to have such a commercial sense. Sure enough, the woman he fancy is very smart. If it is worth cultivating, she can manage her own company in the future. He thought for a moment, then said out loud,
inject 1 billion into the 8 group, no, 2 billion knives. As a well-known overseas group, the 8 group naturally has strong financial resources in the eyes of outsiders. If there are too few funds on the books, it will also make Su Yunbing suspicious. The Black Fox hesitated a little. Hades, now the 8 group has fallen into a huge financial crisis. After these 2 billion knives are injected, in case of turmoil and bankruptcy of the 8 group. Yifan shook his head. It's okay, can't the 8 group still support it for a while? Besides, it's just tricking Su Yunbing into signing the contract. As soon as the contract is signed, just take the money out immediately. At this time, a smile appeared on Yifan's gloomy face. After coming to Yangqing for so many days, there is finally a smooth thing. With the ability of Anjin Group, it is impossible to investigate the current situation of Idani Group. The means of making false accounts by the 8 Group are very clever. Don't say Anjin Group, even the place where the Idani Group is located has not been found. As long as the contract is signed, Su Yunbing will use all the working capital for the production of cosmetics. As soon as the cosmetics were handed over, it was when the Adani Group filed for bankruptcy. At that time, Anjin Group will fall into bankruptcy. It is also the moment when he pays money into the Anjin Group. In order to get the Anjin Group, he did not do less work, including some internal traders. Yes, Hades, I'll put the money into the Adani Group. Okay, so be it. Yifan hung up the phone, looked at the room of mess, and called the cleaner. Very upset today, sleep. Not long after Chu Lingfeng sent the information to Su Yunbing, he received Su Yunbing's message. Yes, this Su Yunbing is quite well behaved. It seems that you can trust her. Then, he thought about it and dialed Luo Ping's phone. He has missed this person for a long time, and with him, great things can be done. Xu Xiao, do you need me to do anything when you look for me? On the other end of the phone, Luo Ping's voice was very excited. He waited for a long time, and finally waited for Chu Lingfeng's call. Although he accepted Wang Dong's industry, he could not keep it without Wang Dong's strength. Fortunately, there is still some money, but a group of people just sit on the mountain. Well, you guys come to Yangcheng Lingfeng Group. Usually work as a security guard in my company, go out with me when something happens, but you must work honestly, rest assured, money is indispensable to you. By the way, that old fourth must be carried, he is of great use. Xu Lingfeng said. Okay, don't worry, Xu Xiao, we'll rush over. Luo Ping was excited. Second brother, what did Xu Xiao say? In the room, everyone looked at Luo Ping eagerly. Xu Xiao said, let us follow him. Groove, great, great. Isn't it much better to mess with Xu Xiao than to lick blood on the head of the knife? Second brother, then let's hurry over. A group of people burst out excitedly. Okay, pack up, let's rush over. Luo Ping nodded with a look of embarrassment. Then, he looked at the fourth with strange eyes. Second brother, what do you think of me like that? The fourth man's scalp was numb when Luo Ping looked at it. Old fourth, you are a big red man in front of Xu Xiao, and Xu Xiao also specially let me take you. I see that our brother really blessed you. If it weren't for you, it is estimated that Xu Xiao would not have thought of us. Hey, unexpectedly, in the end, our brother ate by a few. Poof. Many people laughed out loud, too disgusting this sentence. Old fourth's face instantly turned red and trembled. Second brother, you mean Xu Xiao he also likes? Like a fart, you really want to die. I estimate that Xu Xiao is letting you deal with people like Qin Sheng. You behave well in the future. Luo Ping scolded. Yes, second brother, I see. The fourth man trembled with fright and nodded hurriedly. A group of people packed up and rushed towards Yangcheng. Humph, with the fourth old, I see which son of luck dares to call me dad. No, I have to find more of this kind of talent, and I must let the son of luck experience my good intentions. Let's talk about it when the fourth man comes. People are divided in groups, let him go to find a group of enchanting and cheap goods. Why worry about the big thing? Wei Zixuan was naturally most impressed by the fourth old. Hearing Chu Lingfeng's words, he immediately laughed. This Xu Xiao has a good belly black. Come up with this way. It's just simply helped.
This Qin Shang and Yifan are not worthy of being men. It's better to be a woman.
Chu Lingfeng put down the phone and began to tease Sun Xiaoyu again.
Xiao Yuyu, did you miss me today?
In the library, Sun Xiaoyu, who was reading a book, saw the mobile phone vibrate and immediately quickly picked up the mobile phone. When she opened her mobile phone, she saw that it was a message from Chu Lingfeng, and she smiled brightly.
Big bad, it's too meaty, I don't want you. You actually scolded me, there is not a single photo, don't think I forgive you. You hated I didn't. Then I'll ask the other little sisters if they have any.
Sun Xiaoyu snorted, but was afraid that Chu Lingfeng would ignore her, and quickly opened the photo album.
I found one that she thought was okay and sent it.
In the past 2 days, she has taken some good-looking photos. It's incredible to think that she would do such a thing, which is too different from her previous style.
Judge the two. Sure enough, Sun Xiaoyu is a gifted person. Chu Lingfeng looked at this good-looking photo and was very refreshing. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. This is the joy of the villain. It seems that I need to buy more clothes and let Xiaoyu cosplay a little more anime characters. Her body can completely control all anime characters. Needless to say, 100 points, face value ceiling. Hearing Chu Lingfeng praise her so much, Sun Xiaoyu's heart was happy, and his smile became even sweeter. Some of the students in the library who peeked at her froze. It's so beautiful. Immediately, the heart was sour, who made the school flower so happy. Why can't it be yourself? Immediately, Sun Xiaoyu pouted again and muttered, this big villain think about this kind of thing every day. Xiaoyu, smiling so happily, is there a man? At this time, a female classmate next to him asked with some doubt. Boss Stinky Nico, you talk so badly.
Sun Xiaoyu scolded in a low voice.
Subsequently, she couldn't read the book anymore.
Began to flip through the chat records with Chu Lingfeng, up and down and back and forth.
It's something she's been doing a lot lately.
Sometimes laughing, sometimes shy face flushed, sometimes angry straight teeth, but feeling a hint of sweetness.
Dang dang dang. Just as Chu Lingfeng was thinking about who to let Sun Xiaoyu go, the door of his office was suddenly knocked. Come in.
Chairman, in 2 days, there will be a large-scale auction in our Yangcheng Fonlin auction house. Secretary Xiaoling reported. Xiaoling, have you investigated what lots will be in this large auction? In order to ensure that it was an auction in the plot, Chu Lingfeng still asked. Chairman, this auction only released a few important lots, here is their brochure. Xiao Ling hurriedly put the brochure in her hand in front of Chu Lingfeng.
Chu Lingfeng opened the brochure and read it carefully, smiling slightly. He has already determined.
This was the auction that changed Yifan's fate. This is a big play. In the original work, the biggest boss Yifan encountered in this world was to train his master He Daoren from a young age. He Daoren is also an immortal cultivator, and he is also an extremely powerful immortal cultivator. It's just that because of his age and injury, he has not been able to show his strength. In order to survive and return to the top, He Daoren searched for this world. Finally, he found Yifan, a person with an immortal physique, and wanted to cultivate it. After Yifan's physique became the best, he would take it away. It's just that at this large auction in Yangcheng, Yifan came across an ordinary box and felt that it was very pleasing to the eye and spent 100,000 yuan to buy it. Inside, however, there is a rather powerful exercise book called Hongmeng Daoji. In Chu Lingfeng's opinion, this exercise is definitely the most powerful immortal cultivation technique in all the novels that this world merges.
Because it is an attributeless exercise, everyone can practice it.
And even if you have already practiced other exercises, you can transfer to Hongmeng Dao technique at any time. The true qi existing in the body will also be absorbed by the Hongmeng Dao technique and transformed into Hongmeng true qi. Yifan was after practicing this technique to fight against He Daoren. In short, this exercise is a cow ratio. This was also the reason why Chu Lingfeng was not in a hurry to find the immortal cultivation technique. He was just waiting for Hongmeng's Dao. Since he came now, he naturally couldn't let this thing fly. If he robbed this opportunity, he would definitely plunder Yifan's very much luck value. Of course, he didn't just take advantage of this opportunity. Because he suddenly found that there was also an imitation painting, which was imitating Yen Libin's step diagram.
This imitation is the plot of Qin Chang's novel.
The surface of this painting is an imitation of step diagram, but in fact, there is a real painting inside, which is Tang Bohua's famous painting Spring Wind Map.
The value is high.
And tomorrow there will be the president of the Yangcheng Antique Appraisal Association, as well as the old man of the Wei family, and many people who have a reputation in Yangcheng. This group of people studied antique calligraphy and painting almost obsessively.
Tang Bohua's paintings are even more highly regarded.
Qin Chang relied on unveiling the picture-in-picture and won the attention of many big people in Yangcheng. Not only these two lots, but also other important lots. Unexpectedly, the plots of these two male protagonists came together.
That's some fun. He had to plan well.
Not only the plot of the auction, but also some subsequent plots. For example, Qin Chang's healing and saving plot, and Yifan's desire for medical skills. Isn't this medical immortal sutra used? Isn't it fragrant to come to a copycat version of the medical immortal sutra and make a lot of money from these two? And in terms of the achievements of the two in medical skills, they who had not seen the original medical immortal sutra could not see that his copycat version of the medical immortal sutra was wrong. Anyway, the content he changed must involve the plot characters. There is no need to be afraid of harming ordinary people.
Snipe muscles compete, he is profitable, isn't it happy?
The more Chu Lingfeng thought about it, the more he decided to start carrying out his plan.
He typed the content of the Medical Immortal Sutra on the computer, and then deleted and modified it for half a day.
After he was sure that the two of them, especially Qin Chang, could believe it. Only then was it printed out satisfactorily with the printer. Then he took the paper and went to Tianbao Garden. Good is something that wants to make a lot of money, how can it be old, meaning? In order to keep it secret, Chu Lingfeng had already divided the Cottage Medical Immortal Sutra into 3 parts when he came. After buying a few truly ancient parchment rolls in Tianbao Garden, he found 3 masters.
Ask each of the 3 to get one of the contents on a parchment roll.
After making the font old, he took it and walked out of the Tianbao Garden. Then he called Wei Zixuan to get in touch.
In a large auction like this, the lots inside are actually fixed. Chu Lingfeng's kind of bidding on lots a few days before the auction is actually prohibited. Of course, nothing is impossible in this world. Chu Lingfeng told Wei Zixuan about wanting to place a lot. Wei Zixuan naturally would not refuse.
Xu Xiao, you rush to the auction house now, I will also go there and talk to the person in charge, Manager Wang.
Wei Zixuan said with a smile.
Chu Lingfeng looked for her, she was still quite happy.
Okay, then trouble Miss Wei.
Xu Xiao, you are too polite, you will call me Zixuan in the future, I will call you brother Feng, how is it?
It took Wei Zixuan a long time to say the words brother Feng. No problem, Zixuan, then we'll see you at the auction house.
Chu Lingfeng smiled slightly. This little Nizi is also a little cute, cold on the outside, shy on the inside. The two arrived at the auction house almost at the same time. Chu Xiao, are you sure that the starting price of this Medical Immortal Sutra is set at 100 million? Seeing that Chu Lingfeng directly set the starting price of the Medical Immortal Sutra at 100 million, the person in charge of the auction house was unfavorable to speak. What kind of magical medical technique does this have to be, with a starting price of 100 million?
It's kind of a joke. Not bad, priced at 100 million.
Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Even if it is 100 million, as long as Qin Chang and Yifan see the contents inside, they have to break their scalps. Moreover, maybe Yifan or Qin Chang know the Medical Immortal Sutra, so it would be better to say.
Wei Zixuan was stunned. It turns out that Chu Lingfeng wants to pit these two. If you say this, I'm not sleepy. Okay, Manager Wang, what does Chu Xiao say about you? Wei Zixuan rolled her eyes, and then said to Manager Wang.
Yes, Mississippi. Seeing this, Manager Wang did not say more.
Brother Feng, let me take you to see what will be auctioned at this auction.
Wei Zixuan whispered. She wanted to see what else could pit Qin Chang and Yifan.
Chu Lingfeng was stunned. These things must be kept secret, but there was absolutely no problem for Wei Zixuan to see it.
Just then, he went to see if what he needed was there.
Okay, let's take a look.
Under the leadership of Manager Wang, the two soon arrived at the room where the auction items of the auction had been stored for 2 days.
Xu Xiao, this is all the lots we are about to auction here.
Manager Wang pointed to some carefully stored things and said on the side.
Brother Feng, then you can take a good look. Wei Zixuan on the side was a little excited.
Chu Lingfeng nodded and began to observe carefully. When he saw one of the mahogany boxes, the see-through eye also opened directly. In an instant, there was a simple and atmospheric ancient jade lying in the mezzanine of the mahogany box.
He nodded with satisfaction. This is the ancient jade that stored the Hongmeng Dao recipe. However, he did not directly want to buy it.
First, in this case, the Wei family has to contact the person who sent this mahogany box, and the price is not easy to say. It is also likely to make the sender suspicious, and this leak is difficult to pick up.
Second, this is outside the plot. If he buys it, it will definitely not be as good as the luck value given by destroying and suppressing Yifan in the plot. Brother Feng, do you like this box?
Wei Zixuan saw that Chu Lingfeng stayed in this mahogany box for a longer time, and asked with a smile.
Well, this box is good, I like it.
Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Anyway, he will definitely have to bid by then, and it doesn't matter if he talks about it now.
Wei Zixuan nodded and secretly remembered it in his heart.
Then, Chu Lingfeng came to a picture again. It was the imitation of the step map.
Sure enough, it's a picture-in-picture.
However, the disguise is really precise, which can be seen by an antique appreciation expert like Qin Chang. This is not easy to get. It is estimated that it will cost money to fight hard with Qin Chang. I don't like this way of suppressing the sun of luck.
Wei Zixuan's pupils shrank, and this painting turned out to be a picture-in-picture. But their expert appraisal did not identify it.
She made a note in her heart again.
That's kind of interesting. Wei Zixuan's eyes rolled around, and an idea suddenly grew in her mind.
Then, Chu Lingfeng came to the information to introduce a piece of land in Yangcheng.
Formal auction land should not have been held at such auctions. But this is a land that already has a lord. And the developers who went there to develop have already died 3. So no one dares to ask for this land.
This time the person who sent the land was the 4th developer, not dead. However, he has already had several serious illnesses. However, Chu Lingfeng knew that this land had good things, and it was a great benefit. But no one knows, including Qin Chang and Yifan. First, the ground is positive, the feng shui is excellent, and the construction of the subway will be announced immediately after the auction, and the value of the lot soars. Second, this land has a natural spirit gathering array, but it is broken, but it can be repaired.
Cultivating inside will definitely be more effective with half the effort.
As for the haunting inside, there is indeed an evil spirit, but it is just a little ghost.
After he cultivated the Hongmeng Dao technique, he could easily destroy it.
This plot is more special, because this is the plot of Yifan and Qin Chang. It is normal for many plots in urban fiction to overlap.
This land must be obtained. This is just that at the auction, it is estimated that someone will reveal that this land is haunted.
At that time, it will definitely attract the attention of Qin Chang and Yifan. If only this land appeared later. After these two have been fooled a few times, they should not dare to bid with me. Although he knows that the plot does have this land, the novel does not carefully explain the order of each lot.
But there is no way to say this.
It can only be when it comes to the auction, depending on the situation yourself, and spend more money if it is a big deal.
Wei Zixuan smiled slightly and received it.
It has to be arranged well. Next, Chu Lingfeng browsed again, and there was nothing involved in the plot. Zixuan, there are a lot of good things this time. I will definitely come to the scene when the time comes.
Chu Lingfeng looked at Wei Zixuan with a smile and said, Okay, Brother Feng, this is an invitation. I will prepare a good position for you at that time. Wei Zixuan took the prepared invitation letter from Manager Wang and said with a smile, Thank you, please eat later. Chu Lingfeng took the invitation and said with a smile, When Brother Feng. Wei Zixuan blinked her big eyes and asked expectantly. Xu Lingfeng.
He originally said a polite word casually, but he didn't expect Wei Zixuan to take it seriously. However, of course, he didn't care about the money. And Wei Zixuan is the heroine, she is beautiful and temperamental, and she is very affectionate with herself, of course he is willing to eat with her.
So be it, after the auction.
Xu Lingfeng said with a smile.
Okay, brother Feng, then I can make a note of it, you can't let me pigeon. Wei Zixuan said with some excitement. This shocked manager Wang on the side.
He had never seen Wei Zixuan show such a bright smile, could he? Thinking of this, he looked at Xu Lingfeng with a look of strangeness in his eyes.
After chatting with Wei Zixuan for 2 more words, Xu Lingfeng left.
Manager Wang, come here, I have something I need to discuss with you.
After waiting for Xu Lingfeng to leave, Wei Zixuan looked at Manager Wang and said, Yes, Mississippi.
Manager Wang nodded hurriedly. A bad smile flashed in Wei Zixuan's eyes, and she was a little excited now.
This auction is definitely fun. Anjin Group Conference Room.
Walker took a piece of information and looked at Su Yunbing, who rushed over. President Su, this is the funds and financial information on the books of our Idani Group, you take a look first. Saying that, Walker handed the information to Su Yunbing.
The Black Fox moved quickly, and after a series of operations, the next day it hit the account of the 2 billion knives of the Idani Group.
Of course, this money naturally cannot be moved.
Your company's actions are really fast. Su Yunbing took the information with a smile.
However, there was a sneer in his heart, this Yifan really took great pains to deal with her. Of course, our company is very sincere, and I hope that President Su can also show his sincerity. Walker said with a smile.
I'll take a look at the information first. Su Yunbing said, and looked down at the information.
Immediately, her heart jumped.
2 billion knives, this is 16 billion Yenhuang coins. This Yifan is really rich. Here's the chance to be stupid. Miss Su, our Idani Group is a well-known large group of Blue Star, how can there be problems on the books? But I don't blame you, after all, this is a big cooperation, now you believe it, right?
Walker said with a smile. I should believe in the strength of the Idani Group, but I have to be sure.
Su Yunbing put down the information and said with a smile. What about signing the contract?
Mr. Walker, I may have to wait, I have to discuss it with the shareholders of the company. With such a large amount of money cooperation, I have to hold a meeting to discuss it.
But I think it should be fine, after all, it is the honor of our Anjin Group to cooperate with Idani Group. And, now that I have your company's financial information, it's even more convincing.
Su Yunbing said with a smile. Walker's originally somewhat displeased expression also returned to calm. He said coldly, President Su, I hope you are not teasing me.
Today I will give you a day, if I don't hear from you tomorrow morning, then I will find another company to work with. With that, Walker walked out of the reception room with a gloomy face.
The corners of Su Yunbing's mouth turned up slightly.
She hurried back to the office and called Xu Lingfeng.
Xu Lingfeng, who had just returned to the company, saw that it was Su Yunbing's call, so he answered it. Brother Phone, just now the other party gave me financial information about Idani Company, and Idani Group now has 2 billion knives on its account. I'll go, this Yifan is still quite down.
Not bad, not bad, thank you Yifan Lao Tai for the 2 billion knives sent. Calculated based on the original exchange rate. Su Yunbing almost laughed. This man is really black-bellied. While answering the phone, Xu Lingfeng checked the book funds of the Idani Group through the internet. Sure enough, 2 billion knives. Okay, that I'll operate it now, how much money are you going to pay? Xu Lingfeng asked with a smile. The liquidity that our company is able to use now. Silly girl, you'd better use your own money, not the company's money. Xu Lingfeng directly interrupted Su Yunbing's words. For the sake of your well-behaved in the past few days, let you lose less. With the company's money, wouldn't that also make money for your anti-bone cub uncle and son? Before Yifan returned to Young City, he began to plan to buy those 2 people and prepare to pitch you. Moreover, if you take the company's money, won't the father and son know your plan? Su Yunbing trembled.
His own uncle had actually been bought by Yifan. They are relatives, but the uncle and son want to help outsiders pit themselves. She felt a little chill in her heart. Immediately, he figured out that the uncle wanted to put his cousin on the top and become the president of Anjin Group. At first, several of their relatives worked together to start a company. Her father, Su Jinan, contributed the most capital, so he is the majority shareholder and chairman. Her eldest uncle Su Jinfeng contributed the second capital and could only be the second largest shareholder.
This is also the origin of the name of Anfeng Group.
In this regard, everyone can see that Su Jinfeng has been very unhappy over the years. However, after she took over the position of her father Su Jinan, the company's development was faster.
This also made Su Yunbing's prestige in the group higher.
It is even more impossible for Su Jinfeng to make his son the president.
Unexpectedly, they actually used this poisonous scheme.
At the same time, she was a little worried. The Anjin Group owns 40% of the shares, while the uncle's family owns 35% of the shares. This is not a minority shareholder, in case something goes wrong with him.
Immediately, she shook her head. Let's take it one step at a time. It's really not good. There will be Chu Lingfeng at that time.
Invisibly, she already regarded Chu Lingfeng as her own dependency.
Silly girl, am I stupid?
Then I only have $1 million cash now, and I have to take it from my father.
Su Yunbing said helplessly.
She is the president of a 2 billion large group, so she can come up with $1 million cash, which is a little embarrassing.
Ahem, this president is a bit poor.
Chu Lingfeng was also a little speechless. He was silent for a moment and said, "In this way, I will lend you 100 million first, and when you make money, I will give you the money, and I will take the rest of the money back." This matter was also promoted by Su Yunbing, and it is normal to make money and divide her points. Anyway, a steady profit and no loss of trading.
Brother Feng, thank you. Su Yunbing's face was slightly red, a little embarrassed, and a little warm.
I was really blind before, and I couldn't look at such a good man.
You're welcome, wait for my good news. Chu Lingfeng said and hung up the phone.
Then it starts. For the sake of the Adani Group, he has long prepared funds. He operated, directly shorting the shares of the Adani Group. Because the author of The Return of Hades does not understand such things as economics, many things are written according to his own ideas. However, in this world, it has become one of the existing rules. There are no restrictions on shorting stocks and trading and the like. It can be said that it is for the sake of cool rules.
Wait until this matter is handled.
He began to release the black materials of the Adani Group through various channels, focusing on the cities where the Adani Group is located. What he posted was mainly about the fake accounts of the Adani Group.
These things are a breeze for him, a hacker. Countless Trojans and viruses have been installed into people's mobile phones and computers. Overseas, the city where the Adani Group is located.
When these revelations appeared in front of everyone's mobile phones and computers, the people of the entire city went crazy.
The Adani Group is an iconic group of their city.
I didn't expect this kind of behavior to exist. Immediately, some departments began to intervene in the investigation. Under this investigation, it immediately shocked everyone's eyes. Adani, an internationally renowned group, has tens of billions of dollars in tax evasion. In an instant, the company's account was completely frozen. The stock price of Adani Group plummeted, and it directly announced delisting and bankruptcy. Chu Lingfeng withdrew the money before the Adani Group announced its delisting. Back and forth, he directly earned 4 billion in cash.
Well, it's good, the money from the auction bid is earned.
Near the evening, Chu Lingfeng looked at the money that had arrived and muttered with a smile. However, with his medical immortal sutra in it, it is possible that after buying something at this auction, he can still earn a lot. Then, he sent the money to Su Yunbing. Su Yunbing, who has been paying attention to the stock market of Adani Group, was amazed when he saw the 100 million received. Ability to withdraw money before the company announces its delisting. This can require fairly precise operation. This man is so powerful in the stock market. Su Yunbing had a touch of adoration in her eyes.
East Lake Villa area. Yi Fan's phone suddenly rang, and he picked up the phone to see that it was from the Black Fox. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. It seems that there should be good news. Black Fox, is it possible that Su Yunbing has already signed a cooperation contract with Idani Group? On the other end of the phone, the Black Fox was silent for a long time before he spoke up. Hades, 3 hours ago, there was a matter of tax evasion and false accounts of the Idani Group, which was exposed. All the funds on the books of the Idani Group were frozen, the shares were delisted, and bankruptcy was declared. And Su Yunbing hasn't signed a contract yet. The Black Fox seemed to have exhausted all his strength before he said these words. What? Yi Fan stood up abruptly, and his eyes were about to breathe fire. I just invested 2 billion knives, and this is filled. That's 2 billion knives. Tens of billions of Yenhuang coins. The point is that these 2 billion knives didn't even smash a splash. Su Yunbing was not fooled. It's gone, it's gone. This is stealing chickens and not eroding rice. Yi Fan felt as if his heart had been pierced and wanted to vomit blood. Although he is rich, 2 billion knives is also a lot of money. Which bastard passed it on? Black Fox, you disappointed me so much that you didn't take out these 2 billion knives at the first time this happened. You failed my expectations. Instead, Yi Fan took all his anger out on the Black Fox. After all, he has always done things very safely, and he has never suffered a loss. Even if you suffer a loss, you have to find a backpot. Hades is always wise. On the other end of the phone, the corner of the Black Fox's mouth twitched, a little speechless. This person is really shameless. He had clearly reminded him early that there would be such a risk, and the result was that he had to put 2 billion knives in. Now that something goes wrong, let him carry the pot. Hades, it's my fault. The Black Fox was silent for a moment, and finally said. Okay, remember to be careful in the future. If this kind of thing happens again, then I will not be polite. Yi Fan snorted coldly. In the end, he calmed down. The sins he suffered in Yangcheng these days were worse than the loss of 2 billion. So his mentality of tolerating failure is also much stronger. Black Fox, what other important news? The Black Fox then said, Hades, according to my investigation, there will be a large auction tomorrow night at the Yangcheng Fenglin auction house, and the dignitaries of Yangcheng will go there to participate. Auction. Yi Fan's eyes lit up. Although he returned to Yangcheng to soak Su Yunbing and the others, he still had a goal, to establish his own business empire in Yangcheng. Because, listen to his master. In Yenhuang country, both its own strength and its own financial strength are very important. More importantly, he has to integrate into this society and become the top kind of person. Auctions are the place to make friends with powerful people. What's more, he had made his name for himself by picking up leaks at auctions before. Picking up leaks in that kind of small stall is nothing. Picking up leaks on antiques that have been identified by many connoisseurs is the real skill. Okay, I see. Yi Fan said. Hanging up the phone and thinking about it, he called Shin Tianlin, the richest man in Yangcheng, Guoliang. Guoliang's wealth is definitely not comparable to the Chu family, but because the center of gravity of the Chu family is in the provincial capital, there is only one Lingfeng group in Yangcheng. Therefore, the richest person in Yangcheng is Guoliang. The wealth of one person suppressed any of the 4 major families of Yangcheng. This is a person that his master once designed to save overseas. Are you Yi Shao came to Yangcheng? On the other end of the phone, Guoliang asked in a surprised and respectful tone. Although he was the richest man in Yangcheng, he also knew what kind of bigwig Yi Fan and Yi Fan's master was. Their own wealth is not worth mentioning in front of them at all. Good, now I want you to help me find an invitation to tomorrow's Fengcheng auction. Yi Fan said lightly. No problem, Yi Shao, you give me an address, I'll send it to you. Guoliang hurriedly said. At the same time, in a small hotel, Qin Chang also dialed the phone. Guoliang, who had just put down the phone, was stunned and picked up the phone again. You're Guoliang, right? I am Qin Chang, and my master said that if I come to Yang City and need any help, I will find you. I heard that there was a big auction at the Phonlin auction house tomorrow night. You help me get an invitation.
Go Liang thought for a moment, then suddenly startled. You are a disciple of Shueshini.
Good.
Hi, it turned out to be a disciple of Shueshini, Jin Xiao. You give me an address, I will send someone to send you an invitation letter over.
Hanging up the phone, Gu Liang rubbed his hands, looking beautiful.
With these two young handsome people with incomparably deep backgrounds, he couldn't go any further. Step out of Yangchang and become the richest man in Tianhai province. You have to befriend these two, be sure to think what they think.
Gu Liang muttered, but his expression was firm. Lingfeng Group.
Luo Ping walked in quickly with the fourth and the others. Ding detects that the host destroys the story level extremely perfectly, and obtains a critical hit with luck points.
Plunder male protagonist luck value 800, critical hit reward plus 500.
The male protagonist Yifan's luck value was weakened by 2%, and the remaining percentage of Qi luck value was 79%. Chu Lingfeng, who was waiting for Luo Ping, nodded in satisfaction, and then beckoned at Luo Ping.
Chu Xiao.
Luo Ping came over and bowed and shouted. Chu Lingfeng nodded and asked the director of the personnel department on the side to arrange the work of several people. Then, he spoke up. There is an auction tomorrow night. I'm afraid something will happen, and you all have to follow me and guard me outside. Old Fourth, rest well.
Everyone was a little speechless.
Are you afraid of an accident, or are you afraid that something will not happen? They all specifically instructed the fourth.
Yes, Chu Xiao, don't worry, we will definitely behave well and not let you down.
Luo Ping and others spoke up one after another, and their voices were loud. This was the first task they had to complete when they defected to Chu Lingfeng. Old Fourth, eat 10 wastes for each meal in the past 2 days. I will buy you 2 pounds of goji berries, and you have eaten them all.
Luo Ping said.
Got it, second brother. The fourth man said helplessly. He really became a tool man. On the eve of the auction the next afternoon, Chu Lingfeng was still lying down and waiting, when he suddenly received a call from Rose. Xiao Lingfeng, thanks to you, my sister has now customized a lot of good quality jewelry. Rose said with a smile. That's good. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. But why don't you ask your sister for a reward? My sister has been waiting for your call.
It's not that Sister Rose didn't call me. How inappropriate is it for me to take the initiative to ask for a reward? Chu Lingfeng pulled at the limit.
Little villain, this is still to blame my sister. Don't worry, the reward is still thinking about it. There is an auction in Phonglin auction house in the evening. Accompany my sister. Rose naturally knew that Chu Lingfeng wanted to step on Yifan and Qin Chang, and this kind of rarity could not be missed.
Exactly, I also plan to go and see you at the auction. Chu Lingfeng hung up the phone with a smile.
Then Su Yunbing also called. For this kind of thing of stepping on the son of luck, she and Li Mujian naturally will not miss it.
Chu Lingfeng also agreed with the other party to meet after the auction.
It was with Luo Ping and the people who set off together. Sister Rose, Yunbing, Director Li, you arrived early. Outside the auction house, Chu Lingfeng ran into Rose, Su Yunbing, and Li Muyuan. We're just here, too. Rose said with a smile. Chu Lingfeng nodded, and suddenly the corner of his eye glanced at Qin Chang and Yifan, who were coming from 2 directions, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Yifan, Qin Chang, I didn't expect you to dare to appear. Chu Lingfeng said sarcastically. Yifan glanced at Chu Lingfeng with Qin Chang, snorted coldly, and did not speak. Well, if there is something that Chu Lingfeng wants to bid for today, I will definitely bid to the death. What Chu Lingfeng wants, I must crush him with money. Compare money with me, this waste does not have that strength.
Both are confident in their financial resources.
Their wealth is not comparable to that of a small Chu family. Rose and the others were curious, how would Chu Lingfeng face these two? Soon, the auction was about to begin, and everyone was seated. Chu Lingfeng's position was directly on the front table, with a wide view, and the auction items could be clearly seen. Rose and the others also sat here.
After a not too long opening statement,
a woman in charge of the auction walked up, and behind her was a service worker pushing the car. The car was covered with lots and covered with a red cloth. Next, the auction begins, and the first lot is a medical skill handed down from ancient times, which is said to be learned to the extreme, and can be brought back to life, called the Medical Sutra.
Medical classics. Everyone present was interested,
although they had never heard of it.
However, this does not affect their curiosity. Moreover, if it is really the same as what this host said, there is such a miraculous ability of the medical scripture. Even if they don't know how to heal, they can take pictures of it, and they can use it as a stepping stone to a good doctor in the future. You know, the status of divine doctors in this world is very high. The richer you are, the more afraid of death, and befriending a divine doctor can save lives when it matters. Those who studied medicine at the scene were even more eager to try, and a miraculous medical skill was enough to take their medical skills to a higher level. When Yifan and Qin Cheng heard it, their eyes also lit up. Needless to say, Qin Cheng has been relying on medical skills to eat. Yifan wanted to learn medical skills and pretend to punch his face. It's just that everyone has a concern, that is, whether this medical sutra is true or false. Shu Lingfeng was dumbfounded. Medical classics.
He could be sure that this auction was only a medical immortal sutra that he sent to auction, so why did Wei Zixuan change his name? However, he didn't care, as long as he could sell it to Qin Cheng or Yifan. Host, is this medical scripture you auctioned authentic?
At this time, a person in the audience asked.
The host smiled slightly and said, "This medical sutra is a temporary lot sent by a guest, and after the appraisal of the appraiser we are looking for, it cannot be identified as authentic. However, according to this guest's explanation, his medical scriptures are obtained by those who are destined for it. Whether it's true or not, this guest took a small part of the content of this medical scripture. You can come forward to check. After you make your own decision, you will decide whether to buy it or not."
Okay, give everyone a few minutes, let's check it out.
As the supporter spoke, a staff member brought a few photos and placed them on the table under the stage. Originally, hearing that the host could not distinguish the authenticity, everyone complained. However, hearing the words behind, everyone calmed down. In this case, it is to look at each other's eyesight. Soon, a group of people walked to the place where the photos were placed and lined up to watch them.
Brother Zhao, you are a Chinese medicine practitioner, is this medical scripture true or false?
It looks ordinary, and the few medical techniques recorded here are simply contrary to the medical principles of Chinese medicine, and the donkey's head is not right for the horse's mouth. I lean on, isn't this a pit? Man, forget it, Lao Tzu doesn't watch it, let alone shoot. Yes, Fenglin Auction House is also a reputable auction house in our Yancheng, how can it do such a thing? A group of people whispered one after another, very unhappy. The words were quite critical of the Fenglin Auction House. How did people pit people? Didn't they all say that those who are destined to know about it, and let you come to see whether to shoot again? This is already very humane, okay? That is, the photo that Dr. Zhao looked at is not the first page. You look at this first page, it is clearly written that the core of this medical sutra is to use qi to control needles and use true qi to treat diseases. What is true qi? The auction house found a rebuttal and said the lines that had been discussed.
What qi for needle? That's a long-lost medical skill.
If you can use qi to control needles, it is nothing to come back to life. It is said that you can live and die human flesh and bones at the highest level. Not bad, it's really qi imperial needle. I didn't expect that I would be able to see such a profound medical skill in my life. At this time, Yangcheng traditional Chinese medicine Taito Linren walked quickly to the first page of the photo, and said with a look of surprise,
"This it seems to be true."
When everyone heard this, they thought that Tuo had spoken. But seeing the person who spoke, these people suddenly shut up. Lin Ringzhang is a Chinese medicine master in Yangcheng in Tianhai province, a living immortal who has treated countless injuries and illnesses, and his words are absolutely not wrong. Suddenly, a group of people jumped to try. When Qin Shang and Yifan heard this, they frowned. After they heard about the Qi imperial needle and true Qi, they knew that this medical sutra was true to a large extent. Others don't understand, they still know true Qi very well. Especially Qin Shang, he treated diseases with Qi and needles. They wished that this group of people thought that this medical sutra was a fake and did not shoot it. But now that Lin Ringzhang has come out a little, I am afraid that there will be more people who want to compete for this medical scripture.
The price will also be higher. That's not a good thing. They have always been guided by the principle of doing the most for the least amount of money.
The two looked at the photos from beginning to end. Qin Shang's eyes became brighter and brighter, and his breathing was a little shorter. Although there are some medical theories in this medical scripture, he is confused and does not understand the true taste of it.
However, some medical techniques he could see were absolutely true.
Moreover, medical science is more advanced than the medical skills he has learned, and it is faster and easier to treat patients.
One needle is no problem to determine life and death.
This medical sutra is absolutely true, must get no matter how much it costs. Qin Shang secretly made a decision in his heart. When Yifan on the side saw this scene, a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. He knows a little about Chinese medicine, and he has just tested it a little, and some medical techniques are absolutely true. And seeing Qin Shang's expression, he knew that his guess was correct. This medical scripture must not be given to others, especially Qin Shang. There is an innate target between the two sons of luck, and it is even more vivid at this time.
Chu Lingfang also stepped forward to glance at it, and after determining that it was his medical immortal sutra, he turned around and went back.
However, the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. Looking at Wei Zixuan, who had just walked to his table at this time, a bad smile flashed. This Wei Zixuan is very smart, very suitable for me.
Wei Zixuan was overjoyed in her heart.
It seems that Chu Lingfang has seen her strategy. And she was praised by Chu Lingfang, so happy. Everyone, time is limited. If you are sure of the truth of this medical scripture, please return to your seat.
The host on the stage laughed. Host, let's get started.
Soon, a group of people returned to their seats, and someone said in a hurried tone,
"Many people are eager to try."
Well, the starting price of this medical sutra is 35 million, and each price increase must not be less than 5 million. Please bid.
Shoo.
When the host's words fell, everyone in the audience gasped for air.
Starting price 35 million, it's so ruthless. 40 million. 45 million. 50 million. 60 million.
However, even with such a high price, many people bid directly. This kind of thing may be of great use at some time.
It's best to keep it in your own hands.
Everyone bid, and soon the price came to 80 million, but at this time there were far fewer bidders. There were only a few powerful big families who made bids, and the people of these big families all had ancient martial artists in their families, and they also had a deep understanding of true qi. Because it was an invitation given by Gu Liang, Yifan and Qin Shang were on the same table.
In addition to the two of them, it was Gu Liang.
When Qin Shang saw the situation in the auction hall, he directly raised his hand, and Yifan followed and raised his hand.
200 million.
You. Qin Shang looked at Yifan sharply, his eyes full of coldness.
You'd better not fight me.
How the auction house price is high, and I am also very interested in medical scripture. Everyone depends on their strength.
If you want to heal the scriptures, just bid more than me.
Yifan said with a sneer.
Gu Liang, who was sitting in the middle, immediately sweated on his forehead. Misstep.
Originally, he thought that with Qin Shang and Yifan's ability, it would be absolutely sympathetic to meet each other, but he did not expect that this opening would be full of gunpowder.
Two young masters, don't be hurt and angry. However, neither of them paid attention to him. 250 million.
Qin Shang directly quoted, and he was bound to get the medical scripture. Chu Lingfeng suddenly raised his hand. This fire was not very strong. He had to add a fire to Qin Shang and Yifan. All the women were stunned, looking at Chu Lingfeng, a little puzzled. After all, they didn't know that Chu Lingfeng had a dead grasp of the humanity of these two people.
The son of luck, how can there be reason to admit defeat?
Swish. Qin Shang and Yifan turned their heads sharply and looked coldly at Chu Lingfeng, who looked defiant.
Yes, this dog thing wants to take the medical scripture and dream. Be sure to step on this dog thing. 350 million. The two bid one after another.
By this time, everyone present had already felt the smell of gunpowder in the field.
And no one is bidding anymore.
Medical scripture is good, but it is not so valuable.
450 million. Chu Lingfeng definitely quoted the last price.
How could Qin Shang and Yifan let Chu Lingfeng suppress them in such a place where money was used? All followed the offer. Chu Lingfeng shrugged his shoulders and stopped making a sound.
Humph, this time, watch Lao Tzu take money and smash you to death.
You Chu Lingfeng also have a stretch day, ha 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 ha, so cool. Qin Shang and Yifan both showed a hint of a smile. However, Su Yunbing and the others on the other side of the table almost died of laughter.
These two actually feel very happy. Wait for you to cry later.
In the end, after the fierce competition between Qin Shang and Yifan, Yifan auctioned off this medical immortal sutra at a high price of 1.5 billion. Although Qin Shang has money, it is all the money he has obtained from seeing a doctor over the years, but it is not as rich as Yifan, a person with an industry.
Bang!
Qin Shang slammed the table, and his gaze towards Yifan was full of anger.
Who fight with me? Why are you?
Yifan swiped the card and got the medical scripture, and looked at Qin Shang with a mocking face, full of pride. This time, he not only stepped on Qin Shang, but also stepped on Chu Lingfeng.
It's a sense of accomplishment, it's a lever. Humph, do you know medical skills? Buying it is also a waste.
Qin Shang said sarcastically, unpleasantly. At this time, the entire auction hall was quiet. 1.5 billion cash, many people present cannot take it even if they are bigwigs with a net worth of hundreds of millions. As a result, people are just for a medical book.
Rich and willful.
Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining the medical sutra, and below we will auction another medical treasure book sent by that guest, called the Immortal Sutra. This is also a very powerful medical treasure book. It is said that learning to the extreme, can live and die human flesh and bones, can be described as an immortal method. Still, in the same way as the first auction item, guests who want to check the authenticity can come forward and view the screenshot. The beautiful host said with a sweet smile.
Everyone was instantly stunned. There is even a medical book. I didn't get the one just now, and I can't let it go.
The group rushed up again and continued to check.
Qin Shang also stepped forward madly, and he hadn't bid Yifan just now, which made him annoyed. Now there is another one, then he must go and see the authenticity.
Yifan looked at the medical sutra in his hand and frowned. Why did he come out with another immortal sutra? However, there were not too many good things, and he immediately stepped forward to check it out.
This is treatment of ALS. And a cure for leukemia. Detoxification. I wipe, is this all true?
And this Immortal Cultivators Foundation is damaged. It's a bit of a pull. Where are there any immortal cultivators in this world? I have heard of ancient martial artists, and there are several in our family.
This must be fake.
When a group of people saw what was recorded in this Immortal Sutra, their eyes widened one by one and they exclaimed. If the contents of the medical sutra just now are ordinary diseases, then the content recorded in this Immortal Sutra has exceeded the imagination of most people. Yifan looked at this Immortal Sutra and frowned slightly. With his current medical skills, he couldn't understand whether the medical techniques recorded above to treat various diseases were correct. Thinking about it, he secretly looked at Qin Shang, wanting to see a little eyebrow in Qin Shang's expression. Qin Shang was extremely excited. With his medical attainments, it can be seen that these medical skills are absolutely true. There is even a way to treat the damage to the foundation of immortal cultivators, which is simply invaluable. But this time he learned to be smart, did not show it at all, and even frowned, showing some problems. Seeing the other party's eyes, his heart moved. Immediately, a hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes. Yifan, this Immortal Sutra is much more powerful than your medical scripture. I am bound to get it. Yifan was stunned.
When things go wrong, there will be demons. Just now, the two were still fighting, and now Qin Shang actually told him the purpose directly. Is there something wrong with this Immortal Sutra?
Why did Qin Shang frown just now?
A doubt and vigilance appeared in Yifan's heart.
As children of luck, these people have suspicious problems. Soon, everyone returned to their seats again. The starting price of this medical scripture is 50 million, and the price increase must not be less than 10 million each time. Please bid. The host said with a smile. However, no one made a move this time. After all, the things recorded in the Immortal Sutra are a bit.
Even Lin Rinzhang didn't speak. Moreover, the starting price of 50 million is really pitted. 60 million.
Qin Cheng immediately raised his hand.
70 million.
Yi Fan hesitated for a moment before raising his hand. Qin Cheng was overjoyed in his heart, knowing that his strategy had some effect.
80 million. Qin Cheng immediately called for a price. 90 million. 100 million.
Qin Cheng and Yi Fan came and went, and the price soon came to 100 million. Looking at this scene, everyone was stunned. This is a stupid big household, the auction has just begun, and you guys have killed the real fire. However, it was obvious that Yi Fan's strength was not too great. Most importantly, he was afraid of falling for Qin Cheng's scheme. Xu Lingfeng looked at this scene and frowned slightly. These two people are a little bit of a small family, only 100 million, a little not good. He decided to add more fire. 300 million, I want this immortal sutra. Xu Lingfeng said extremely arrogantly. Groove, this dog thing still wants to pretend. What, Lao Tzu's immortal sutra, do you want to take 300 million? I am bound to get this immortal sutra.
400 million.
Qin Cheng immediately bid, and then looked at Yi Fan, encouraging out.
Yi Fan, go on, you can't let Xu Lingfeng suppress it.
Seeing Qin Cheng's encouraging gaze, Yi Fan became more and more absolutely wrong. No, I can't bid anymore, Qin Cheng definitely wants to pit me.
This dog thing is the same as Xu Lingfeng.
Thinking of this, Yi Fan directly sneered, if you want to pit me, dream my medical scripture is very good, I don't want the immortal sutra. Qin Cheng was overjoyed in his heart, as long as he didn't have Yi Fan, he was not afraid of Xu Lingfeng at all.
600 million. Xu Lingfeng directly waved his hand and said.
Billion Xu Lingfeng, do you have the ability to pay a high price again? Really thought I would be afraid of you.
Qin Cheng sneered.
Xu Lingfeng shrugged, 10 billion is a lot, in case it is not good to smash into his hands. For a medical book that you don't know the truth or fake, spend 1 billion yuan, you take it. If there is no money, there is no money, what is the comparison?
Qin Cheng sneered, satisfied.
Soon, he swiped the card and got the parchment of the Immortal Sutra, and he was excited.
How does it feel? A little wrong, something seems to be missing.
Qin Cheng browsed the Immortal Sutra and was a little puzzled.
Congratulations to this gentleman for auctioning the Immortal Sutra, the next auction is.
The host continues to auction other items. However, these items were useless to Qin Cheng, Yi Fan, and Xu Lingfeng. Therefore, the three did not ask for any more bidding. Until the sixth lot. The item to be auctioned below is also an item about medical skills, called Medical Acupuncture Encyclopedia. This encyclopedia of acupuncture records the most mysterious acupuncture techniques. If you learn these acupuncture techniques, then it will definitely be twice as effective to cure and save people. Still, in the same way as the first auction item, guests who want to check the authenticity can come forward and view the screenshot. The starting price is 50 million, and each bid must not be less than 10 million. The beautiful host said with a smile.
Quiet. However, as the beautiful hostess's voice fell, the entire hall was instantly silent.
Everyone turned their heads to look at Qin Cheng and Yi Fan.
How it feels like something is wrong.
After all, how could a medical acupuncture encyclopedia have a starting price of 50 million? And how is this model the same as the auction mode of Medical Sutra and Immortal Sutra?
I always feel that there is some problem, but I don't know where it is.
Groove. And hearing this lot, except for occasionally glancing at the auction items, Qin Cheng and Yi Fan, who were attentively reading their respective medical books, raised their heads at the same time and burst into a foul mouth. Both of them sensed that there was something wrong with the medical book in their hands. But because the medical theory inside was too profound, they did not see the problem.
However, this medical acupuncture encyclopedia reminded them. Needles are missing from these two medical books.
Even if they learn the treatment of the disease, they can't use acupuncture, so it's useless. The two hurriedly came to the auction table and took a look. In an instant, it was clear that these acupuncture techniques complemented the medical scriptures and immortal scriptures in their hands. The two looked at each other.
Got pitted. Groove which bastard who lacks virtue divides this into 3 parts to sell. Oh, this profiteer Su Yunbing and the others were already laughing badly and glanced at Wei Zixuan. This Wei Zixuan has something.
Qin Chang and Yifan trembled with anger.
However, this is an auction, and the sender can choose how to send the auction themselves. They can only knock out their teeth and swallow in their stomachs, and they can't say anything about bitterness. Qin Chang, what do you say, still fighting?
Returning to his seat, Yifan looked at Qin Chang and spoke up.
What do you say?
Since he knew that he was being pitted, Qin Chang naturally didn't want to be wronged, and asked aloud.
Yi Xiao, Qin Xiao, we are all friends, why should the sandpiper muscles compete with each other to make people profit? Gu Liang on the side observed the words and said in a timely manner. Okay, then let's join hands to take this medical acupuncture encyclopedia, how about it?
Yifan made a decision and spoke up.
Yes.
Qin Chang nodded.
60 million.
Yifan called for a price.
100 million.
Zhu Lingfeng saw that Qin Chang did not ask for a price, so he understood the thoughts of the two and immediately spoke up. This bastard is definitely intentional in the end. After hearing Yifan's bidding with Zhu Lingfeng, this complete book of medical acupuncture was auctioned off by Yifan with a high price of 600 million. Yes, a copycat version of the Medical Immortal Sutra sold 3.1 billion, not bad.
Wei Zixuan, this woman can handle it, she really has something. Wei Zixuan suddenly burst into a frenzy.
Rose and the others were also amazed. This Wei Zixuan played a good set of conspiracies. Qin Chang of the pit and Yifan had nothing to say.
Transfer money to me, 300 million.
After Yifan paid and got the things, he looked at Qin Chang.
Qin Chang also did not ink, and immediately transferred the account.
Yi Xiao, Qin Xiao, you are all my friends, I have another proposal. I feel that the medical sutras and immortal sutras taken by the two of you can be exchanged with each other, so that both sides can learn a lot of new things. Gu Liang said in order to let the two of them freeze their previous suspicions. Qin Chang and Yifan were stunned, and immediately glanced at each other. In fact, this really speaks to their hearts. These exquisite medical skills are earned.
Qin Chang, what do you say?
Yes. The two were very satisfied with the exchange. But soon, the two reacted. The faces of the two instantly turned livid.
Trough, since we can look at it interchangeably, what did we just spend so many 100 million for no reason?
What a blood loss. It's all Zhu Lingfeng's dog thing can't spare him, and the future Rose and the others instantly understood, and the other party tasted back, and they all fainted with laughter. At this time, something covered with red cloth was pushed to the auction table again. Everyone, this item auctioned below is an imitation of the step chart by Yan Liben, a famous painter of the Tang dynasty, written by Zhang Nanben, a famous painter in the late Tang dynasty.
Please observe and then bid.
When everyone heard the host's words, they all had doubts on their faces.
I always feel that today's auction is full of weirdness.
In the past, this kind of imitation painting was put on the stage for everyone to see. After all, when sending the auction, there will be a special appraiser at the auction to give the appraisal. Why do you let these people come forward to observe today? However, it is good to be able to take a look, and you can see the authenticity of this imitation painting, which is also reassuring. Soon, a group of people all walked forward. Qin Chang and Yifan also stepped forward.
Ha!
After seeing this painting, the two were stunned. Both of them are well versed in antique appreciation. At a glance, it was clear that something was wrong with the painting. It's clearly a picture within a picture. Thinking of this, they were just excited. First of all, picture in picture, it must be to cover up a good painting with one painting after another.
Moreover, the value of this good painting is definitely far greater than that of the secondary painting.
This imitation of Zhang Nanben is already worth 2 or 3 million.
Not to mention the value of the paintings inside, hundreds of millions are normal, or even higher.
Secondly, they came to Yangcheng to make a name for themselves. And in this place where countless upper-class people in Yangcheng gather, it is the best opportunity to make a name for themselves. And now, a painting can make them famous and rich. Where to find such a good thing?
In an instant, the two made a decision.
You have to get the painting and uncover it in public.
Show their knowledge and vision.
And Chu Lingfeng, who stepped forward to observe, was a little speechless.
This way Zixuan, too good at playing, can this also be made? He glanced at Qin Chang and Yifan's eyes not far away. It's a burst of refreshment. These two fools are waiting to be pitted.
Chu Lingfeng thought with a smile and returned to his seat. After a moment of observation, Yifan and Qin Chang also returned to their seats. Yifan, the matter of the previous medical book is according to the method we have already discussed, but the next thing we will rely on our own skills. Qin Chang is the first to speak.
This kind of fame and fortune thing, he can't give up. That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
Yifan said with a sneer. Goliang looked at the fertat words of these two people on the side, and he looked helpless. Sure enough, people who have the ability are arrogant. Soon, the people observing the step map returned to their seats.
The host laughed out loud.
This imitation painting step chart, the starting price is 1 million, and each price increase must not be less than 100,000, and the auction will start below.
100 and 100,000. Someone immediately bids.
Although it is an imitation painting, Zhang Nanben was also a famous painter in the late Tang dynasty.
It's also good to put it at home and store it.
So, these people are also very competitive. Soon, the price of this imitation painting reached 2.6 million, but there were very few bidders.
If you bid again, it will not be worth it. 4 million.
At this time, Yifan spoke directly.
This is the trick that works for him. This kind of painting is certainly not worth so much money.
So he pays a high price and will definitely be ridiculed. Then, when he exposes the good paintings in the picture-in-picture, it is absolutely shocking. It also lets everyone know his vision and knowledge.
Impress people. He is also considered famous in Yangchang. 5 million.
Qin Chang raised his hand to signal, and then glanced at Yifan with disdain. This kid actually wanted to use the same method as himself to attract everyone's attention.
It's just abominable. Sure enough, this person is his real enemy. Groove, this painting is worth 3 million to die. What are they doing with their lives? I don't understand. Maybe you are rich and willful. Yes, billions can be spent, millions are nothing.
After the start of the multi-billion-dollar auction, it was clear that in the eyes of everyone, these two people had become the foolish sons of the landlord's family.
Rich and capricious.
When Qin Chang and Yifan heard these people's words, they both sneered in their hearts. A group of ignorant people, when this painting is uncovered, you will wait to worship me. Today is the moment when my Qin Chang is famous in Yangcheng. The group of women beside Chu Lingfeng will definitely look up at me. Qin Chang glanced at Chu Lingfeng, who was surrounded by beauty, and a thick jealousy flashed in his eyes. In this way, the two of you competed with me, and soon, the painting came to 30 million.
This stunned everyone present.
That's a tenfold increase in price.
It's not like that money is spent. 50 million.
Chu Lingfeng naturally couldn't miss this kind of good opportunity to pit big households, and raised his hand with a smile to quote. Qin Chang and Yifan were trembling with anger. It's this churning stick again, by not a stirring stick.
It's messy. 51 million. 52 million.
After eating a long and a wise, after the pit, the two were obviously much smarter, and the quotations began to be reported.
Two of you, why do you offer such a small family? Wouldn't you run out of money? Chu Lingfeng noticed this and asked with a sneer. Chu Lingfeng, don't be yin and yang weird here. You have the ability to quote 100 million. I don't want this painting. Yes, you quote, I don't want it. The first few times they snatched things, if it weren't for Chu Lingfeng, they would have spent less.
Therefore, they also have the meaning of pit Chu Lingfeng in their hearts.
As long as Chu Lingfeng quoted 100 million, they immediately stopped offering. Anyway, the paintings in that painting will last hundreds of millions.
When the time comes to unveil this painting in public, what else is there to show off, and Chu Lingfeng may not be able to see it?
These two fools have learned well. Boring.
An imitation painting, I have a problem to paint tens of millions to buy. Isn't that a pit in the brain?
Chu Lingfeng sneered, and then ignored the two.
Qin Chang and Yifan were a little disappointed in their hearts.
This dog thing turned out to be quoted. Then, Ju sneered. This waste really has no ability. Even the mystery of this painting cannot be seen. Very good, the harder you press, the stronger your admiration for them will be after a while. That's what I want.
52,100,000, Xin Chang, you give me this painting. After Yifan finished quoting, he looked at Xin Chang and whispered. 52,020,000, Yifan, why should I give it to you? 52,030,000, my medical scripture cost 1.5 billion to buy, which is more expensive than yours.
52 million and 4 million.
Seeing the quotes of these two people like chatter, everyone froze. Can you still play like this? 100,000 is not money? 52.5 million, moreover, this painting is worth 100 million, there is no point in us fighting to buy the painting, at most I will let you give you a good one later. Yifan gritted his teeth and said. Xin Chang thought for a while, then nodded. Well, let it be up to you. 52.5 million once, 52.5 million twice, 52.5 million three times, deal. Obstruct. The host knocked on the drumstick. Congratulations to this gentleman for obtaining this step drawing imitation. Yifan's face was delighted, and he stood up directly and walked towards the auction table. He had to reveal the picture in a picture to the public. Otherwise, wouldn't he have spent the more than 50 million in vain? Xu Lingfang, who was not far away, was dumbfounded. I'll go, these two are really fighting to find scolding, and they are also talents. For the sake of an imitation painting, you have to compromise with each other, it's really funny, who raised your pair of crouching dragon and phoenix chicks?
Xu Lingfang did not forget to sneer a few words.
At this time, Yifan had already walked to the stage. Hearing Xu Lingfang's words, he smiled coldly and spoke proudly.
Xu Lingfang, don't talk nonsense without insight. You think this is an ordinary imitation?
Oh, what else would it be if it wasn't an ordinary imitation? Could it be that there is a famous painting sandwiched here?
Xu Lingfang asked sarcastically.
Yifan was shocked in his heart.
Immediately, he secretly shook his head.
If this Xu Lingfang really knew that there was a famous painting of great value inside, would he give up bidding with them? Xu Lingfang, I have to say, your ability to guess blindly is good. This painting is really a picture-in-picture, and there are more precious scrolls hidden inside.
Yifan stood there and said with a confident smile.
What, this turned out to be a picture-in-picture? Really fake?
Impossible, right? How did I just not see it? It must be this kid who is playing tricks.
Not necessarily, this person doesn't look like a fool, otherwise he would spend so much money on an imitation painting. I don't think it's possible. Who is he? People in the Phonelin auction house didn't see it. Could he see it?
Suddenly, everyone in the audience was talking about it.
Yifan, can you really pull it? Famous painting? I really shouldn't talk to rubbish like you.
Xu Lingfang sneered, but stopped talking. Oof, whether it's true or not, when I unveil this picture-in-picture, everyone will know.
Yifan was secretly happy in his heart. I'm worried that no one will help me create momentum. Xu Lingfang, this big stupid fork, actually helped me create momentum. Very good. When the painting is revealed in a while, I must step on his 2 feet fiercely, let him be embarrassed in front of the entire Yancheng High Society people. Just because he humiliated me so many times and recovered a little interest, Rose and the others were really happy.
Today's auction is simply funny, more hilarious than crosstalk.
They were already looking forward to Yifan's expression at the moment the painting was unveiled.
It must be hilarious.
Mr. Yi, do you need someone from our auction house to help you uncover the scroll? We have professionals who do this kind of thing. You can rest assured, if this painting is a picture-in-picture, the painting inside will definitely not be damaged.
The female host on the side asked with a smile.
I didn't expect your auction house to be so professional, and there are even those who do this. Then okay, you guys help me unveil it. Yifan said with a smile. It's best for others to do this kind of thing. Others do things, he will pretend to compare beauty and nourishment.
Soon, several professionals took to the auction stage.
These guys took professional 4.6 guys and began to get busy.
Ouch, something is wrong, it looks like there really is a picture-in-picture.
Yes, you see, those people are busy, there is indeed something wrong with this painting. I leaned on, came out, there is indeed a painting underneath.
This Neil by name Jifan actually saw the mystery of this painting just by looking at it once. Awesome. No, could it be that Qin Chang also saw the mystery of this painting? It should be, otherwise how could he have offered so much money to bid for this painting if Yifan hadn't told him yes, he would still have to bid. These two people are very powerful, and their eyesight is good. So, they competed so much for the medical scripture and the Immortal Sutra earlier. Could it be that those two medical books are real things? I'll go, awesome. A group of people all stood up and came to look under the auction table. At the same time, with the unveiling of the picture-in-picture, this group of people praised Yifan and Qin Chang one after another. The eyes that looked at them were also full of shock. Qin Chang was instantly refreshed. He didn't spend any money, and as a result, he achieved his goal. It's cool. Yifan's face was a little ugly. Oh, let this kid get wet, not happy. At this time, the painting outside the imitation painting was finally unraveled, and a new picture scroll was exposed to everyone's eyes. Yifan stood straight, with a faint smile on his face, waiting for everyone's praise and worship. This is what kind of painting is this? How have I not heard? This painting seems to be an imitation painting, and it seems that the situation is also Zhang Nanban's, right? Yes, it's good, it's Zhang Nanban's, the value is not as good as the one just now, right? Puffahahaha groove, it must be inferior, this imitation painting is not famous, laugh me to death. This person spent more than 50 million to buy a painting of 3 million, and finally got a painting of hundreds of thousands. I will point to this joke for the rest of my life, and I must pass it on to my descendants. When everyone saw clearly the picture scroll under the uncovered scroll, they all stirred. And Yifan, who had been smiling, was stunned for a moment, and then turned his head to look at the new picture scroll that was revealed. At this look, his whole person froze. Why is there an imitation of Zhang Nanban here? Moreover, the value of this imitation painting is even lower than the original imitation. Is this Zhang Bennansik? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Picture-in-picture has always been used to protect a higher value painting. How can there be a lower value painting? This should be a picture scroll worth at least hundreds of millions. Yifan said to himself with a look of disbelief. At this time, his mentality had completely collapsed. I originally wanted to use this painting to compare 17 with this painting, but now in front of everyone in Yangcheng, he lost his adult. Ha 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 Yifan, did you pump your head now that the paintings are in front of you? Are you still dreaming? I see that you and that Qin Chan want to make money and want to go crazy, right? That's right, I just spent billions to buy a few books, and naturally I want to earn the money back. Do you still want people to admire your vision and knowledge? Then your vision and learning are really good. Tens of millions for a painting of hundreds of thousands, you will lose money if you don't do business. Xu Lingfeng said with a loud laugh. You. Yifan looked at Xu Lingfeng and gritted his teeth with hatred. Qin Cheng frowned fiercely. Feeling that something was wrong, he subconsciously took a few steps back and disappeared into the crowd. To be praised and adored, he can rub, but to be scolded, he does not want. However, he could not avoid it before leaving the auction hall. Xu Lingfeng's voice fell, and everyone looked at Yifan, and then some people looked at Qin Chang. Ha, these two are indeed funny. I guess let Xu Xiao say it right, the two of them just want to look different. Yes, we didn't see it, they saw it, and then let us appreciate them. In fact, they have fulfilled their wishes, they have indeed shown a difference, 50 million or hundreds of thousands, and the stupid son of the landlord family cannot do such a thing. Laughing to death, 2&T, I think Xu Xiao is still powerful. What do you say? Xu Xiao should have a feud with these two people. He should have seen that this painting is a picture-in-picture, but the painting inside is not valuable, so he deliberately pit these two people. I rely on, it's true that you say so, otherwise when these two people call 30 million, why does Xu Xiao dare to call 50 million? This is clearly Xu Xiao's mastery of everything. Knowing that they have no eyesight and are eager to show themselves, they dare to ask for a price. It makes sense, Xu Xiao is the most terrifying person in terms of eyesight or knowledge, there is no omission. Xu Xiao cowhide. Everyone first mocked Yifan and Qin Cheng unscrupulously, and then began to praise Xu Lingfeng. Even, many people's eyes changed when they looked at Xu Lingfeng. Before, in their impression, Xu Lingfeng was a brainless licking dog who pursued Su Yunbing. There is no insight at all. But now it's different.
Through the picture-in-picture incident, this people's perception of Chu Lingfeng has changed greatly. This man is a character with real skills.
Even many people are thinking about cooperating with Lingfeng Group.
Previously, everyone felt that Chu Lingfeng took over the Lingfeng Group.
Even if Chu Lingfeng is a member of the Chu family, one of the major families in Tianhai province, Lingfeng Group is not far from bankruptcy. However, now everyone thinks differently. This man is very low-key. Brother Feng, drink water. Xiao Lingfeng, eat grapes.
Brother Feng, this fruit is also delicious. In the face of everyone's admiration, Chu Lingfeng was indifferent, and these false names were of little use to him. He returned to the table lightly. Then Su Yunbing immediately poured water on him. Today she will do these things in public, so that everyone knows that Chu Lingfeng is not her Su Yunbing's licking dog, and she has accepted Chu Lingfeng.
And Rose and Wei Zixuan couldn't see it.
You behave like this, where do we put it? Therefore, the two of them also immediately did what they could. Li Muzhen on the side was a little embarrassed. Muzhen, your illness, don't you hurry up and show it well.
Su Yunbing pushed Li Muzhen and urged in her ear.
She has figured it out that she can't watch her best friend die.
And now the only one who can save Li Muyuan is Chu Lingfeng. Even if Li Muyuan's bargain must be taken advantage of by Chu Lingfeng, he must let his good girlfriend live well. Li Muzhen's face turned red. This is in front of so many people.
In the end, for the sake of her own life, she gritted her teeth and suddenly picked up a durian with a smile and then put it down again.
Took an orange and peeled it.
Chu Brother Feng, eat oranges.
Chu Lingfeng was stunned suddenly. Look at these women. You women are very wrong, especially Li Muyuan. Why are you feeding me? However, this happiness is very cool.
Chu Lingfeng smiled and drank the water that Su Yunbing was carrying, and ate the fruits in the hands of several women.
Shoo!
Seeing this scene, everyone gasped. I rely on, who specially said that Chu Xiao is President Su's licking dog. Is there an I President Su fed Chu Xiao Shui?
That's it, this is special. Rumors kill people. It can obviously be seen that in Chu Xiao and Su Yunbing, Chu Xiao takes the initiative. Rose, Li Muyuan, Wei Zixuan, this is a famous beauty in our Yangchang all rushing to feed Chu Xiao.
Rose, Wei Zixuan, this is a very famous figure in our Yang city. I obeyed. Chu Xiao is Chu Xiao cow ratio 047. Envy Chu Xiao every day. Chu Xiao, eternal god.
This scene shocked everyone.
The four beauties are waiting for Chu Lingfeng, which must also be sensational in Yangchang.
Yifan and Qin Shang, who were not far away, saw this familiar scene again, and they wanted to explode with grievance. Especially Yifan.
He spent more than 50 million, and as a result, he was ridiculed by countless people in Yangchang. Chu Lingfeng just raised a price, said a few words, and was praised to the sky.
And he can only make a background board. Who can not be angry?
In this game, he lost money and lost people. Why is there a garbage painting in it? Until he returned to his seat, Yifan was thinking about this question.
Yifan, don't take me with you in the future. I shouldn't sit at this table, Heike.
Qin Shang had nowhere to exude his anger, and could only get angry at Yifan.
You're a eating dog, it's all because of you.
Yifan also looked angrily at Qin Shang.
You're looking for death.
Qin Shang said angrily. Yi Xiao, Qin Xiao, don't argue, don't be hurt and angry for these little things, the auction is up.
Goliang was helpless and continued to make peace.
It's just that his eyes looking at these two people are also a little different. Their master is so powerful, how can I feel that these two people are a little uncomfortable?
At this time, the lot was also pushed up. Guys, the next thing to auction is a piece of land.
The property rights of Tianshui Bay have a starting price of 3 million, and each increase must not be less than 100,000 yuan, the beautiful host said with a smile. Qin Shang and Yifan were stunned. Land property rights, which are generally auctioned in some departments, how can they be auctioned at such auctions and the price is too low, right? Yifan is relatively familiar with Yangcheng, the land of Tianshui Bay, surrounded by mountains and seas, has beautiful scenery and a huge area.
In terms of the price of Yangcheng, how can the auction get 2 or 3 billion, right? These 3 million sound like a gift.
In particular, everyone present was smiling, without showing the slightest hint of surprise.
This is even more problematic.
It seemed that he understood Yi Fan and Qin Chang's doubts, and Go Liang took the initiative to explain it this time. Yi Xiao, Qin Xiao, the land in Tianshui Bay is actually quite good, the scenery is also very good, and many people were very optimistic about this land at the beginning. When the land was auctioned above, few tourism developers wanted to get the land, and several parties fought for your life and death, and finally let a developer get it. It was originally a good thing, but shortly after the developer developed Tianshui Bay, he died mysteriously. Later people did not believe in evil and bought the land again for development, but the second and third developers also died mysteriously after taking over Tianshui Bay. Not only them, but also the workers working on the construction site have also died a lot. Until this developer got the land a month before and then it was auctioned. I thought that there was a haunted place in Tianshui Bay, there must be something unclean, or it would not have been possible to die so many people. This is also why even if the property rights of this land are only 3 million, no one dares to shoot it, and everyone is afraid of death. Go Liang carefully introduced the matter of Tianshui Bay. Qin Chang and Yi Fan were stunned at first, and then, suddenly a fine light appeared in their eyes.
Bizarre death. Haunted something not clean. If it's really haunted.
As immortal cultivators, the first question that came to their mind was whether there were any treasures inside. Generally, only places where there are treasures and no one has absorbed or used them for a long time will breed ghosts. If so, then they must take the land.
3,100,000.
Qin Chang was no longer entangled in direct bidding. He always had a feeling in his heart that the land of Tianshui Bay seemed to have something to do with him in the dark. Moreover, he has paid so much money today, and he is not afraid to give this money.
3,200,000.
Yi Fan, who reacted, also hurriedly shouted the price. He also had the same feeling as Qin Chang.
This land may not be simple.
Seeing these two people shouting, everyone present was stunned, and then laughed one by one. Groove, these two really have a pit in their brains, and they even want haunted places. To call them fools is to insult the word fool. These two people are probably filled with water in their heads, and they have no brains at all.
Yes, I look at these two people are dead, really maverick and different.
Poof, ha ha ha, I can't face up to the words different now. I feel different equals crouching dragon and phoenix chicks.
Oldly, it seems that you were lucky today, you take everyone for fools, and as a result, there are really two brainless people who came out to bid, and you can finally get rid of that land. The crowd laughed one after another.
A man sitting not far away with a somewhat darkened face and white lips was immediately excited when he saw these two people shouting. Even if he tried his best not to show excitement, he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from curling up, showing the excitement in his heart at this time.
I can finally get rid of it.
These days, he is tormented by this land to go crazy. Originally proud and arrogant, he did not believe in ghosts and gods, and he began to worship various gods at home.
3,300,000. Qin Chang continued to shout.
Although the ridicule of everyone was ugly and made him angry, he was also a little used to it.
Anyway, he came to Yancheng and was ridiculed these days, and some things slowly got used to it. 3.5 million.
Yi Fan glanced at Qin Chang and then shouted. Soon, in the auction hall, there was a scene of two people bidding each other, and you chasing me. And the price soon came to 4.5 million. Chu Lingfeng smiled slightly when he saw this.
It's time for me to perform. I am bound to get this land. 6 million.
At this time, Chu Lingfeng directly smiled and raised his hand, laughing out loud.
Swish. Suddenly, everyone's eyes turned to Chu Lingfeng. Immediately, they showed expressions of sudden realization.
I rely on, it has to be Chu Xiao, this radical method is powerful. I like Chu Xiao's look at the excitement and not the big deal. You have to pit people like Qin Chang and Yi Fan like this.
These two may be pitted again.
Everyone said with a smile. And Yi Fan and Qin Chang saw Chu Lingfeng bidding, and the first feeling of the two was headache. What the is this Chu Lingfeng and me, why do I want to mess with everything I want to buy? This won't be a poisonous scheme for him, right?
I'll wipe, he won't have any conspiracy with that oldly, right? Deliberately make a game to fool us in an instant. The two first looked at Chu Lingfeng, and then at Lao Li, the owner of this land. At this time, Lao Li's face almost smiled into a dog's tail, and he also signaled to Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng nodded slightly. This scene fell in the eyes of Qin Chang and Yi Fan, and they were immediately shocked. Something is wrong with this. Are these two really making a game? The idea in my heart became more and more firm. After all, today they were not punished once or twice, and they were a little scared in their hearts. Even they weren't sure if Chu Lingfeng had anything to do with their previous pits. But this land, they can already be sure, definitely has something to do with Chu Lingfeng. You definitely can't fall for Chu Lingfeng, let him shoot the ground away. Ahaha, I can pit him once. Chu Lingfeng, I'm not fooled this time, what will I do with you later? The two had a tacit understanding and did not ask for a price. It's just that they all suddenly had a feeling of loss in their hearts. It was as if something important had been lost. Soon, the host called 3 more times, and no one bid. Congratulations to Chu Xiao for obtaining the property rights of Tianchuey Bay. The beautiful host said with a smile. Everyone present was stunned, but they didn't expect that Chu Lingfeng would finally get this property right. I rely on, these two fools learned to be smart once, and they didn't even ask for a price. I have long seen that they are a pair of scheming watches, deliberately pitting little. Chu Xiao must teach them a good lesson. Qin Chang and Yi Fan were both furious. He pits us, and you don't speak. We pit him, and you scold us. You guys are double standard. Actually, this is also normal. After seeing Chu Lingfeng's ability today, coupled with the strong background of the Chu family, this group of people naturally chose to curry favor with Chu Lingfeng. And although Qin Chang and Yi Fan sat next to Gu Liang, the richest man in Yangchang, who knows if it was arranged arbitrarily? Two nameless people and Chu Lingfeng, who should be used to curry favor. Qin Chang, Yi Fan, thank you so much, I can fancy this land for a long time. I'm satisfied with 6 million. At this time, Chu Lingfeng looked at the two and said with a smile. Chu Xiao, if you don't want this land, I'll return the money to you. Lao Li suddenly stood up and said helplessly. Chu Lingfeng was the only son of the Chu family, and if he died in the end because of this land, then he could not withstand the fury of the Chu family. Just now, he signaled to Chu Lingfeng, mainly to thank him for helping to raise the price, but he didn't expect it to fall into Chu Lingfeng's hands. This made him very scared. Boss Li, no need, I have already taken a fancy to this land, and the solution has already been established. But I found a famous feng shui master to deal with this matter. Chu Lingfeng hurriedly waved his hand. This old thing, still want to rob him of his chance? No way. No wonder Chu Xiao is really far-sighted, and the famous Yanhuang master, that can only be the Zhou Daoji in the south. With him out of the way, it's absolutely no problem. That is, a family like Chu Xiao can invite that kind of big guy. Chu Xiao really does things without revealing. It is estimated that the first few times he asked for the price, it was for this time. These two fools finally got smart, but they found out that they were asked for. Ha ha ha. Everyone was now praising Chu Lingfeng. People have a good family, and the beauties gathered around them are not only extremely good-looking, but also have a strong background. Rose and Wei Zixuan are both kings of the underground of Yang City. When Qin Chang and Yi Fan saw this scene, they immediately exploded. They could see that when Lao Li had just spoken to Chu Lingfeng, his expression was very sincere, and he really didn't want Chu Lingfeng to get this land, so he said that there was no conspiracy between the two at all. The two of them were deceived. This is special. It seems to be spitting blood. This Chu Lingfeng is so poisonous. The two of them were like clowns at this time. Want to go but reluctant to go. Who knows if there is something good behind? Isn't it funny to look at their expressions? Rose pointed at the two, laughing at the fire. It's fun, like two fools. Several women nodded. After a farce, the auction continued. The following auction is a mahogany box from the Ming Dynasty. The specific source is unknown. The starting price is 100,000, and each increase must not be less than 10,000. A mahogany box was displayed in the eyes of everyone. Chu Lingfeng's heart jumped. This is the highlight of today. Although this is the cheapest item of this auction, it is definitely the most precious auction item. Can really make people an invincible existence.
When Yifan saw this mahogany box, he had a secret connection in his heart.
Could it be that this item is important to him?
Thinking about it, he looked at Qin Chang on the side. Although the two of them often do not deal with each other, or even pinch each other, there is a very tacit understanding. Even when encountering something important, there will be a kind of intimate induction.
Of course, that's what he thinks.
Qin Chang was in anger at this time, just glanced at the box, and then ignored it.
Continue to be angry.
Seeing Qin Chang's performance, Yifan frowned slightly.
There's something wrong with that. Do you think this box is very important and want to shoot it? Yifan decided to test it.
Qin Chang looked at Yifan like a fool, and said in a cold voice with some impatience, "It's just a mahogany box from the Ming dynasty. What's important? Do you have a brain disease? If you are willing to shoot you, I promise not to rob you."
"It's okay, don't bother me."
After saying that, Qin Chang took out the Immortal Sutra and looked at it. Yifan was stunned.
Could this be his delusion? This box is an ordinary box.
Chu Lingfeng, who was not far away, also noticed this scene and was also stunned. Qin Chang didn't care about this mahogany box, he could understand it. After all, this is not an item in Qin Chang's plot, and it is normal for him to have no sense with it. However, Yifan also looked hesitant, which was a little strange.
Could it be that this is the mutual influence between the children of luck?
Yifan saw that Qin Chang felt that this box was not important, so he also felt that this box was not important. If this is the case, it seems that he will have more ways to plunder Qi luck in the future. Thinking about it, he decided to take a look at the situation first. At 8:57 Yifan decided to give it a try after a moment of contemplation. After all, he had just had a hint of abnormal feeling, maybe this box was really important to him. At this time, the price of this mahogany box had reached 180,000. After all, this mahogany box is also an antique, so there are still some people who buy it.
190,000.
Yifan raised his hand and said, "This person is really sick." The Qin Chang next to him is not asking for a price, he still asks for a price.
This man is definitely a big clever, I can see it. I don't know how he got so much money. A group of people began to taunt again.
For Chu Shao's enemies, they must share the hatred and form a good relationship. Yifan was furious, but a trace of hesitation suddenly arose in his heart at this time. Did he think too much?
200,000. Seeing Yifan's offer, Chu Lingfeng also followed the offer. Yifan instantly felt sick.
Lao Tzu doesn't grab it, love it. It's really crooked to meet Chu Lingfeng's dog thing. Hearing Chu Lingfeng's voice, Yifan immediately made a decision.
It must have been his delusion just now.
And after Chu Lingfeng quoted, because this mahogany box was worth about 200,000, no one wanted to go against Chu Lingfeng, so no one offered again. Swipe the card to get the box. Chu Lingfeng is also a little incredible. Such an important plot prop was taken down by him so easily. He's still thinking about how much money he'll use.
There were no plot props in the next auction, and Chu Lingfeng didn't bother to watch it. He went directly to the toilet and took out the ancient jade in the mezzanine in the mahogany box. Of course, this mahogany box has been destroyed.
Chu Lingfeng looked at the ancient jade in his hand, and there was a feeling that it was very warm and encompassing all things.
It really is something extraordinary.
Ding! It is detected that the host harvests the Hongmeng Dao technique of immortal cultivation exercise, whether it is learned through the system, and the required Qi luck value is 3,000.
And at this time, the system also made a sound. Chu Lingfeng was stunned suddenly. The system can still play like this.
In that case, of course he would have to learn through the system. The knowledge contained in this Hongmeng Dao technique was too huge, and if he cultivated it himself, he didn't know how much time it would take to get started. In the original work, Yifan spent a lot of time in order to cultivate the Hongmeng Dao technique. Although it costs a little more, it saves time. System, spend 3,000 Qi luck value to learn Hongmeng Dao.
Chu Lingfeng immediately issued instructions to the system.
Deduct 3,000 Qi luck value and start cultivating. In an instant, this ancient jade body bloomed with a gray light, and then turned into a meeting point and rushed into Chu Lingfeng's head.
Chu Lingfeng suddenly felt a burst of complicated knowledge flooding his mind.
After a moment, he felt a clarity in his head, and when he thought about it again, the Hongmeng Dao technique had been completely learned by him. And the true qi contained in his body when he cultivated the Vajra technique to the early Shen level was also completely absorbed by the Hongmeng Dao technique. However, compared with the Hongmeng Dao technique, the ancient martial arts technique is really too poor. These true qi only allowed him to reach the early stage of qi training. It was the same as the realm of Qin Shang and Yi Fan. Of course, the initial stage of the first layer of qi training is still different from the beginning of the first layer of qi training. At the very least, Chu Lingfeng still has the confidence to finish the abuse of the two. And just after the ancient jade containing the Hongmeng Dao's secret was absorbed by Chu Lingfeng, Yifan, who was in the auction hall, suddenly felt uncomfortable, especially his heart, and there was some pain, as if he had lost something extremely important. He shook his head. This situation had occurred several times tonight, and it should have been tempered by Chu Ling. When Chu Lingfeng returned to the auction hall, Gulao, who was standing behind the rows, suddenly froze his eyes. Because he found that he couldn't see through Chu Lingfeng's strength. He couldn't even feel the true qi on Chu Lingfeng's body at all. He looked closely, but found that Chu Lingfeng was sitting there, as if he had integrated into this world. His pupils shrank. This person was too mysterious. Can't help it, he thought of Rose's wish again. Perhaps, this person can really help Rose fulfill her wish. I still have some things, so I'll go first. Chu Lingfeng said to several women. The bet that Yifan lost to me that day has not yet come true. Today I brought the fourth old, see if he dares to ask for it. Several women who had come to see a lot of jokes were shocked when they heard this. There are even such Easter eggs. But when they thought of that disgusting scene, several women felt that they should not watch it. Okay, then Brother Foam, you go first. Xiao Lingfeng, remember to contact me. Several women spoke up. Chu Lingfeng nodded and strode out of the auction hall. At this time, Luo Ping's group of people were already waiting outside the auction hall. Ahem, what happened to the face of the old four? Chu Lingfeng looked at the red face of the old four, and even there seemed to be traces of blood under his nostrils, but he asked with some curiosity. Ahem, Chu Xiao, the old fourth has eaten too many waste and wolfberries in the past 2 days, and he has just eaten some oysters, and some are on fire. Luo Ping said with some embarrassment. Chu Lingfeng. Sure enough, it was right to find this group of people. Look at this dedication. If you don't get Yifan for a while, I'm sorry for the waste in goji berries that old four ate in the past 2 days. Very good, today this matter is done, each of you will take 30,000, and the fourth will take 100,000. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Thank you, Chu Xiao. Thank you, Chu Xiao. Luo Ping was overjoyed and thanked them one after another. I didn't expect to be so cool with Chu Lingfeng, just running errands has tens of thousands of takes, which is not known how many times stronger than licking blood at the knife edge before. Fourth, wipe the blood. Chu Lingfeng pointed to the nosebleed that came out of the fourth old man and said. Old fourth nodded hurriedly and giggled. Do what he likes to do, and get more money, this beautiful thing, he is going to die happy. Okay, let's find a place to stay and wait for someone to come out. Chu Lingfeng led a group of people to the corner on the side. Soon, the auction was over. A lot of people walked out of the auction floor. Yifan also walked out from inside. Chu Lingfeng smiled slightly and made a look at Luo Ping. These people walked in front of Yifan. Boy, someone is looking for you, come with me. When Yifan saw the appearance of these people, he knew that he was looking for trouble. After encountering so many grievances in the auction hall, he was worried that there was no place to get angry. It just so happened that these people came to look for death, just so that he had a place to vent his anger. Moreover, he also wants to see who is looking for something, just strangling it in the cradle. Okay, let's go. Yifan sneered and said. Luo Ping was stunned, they didn't expect to take Yifan away so easily, they thought it would take some effort. Boy, it's very sensible, let's go. Luo Ping surrounded Yifan and walked towards the corner. And Qin Shang, who walked out not far from Yifan, saw Luo Ping's back, which was a little strange. Why are the backs of these people so familiar? What did they tell Yifan to do? No, go and see.
Thinking about it, he secretly fell behind. Yunbing, let's take a look too. As a goddess who often looks at some unhealthy things, Li Mujian said curiously.
Mujian, are you disgusting? What's so good about that kind of thing?
Su Yunbing frowned and said. Look, it's idle anyway, let's go. Li Mujian pulled Su Yunbing and walked towards the corner. Rose thought about it and followed behind with a playful look.
At this time, Yi Fan also saw Chu Lingfeng.
He suddenly trembled and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Chu Lingfeng, what do you want to do?
Yi Fan never dreamed that it would be Chu Lingfeng who came to him for trouble. At the same time, he secretly scolded himself in his heart for not being sober. In Yangcheng, Chu Lingfeng had a contradiction with him. If it wasn't Chu Lingfeng looking for him, who else would there be? It's just that I came to Yangcheng these days, especially the auction just now. Because of the excessive anger, he has lost his cool, and he will not think about asking a question at all. Yi Fan, don't panic, I came to you to introduce you to a good friend, and he said that he wanted to get to know you in depth. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Saying that, he also pointed to the 4th man on the side. At this time, Old Fourth's gaze towards Yi Fan was already full of evil intent.
No way, it's too much to make up. He didn't dare to look at Chu Lingfeng and Luo Ping like this. I can only take Yi Fan.
Feeling the gaze of the 4th elder, Yi Fan frowned.
He didn't think Chu Lingfeng was saying good things. The 4th also looked a little abnormal. Chu Lingfeng, what do you want?
Yi Fan said coldly. It's nothing, I just want to see your medical scriptures, and then let you fulfill your promise in the rough stone field that day. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Saying that, he also glanced at a grass not far away. After cultivating the Hongmeng Dao technique, Chu Lingfeng's perception of the outside world became clearer and farther. Qin Shang, who was hiding in the grass, suddenly trembled. He said, how could this group of people be so familiar? It turned out to be the group of Old Four. This group of people was a nightmare for the rest of his life. What's even more infuriating is that he doesn't dare to kill them, for fear that his video will be leaked. Thinking about it, he shrunk his head slightly, but he couldn't let Chu Lingfeng find him. Chu Lingfeng, you are a despicable and shameless person, you don't spend money on medical scriptures, you actually want to rob me. Also, you obviously agreed to give you money that day so you don't call Dad. You don't even speak of faith. When Yi Fan heard this, he was suddenly shocked, and subconsciously touched the parchment roll in his pocket. Originally, Yi Fan was still wondering if today's auction of the medical scripture and the immortal scripture was a game made by Chu Lingfeng. After all, Chu Lingfeng punished him many times today. But looking at this situation now, this matter should not be done by Chu Lingfeng. Why should I preach faith to you? You lost the bet, no matter if I call Dad as faithful. Chu Lingfeng sneered. He is a villain, why should he talk to a protagonist about faith still bound by this morality? Then what is the point of being a villain? Okay, I'm too lazy to ink with you, kneel down and call Dad, and then take out the medical scriptures, this thing is a good thing. Chu Lingfeng said greedily. He had to let Yi Fan and Qin Cheng deepen their understanding of the cottage version of the medical immortal sutra, and there would be doubts in the future. I tell you, don't fool people too much, I'm not easy to mess with. It's a big deal for me to die together. I have a master, Yi Fan gritted his teeth and said. He also has a powerful master, and it is easy to directly eradicate the Chu family. It's just that he doesn't want to trouble his master. Chu Lingfeng shook his head and sneered. He Daoran would definitely not make a casual move, because he only had one chance to make a move, and that was to seize Yi Fan. After what he should say, Chu Lingfeng didn't bother to ink with Yi Fan. As soon as his figure moved, he came to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's pupils shrank instantly. Fast, it was too fast. Why does it feel that Chu Lingfeng's speed is even faster than a few days ago? Chu Lingfeng was also very satisfied with his speed. Sure enough, this Hongmeng Dao trick is not a joke, it is indeed very strong. Bang bang bang. Chu Lingfeng punched casually, and then ordered a few acupuncture points on Yi Fan's body, and Yi Fan completely lost his combat effectiveness. Chu Xiao, I can't hold on. At this time, the 4th man suddenly said loudly. Chu Lingfeng's brows frowned slightly, and the hand that had originally reached into Yifan's pocket also stopped.
If you are a waste, you can't even hold on to this little time, hurry up and take someone with you. Shu Lingfeng scolded.
Then Luo Ping scolded the fourth elder while pulling Yifan towards the place they had already found. Yifan is also a person with a lot of experience, how can he not see the meaning of this group of people?
This old fourth is a person who likes men. Shu Lingfeng, you are shameless.
Yifan gritted his teeth and scolded.
I was already afraid to the extreme. If he is really possessed by the old fourth, then his famous name will be completely ruined. He even has the heart to die.
Why don't you be honest with me, call or not? Luo Ping smacked Yifan's face fiercely and cursed.
Second brother, forget it, just solve it here, I can't do it.
Old Fourth's eyes were red, and he rushed directly behind Yifan, and then began to tear. Yifan only felt that he had never seen such a frightening thing in his life, and began to break free from everyone's control. It's just that because several acupuncture points were pointed, he didn't have any strength to resist at all. Watching the old four fooling around, he just felt like his whole head was going to explode. Qin Shang, who was hiding in the grass, shrunk his head again, and an extremely unpleasant memory came to mind. Immediately, he began to gloat again. Good, great, Yifan pretends to be a dog every day. After this matter, I'll see what he does. The three roses who arrived looked excited, with a little nausea in their excitement. Let this son of luck pretend, and now it is still loaded. This Qin Shang is not a good thing, specifically compared to this.
My name is you let me go.
Seeing Old Fourth's increasingly disgusting movements, Yifan realized that he was about to be defeated, and he roared hoarsely, with a crying tone in his tone.
This is something that he can't endure.
Fourth, stop, let go of him too. Shu Lingfeng smiled and waved his hand. Luo Ping immediately let go of Yifan. Yifan's whole person was full of unwillingness, and in the end, bang bang bang.
Dad, father.
He bent his legs and knelt on the ground, kowtowing while calling Shu Lingfeng his father.
Good son, really good.
Shu Lingfeng said with a smile. Groove, what does Shu Lingfeng mean? Why does Yifan call him daddy, and I have to call him grandpa?
What is Watma thinking? This Yifan is really too naive. Do you think that if you call dad, he can let you go? It's murderous. But it's not me.
When the role changed, Qin Cheng's mentality was naturally different. Instead, he watched the scene with interest.
Shu Xiao, it's already recorded. Luo Ping and several people came over with mobile phones.
This time, they shot this scene clearly from multiple directions and angles. Well, not bad, good. Shu Lingfeng glanced at it and said with a faint smile. Luo Ping nodded, and then pulled Yifan again. The fourth man rushed up. Shu Lingfeng, aren't you human? You let me go. You don't speak of faith. You are a bastard. Yifan didn't expect him to call dad. Shu Lingfeng actually called the fourth man to make a move, and suddenly spit fragrant.
Shu Lingfeng frowned and glanced in another direction not far away. Why are these three women here? Still want to see this. It must have been brought by Li Mu Yuan, a stuffy girl. Humph Rose and Su Yunbing actually want to see other men like this.
Thinking about it, Shu Lingfeng directly waved his hand. Take him to the place where he has already found it, and when he is finished, bring me the medical scripture in his pocket.
Shu Lingfeng.
In Yifan's insults, he was taken to a small park not far away. It's all to blame on you. It's over, Brother Feng misunderstood me.
Su Yunbing twisted Li Muzhen fiercely, and said a little anxiously.
Yunbing, it's okay, don't look at it. Besides, this flowery carrot, stepping on a few boats, not allowing you to be good with other men, even if you don't want to let you look at other men, it's simply too selfish. Can you bear it? Li Muyi inhaled the cold air in pain, turned his head to look at Rose and Su Yunbing, and looked uneven. At the same time, she also hates her teeth itching. Shu Lingfeng, you are a stuffy thing. Su Yunbing said with some doubt, why should I look at other men? Isn't it good to see Brother Feng? Rose smiled and said, I only have Xiao Lingfeng in my eyes, and other men are not worthy of letting me see it. After the two finished speaking, they looked at each other. Oof. Su Yunbing snorted a little unpleasantly.
Yunbing, don't lose to your sister.
Rose said with a smile on her face.
Humph, wait and see, Brother Feng's first woman must be me.
Su Yunbing said without admitting defeat. Li Mujian covered his face, and Su Yunbing was helpless. The rose was also not saved.
What are you fighting for?
Su Yunbing, do you know what the first woman is that you acquiesce to Chu Lingfeng? Can there be other women? Are you all brain pumping?
Ah.
At this moment, a terrifying scream suddenly came from the small park not far away. The data is too bad, it's really uncomfortable, try to go as far as possible, do it.
Chapter 71, We Beat Him. Hearing this scream, everyone subconsciously tightened. It's a little miserable.
Hades eventually became a plaything.
It made them want to laugh.
Forget it, it's nothing rare to see, I'll go first.
Rose turned and left. Su Yunbing pulled Li Mujian and left quickly.
After 30 or 40 minutes, Luo Ping dragged Yifan, who was already like a dead dog, back. At this time, Yifan looked loveless. There were tears streaming down the corners of his eyes, and he looked extremely pitiful. He didn't even have the mind to insult Chu Lingfeng. Chu Lingfeng smiled lightly, without any sympathy at all.
The protagonist and the villain are born enemies, either you die or I live.
Immediately, he looked at the fourth man, whose face had returned to his normal complexion. This man very strong.
Gifted. A craftable material.
After all, people who can have such a relationship with two sons of luck can be ordinary people. Xu Xiao, this is a recorded video, it is very clear, we all have a copy, and I also uploaded a copy of the online disc. Luo Ping held up some of the bad content that was being played in front of Chu Lingfeng's eyes.
Chu Lingfeng waved his hand.
That's it, pass me a copy later.
Hearing the conversation between the two, Yifan suddenly raised his head. You're not human.
There is a video, which means that all his black materials have been mastered by Chu Lingfeng. In case these things let Chu Lingfeng and others out, then how could he see people if it is spread overseas, in the hands of his own subordinates? What else will he do? Yifan, remember, don't move my brothers in the future. Otherwise, I will post these videos on computers and mobile phones all over the world and make you famous all over the world. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you, I sent the black material about the 8-on-E group, no thanks. Chu Lingfeng said with a smile. Today, 2 billion knives, plus the money Yifan spent on buying things at the auction, will get 20 billion Yanhuan coins.
But most of them let Chu Lingfeng go to the pit. Even just now his purity was taken away. Poof.
Anger, humiliation, countless negative emotions spread in Yifan's heart, making him go crazy for several times. He couldn't hold back any longer, and directly vomited out a mouthful of blood.
You're so toxic.
Yifan gritted his teeth and looked resentful.
Hey, seeing how pitiful you are, let me tell you the good news.
In fact, as soon as Qin Sheng came to Yancheng, he knelt down and kowtowed to me as grandpa, and he was also given by the fourth elder. Gee, the relationship between the two of you is really difficult to say, definitely good brothers.
Chu Lingfeng said with a playful look. Qin Sheng, who was hiding not far away, instantly exploded.
If you play Yifan, you will play Yifan, what do you say I do, Trough?
You're so poisonous.
He originally wanted to use the matter of old fourth and Yifan to ridicule Yifan. Now, if the eldest brother doesn't say the second brother, he is all faceless. Yifan, who was extremely sad and indignant, was also slightly stunned when he heard Chu Lingfeng's words. It turned out that Qin Sheng was also given by the fourth old. Thinking about it like this, he was still comfortable in his heart, comfortable fart. Who was Qin Sheng worthy of comparing with him?
And is there anything comparable to this thing? Myself by a man, what a shame.
Okay, that's it, Luo Ping, go get his medical scripture.
Yes, Xu Xiao.
Yifan's heart was anxious. Now that his virginity is gone, the medical scripture is his reliance on breaking into the Yanhuan kingdom. How does he want to give Yifan at this moment? The sound of a patrol car sounded. Then, the car stopped directly in front of Chu Lingfeng and the others.
What's going on?
Hi Yifan, Xu Xiao, how are you guys again? The patrolman who got out of the car saw the two of them, and his eyelids suddenly twitched. That's right, the inspection that came this time was Yifan's old acquaintance with Chu Lingfeng, the one who had caught Yifan several times. When Yifan saw this group of people, he was immediately excited. He was arrested before, and this time it should be Chu Lingfeng's turn to be arrested, right? As long as Chu Lingfeng entered the inspection room, then he must have opened up and used his personal connections so that Chu Lingfeng could not come out of the inspection room. Lord Inspector, let's confess, just now we taught Yifan a lesson about this stupid comparison.
Luo Ping immediately spoke up. Inspector Lord, not only them, this Chu Lingfeng also hit me.
Yifan naturally would not let go of such a good opportunity, and immediately spoke up.
The patrol at the head frowned.
According to the current situation, it is indeed Yifan who was beaten. After all, Yifan is lying on the ground, and Chu Lingfeng and the others are standing, so although he is very disgusted with Yifan in his heart, they deal with things and pay attention to fairness and justice in everything.
He looked at Chu Lingfeng. Chu Xiao, what the hell is going on?
Chu Lingfeng also smiled and said, "This inspector, since Yifan said so, it should be true." The inspector was slightly stunned. He had never seen such a thing as beating someone admitted so crisply. Yifan was also stunned. He didn't understand why Chu Lingfeng would admit it so quickly.
It always feels like something is wrong. But I can't tell what's wrong. However, since Chu Lingfeng admitted it so happily, he was naturally happy. It's finally time for a good day. Patrol, did you see it? Chu Lingfeng admitted, you must arrest them, they are seriously injured others, and they must be severely punished.
Yifan said excitedly. The patrol led by him frowned, looked up and looked around, but found no monitoring. He winked at one of the team members on the side. This team member immediately walked up to Yifan and began to check. However, after checking for a long time, no scars were found.
Although Chu Lingfeng was fighting with Yifan just now, he didn't actually use much force. After all, he only needed to point the acupuncture points on Yifan's body, and this inspector shook his head slightly at the captain and said, "Captain, there are no scars on this Yifan 5.1. The patrol captain was even more puzzled. Today this matter revealed that something was wrong everywhere. Chu Lingfeng patted his brain, as if he had just remembered, and said with a smile, "Look at my head, what is Luo Ping doing stunned? Hurry up and find evidence that Yifan was beaten just now. You forgot, didn't you video?"
Luo Ping also seemed to remember. "Ouch, I almost forgot, Chu Xiao, I'll show it to the inspector." Saying that, he took out his mobile phone and looked for it. Chu Lingfeng explained with a smile, "Inspection, just now it was the hand of my subordinate Lao Si, I didn't look at it, it is estimated that the wound must be very serious."
Didn't fight, didn't hit, they didn't hit me. Rub.
I don't know where Yifan, who was pointed at the acupuncture point, came from, and he stood up straight with a rub.
Chapter 72, who is so unethical they really didn't hit me.
Yifan's tone was sharp, like the voice of a eunuch. The inspectors and others present had black question marks on their faces.
Chu Lingfeng and Luo Ping were both holding back their smiles. "Yifan, what do you mean?
You just said that Chu Lingfeng and their gang beat you, and now you say that you didn't fight. Are you kidding us?" The inspector led by us is even more livid, with anger and questioning in his tone.
"Patrol, we did hit him, really hit, we all admitted it." Luo Ping and others spoke up.
"Lord Inspector, I have long seen that he is not favorable. I just made the move, you quickly arrest me. I am willing to go back with you to participate in the investigation." Under Luo Ping's signal, the fourth elder immediately stepped forward and said with a solemn face. Yifan's eyesight was excellent, and when he saw Luo Ping suddenly turn over the video just now, the whole person instantly collapsed.
This video he wants to destroy is too late.
If he is really inspected by this group of people, then he will die directly if someone secretly spreads it out. How can he still mess around in Yangchang? Although men and women are now free to love, men and men are free to love, but he is not a person who likes men. Qin Chang, who was not far away, watched this scene, and his scalp was also numb.
17. This Chu Lingfeng is simply more terrifying than the devil. Actually playing this.
If the inspection was handed over to the video, Yifan could explode on the spot. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, and there was already a trace of fear in his heart for Chu Lingfeng.
And it's constantly amplifying.
No, Lord Inspector, they really didn't beat me, I deliberately framed them just now. I'm causing you trouble, I'll invite you for supper tonight. Yifan rushed to the patrol led by him, his hand was about to appear phantom, and the sweat on his forehead couldn't stop flowing. The inspectors were stunned again. They have been doing inspections for so many years, and they have never seen such a rare thing.
Someone confessed to beating someone, and the beaten person said that it was okay.
The inspector at the head frowned, looked at Yifan, and then at Chu Lingfeng.
Which of these two rivals is this playing? However, since Yifan said so, then he couldn't say anything.
Yifan, are you sure no one hit you? You weren't hurt either?
Of course not, look, where am I hurt?
Yifan hurriedly laughed. Then he started to do various movements to prove that he was not injured. It's just that 30 or 40 minutes of injury, every time he moves, he feels a piercing pain. Moreover, the most uncomfortable thing is that he does not dare to show it, and he always has a smile on his face.
If you didn't get beaten, you even dared to hit the demon spirit, are you entertaining us?
The leading inspector asked angrily.
Lord Inspector, I didn't fight the demon spirit, I really didn't fight.
Yifan said very aggrieved.
Is it really wronged him? Open the door to the grievance, and the grievance arrives home.
Suddenly, his heart jumped. Yes, who is the demon spirit who helped him fight who is so unethical? I don't know if you can't fight the demon spirit in this matter. Chill the air.
I tell you, you will be honest with me in the future. If you dare to make trouble for us again, don't blame us for being rude.
Okay, hurry up and apologize to Chu Xiao, and then this matter will be settled. The leading inspector shouted loudly, and then said.
What, I apologize to Chu Lingfeng by what?
Yifan said as if he had been stepped on by someone. He was all harmed by Chu Lingfeng like this, and he still has to apologize to Chu Lingfeng. By what? Based on your indiscriminate beating of the demon spirit in framing Chu Xiao, if you don't apologize, follow us to the inspection room, and accept the inspection led by the investigation preconceived. He doesn't believe Yifan's words, it is definitely Yifan's call. Chu Lingfeng glanced at Yifan mockingly, and then said with a smile, Inspection, I don't apologize for this, let's go back to the inspection room together, and investigate well. By the way, I forgot to ask, does our Yanhuang kingdom have the kind of crime against men?
The inspector led by the leader was stunned, and asked suspiciously, Chu Xiao, what kind of crime are you talking about against men? Why didn't I understand? Looking at Luo Ping holding his mobile phone and eager to try. Yifan's hair exploded. You're about to say this, okay.
Chu Xiao, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have framed you, please forgive me. Yifan bowed sharply to the end, gritted his teeth, and said.
Oh, apologized, okay, see you are so sincere, I will forgive you, even if you have a feud with me, it is better not to frame me in the future, here.
Chu Lingfeng said in surprise.
Got it.
Yifan felt that at the mouth of his heart, a mouthful of blood surged up again, and he couldn't suppress it at all. Then when he looked up, blood also flowed down the corners of his mouth. Frightened, everyone trembled. The moon was dark and windy, and a person had blood flowing from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes were wide, like a hanged ghost. The eyes of the inspector led by him flashed with a flash of surprise, and he probably knew the cause of the matter. However, if both sides do not pursue it, then he is too lazy to pursue it. Okay, then disperse, let's go. A group of patrols walked towards the patrol car. Yifan was a cover of his pockets, he hadn't forgotten that just now Chu Lingfeng had been wanting to covet his medical scriptures. Lord Inspector, you take me for a while my way out. Yifan said, and hurriedly ran towards the patrol car. Look at the back, like a dog who has lost his family.
Ha 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 ha.
Luo Ping looked at Yifan like a 517 lie, begging his grandfather to tell his grandmother to live and die in the patrol car, and laughed even more. It's bad, Chu Xiao, I forgot to take that medical scripture from him, it's not good for small things, please Chu Xiao punish. Luo Ping seemed to suddenly think of it, patted his brain, and said with sincere trepidation. Chu Lingfeng shook his head and said, okay, pay attention next time, that medical scripture is still bad, Qin Shang has an immortal scripture in his hand is better. I felt that grass has been moving just now, I suspect that Qin Shang is there, you guys go and take a look. Swoosh. Qin Shang covered his pockets, as if he was set on fire from behind, and jumped out abruptly.
It's so scary, it's almost discovered, it's scary. Ha 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 ha.
Luo Ping was stunned at first, and then laughed again.
This kind of performance, that must be Qin Chang.
At the same time, Chu Lingfeng became more and more mysterious and powerful in the hearts of everyone. From the auction pit Qin Chang and Yi Fan's money, to the auction to change tricks to tease Yi Fan.
Even the demon fighting spirit just now was designed by Chu Lingfeng.
Yi Fan had to apologize to Chu Lingfeng when he was played.
This kind of means is not something that ordinary people can do.
They must follow Chu Lingfeng, maybe their future will go further at this time. The cold voice of the system also sounded in Chu Lingfeng's mind.
Chapter 73, Are These Methods Cruel?
Ding, it was detected that the host suppressed the male protagonist, and the degree was super perfect. Predatory male protagonist Yi Fan Chi luck value 30,000, critical hit reward Chi luck value plus 4,000. Plunder male protagonist Qin Chung Chi luck value 16,000, critical attack reward gas luck value plus 2,000. The male protagonist Yi Fan's luck value was weakened by 29%, and the remaining Chi luck value percentage was 50%. The male protagonist Qin Cheng's Chi luck value was weakened by 10%, and the remaining gas luck value percentage is 73%. Hearing that the Chi luck value plundered by this auction was so amazing, Chu Lingfeng was very satisfied. Especially Yi Fan, he was directly deprived of so many Chi luck points. It can be seen that the importance of Hong Meng Daoist to Yi Fan in the original work. This kind of auction will come a few more times, and it is estimated that Yi Fan and Qin Chang will be completely finished. However, he suddenly discovered a problem. Although this auction, whether Yi Fan or Qin Chang's plot has it. But relatively speaking, Yi Fan's plot is more important. After all, there is an important technique of Hong Meng Dao. Only when Yi Fan obtained this technique could he get rid of his master's control. Otherwise, the heavenly demon technique he was cultivating now was actually the exercises modified by his master Hidaoran. There are secret doors. When he confronted Hidaoran, if Hidaoran caught the secret door, he would be at an absolute disadvantage. And Qin Chang's plot is not so important, just a simple pretense to hit the face. It can also be seen by looking at the percentage of luck in which the two were plundered. However, his Chi luck value for plundering Qin City was more. Why was that? Chu Lingfeng directly asked his question. Host detected that the male protagonist Qin Chang had fear in his heart because of the host's behavior, and his awe for the host deepened. So the plundered gas luck value is more, and the increased gas luck value is not counted in the plot. Chu Lingfeng was suddenly stunned. There is even such a statement. Yes, the male protagonist in every novel should be a son of luck who is extremely powerful and fearless. As long as this is the case, you cannot be afraid of hardships and dangers, and eventually become the strongest king. Let Qin Chang be afraid of himself in his heart, which already shows his relative suppression of him. It seems that in the future, you can also start from the inner side of the male protagonist. Later, he touched his chin again. Is it so scary yourself? Thinking about it, he looked at Luo Ping on the side. Luo Ping, are these little tricks I use terrible? Luo Ping's heart jumped. You call these small means? This is that Yi Fan's heart is strong, ordinary people may go crazy on the spot. However, they dare not say this, so is it not looking for a fight? This must be Chu Xiao testing us, we absolutely can't say wrong. Luo Ping thought secretly in his heart. He immediately said with a firm expression, Chu Xiao, your means are not terrifying at all. It is necessary to use this method to deal with the enemy, and it should even be more cruel. Chu Xiao, you are too merciful. Otherwise, how could we follow you? That is, you are compassionate, tolerant and generous, otherwise we will surely die that day. Luo Ping said very seriously, trying to make himself more loyal. Yes, Chu Xiao, my second brother is right, you are a person with the style of a general. You will definitely be the most powerful figure in Yanhuan and even Blue Star in the future. Chu Xiao is mighty, Chu Xiao is domineering. A group of people slapped the horse one after another, that is called a sycophant. Chu Lingfeng nodded thoughtfully. I'll just say, I can't do this little trick. In this way, you help me think of something more cruel. I am optimistic about you. Luo Ping. The old four. Ning was so modest. By the way, today you performed very well, double the bonus, and then give you a task, that is, think more of this small means, the more cruel the better, use it to deal with Qin Sheng and Yifan, 1 million bonus. Xu Lingfeng said very proudly. It's just 1 million, plus the money earned by the shares of Adani's company, he made billions in one day today.
Hearing the 1 million prize, Luo Ping's eyes turned red.
Just think of the whole person's way, just give 1 million, isn't this lying down and earning money? Xu Xiao, I thought about it, next time I will let Qin Sheng be with Yifan and do this kind of thing.
I see, you can also find some donkeys, horses, it's fun.
Port chili water.
It's not easy to learn well, it's fairly easy to learn badly.
When Xu Lingfeng's words fell, this group of people spoke up one after another, thinking that the strategy was more ruthless than the other.
Xu Lingfeng was stunned. This group of people is indeed talented. Divergent thinking is excellent.
What are you thinking about? What kind of cruelty in the future? If there is a chance to use it together, it is called really cruel, and 1 million bonuses are given together.
After a brief silence and silence. Xu Xiao is wise. Xu Xiao is magnificent. Xu Xiaojun is our reborn parent. After a slap on the horse, Xu Lingfeng left.
And Luo Ping and the people also walked towards the place that Xu Lingfeng temporarily arranged for them. Ding, remind the host that a new plot will unfold this evening, please prepare the host.
Xu Lingfeng was stunned, and quickly looked carefully.
Immediately, when he saw the content of the plot, his pupils shrank.
End of book.